Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I belong. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I belong. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
again. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel me. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard, and I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are.
I need you again. So stick around. So stick around. I need you again. So stick around.
Leave the world around us go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. How do I go? Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Good morning. Happy Saturday shenanigans. What y'all up to? We got like 600 people in here. Y'all must be up ready for the day. It is 8:52 here. And it's not raining. It is cold, but it's not raining. So I hope y'all are having a good morning. Drinking your coffee, drinking your kappa. Let's get this party started. So there was a new video that was dropped, you guys, by the YouTube streets. We're going to go check it out and go through it. That's what we're going to do. All in all, I think it's a pretty good video, actually. But I do think there's some stuff that needs to be corrected for sure. Sherry, thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. I appreciate that, love. I hope you're having a good morning. Mayor Bella, you've been up since 4:30. Girl, shit, I've been up since about 6:45. Said good morning. Good morning. Well, we're going to go over this video and then we're going to go over another one. Because our little Skid Row had a fucking meltdown. Nancy D with the $10 super sticker says, good morning, Queen. Let's have a party. Oh, girl, we're going to party. That's at 9 o'clock in the morning. You ready to party at 9 o'clock in the morning? Shit, girl, let's get it. I'm down if you're down. Don't leave me. Don't leave me when we get it. You know what I'm saying? When we're in the thick of it, don't you dare leave me. What? No. The Whitakers lost a house on the 24th. Fire. Wow. No shit. No shit. That's really fucking sad, man. You know what, though? Let me say this. Mark has made a lot of fucking money helping them. So hopefully he still has some money left out of their GoFundMe or whatever they had to help them get a better house. That's really sad, man. They've lived in those houses for years. When I say years, I mean fucking years. Like, those are like generational houses and shit. They've lived in them bad boys for years. Also, we're going to go over some other stuff in this video that let's see here. So let me grab their link so we can share their video real quick. Y'all can sub up. They covered some of the Wade Wilson stuff. So this video was done 15 hours ago. These guys cover a lot of the Wade Wilson stuff. So what's up, girl? What you doing? Good morning.
Morning, good morning, good morning. Sorry, I was turning the water on for my coffee.
That's okay. What's up? What you got?
I heard you said it was a party, so I came in my pajamas to the Saturday morning party.
Oh shit! Well, it wasn't me that was partying here. It was Nancy D.
Oh,
So let's have a party. I said, shit. If we start the party now, don't you dare leave me. Don't you do it when it comes mid-afternoon and you're tired.
yeah, right.
Don't you fucking leave me hanging.
I figured we could start off with coffee first in our jammies. So I brought my jammies and I brought my house coat and I'm making my coffee. So I need to be caught up on all the things. I had a near death experience yesterday, and I hit black ice and it spun my Jeep around 3 times in the middle of the fucking highway.
Gosh dang, man. That's one thing I don't fucking miss. Black ice. Shit.
Bitch. I am so glad, because I had just thought about being live to show everybody how pretty it was because of the snow. I'm so fucking glad I didn't.
Well, we would have just spun in circles with you.
Oh, fuck. It scared the shit out of me, though. I mean, it scared me.
I'm sure it did, though. Seriously. Listen, last time that happened to me, I was on the highway. I spun out like 4 or 5 times. And then my car was stuck sideways with a semi coming towards me. And I was trying to just... I was trying to just get my fucking wheels to go, and it just kept
just go.
And I was like, oh fuck. I was like having a damn panic. And I'm like, oh my God. We got off the side of the road. We finally got traction and got off to the side of the road just in time. I'm like, oh my fucking God.
That was
smashed pancakes on that bad boy.
Girl, I got down the way. I got myself because I was pointed when I stopped. I was still pointed in the direction I was heading, so I just got myself headed in 4-wheel drive and got myself down the way. And I pulled over a little bit, and I sat there and looked in my review mirror, and I watched 2 more cars hit the same spot and do the same fucking thing. So I'm sure somebody called it into YDOT, but oh fuck, it was scary for a second.
Absolute shambles. Well, Queen has a solid gold car, so she's extra safe.
What is this one?
Really funny. It
Who's
just
this
dropped
with?
actually like 8-9 hours ago or something. It's a new video, just dropped.
Awesome.
Says the clown show that ruined the hunt for Sebastion Rogers. That's the name of it. The creators is YouTube Streets. They are actually the ones that Avery went up on. Avery, the racist, went up on their panel and said she was helping. She was doing a book and then gonna write it with Money XO, and they came in the chat and said no, she wasn't.
Yes.
They were involved in a book with her. JD Delay and Bunny both came in and said no, that's a lie. Anyhow, they made a video about the Sebastion Rogers case. They got a few things wrong on here, but that's okay. They probably haven't been around to know every little detail, but they did do a pretty damn good job, actually. So, you know what? We have an Avery 2.0. We'll talk about that later. Here we go.
At 11:17 a.m. on February 26, 2024, Sebastion Rogers was reported missing from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Sebastion was last seen in his bed at the age of 15 years old and recently just turned 16 while still missing from his parents. Sebastion had been diagnosed with autism and 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome, a rare condition that impacts his development and behavior, meaning he needed extra care. Sebastion's father, Seth Rogers, and at the time his mother, Katie Rogers, split a long time ago, but the relationship between them has remained strained ever since. Custody battles, accusations of abuse, and an overall tense family environment makes the situation even more complex. Sebastion was last seen at his mother's house and was expected to return to his father's house right before this event happened.
So they do a really good job starting out. They start explaining everything, putting it into perspective of what's going on. They give a rundown. He's a missing 15-year-old boy. He's turned 16. He's still missing. So I think they're doing really good at first. You know what I mean? They seem to be like they've done their research. They've, you know what I'm saying, checked into stuff. So I was like, okay, cool. This is, going pretty good. You know what I mean? Which, like I said, I still think it's a good video all aside, even though there's a little bit of misinformation. It's not bad to the point where it's like can't be fixed. You know what I mean?
And maybe at some point they will realize that they got some wrong information.
I think they just were misinformed, or maybe they didn't know. Possibly. Right. That's what I was thinking, that could be. Because you'll tell they actually stated in here that Dog the Bounty Hunter owned Ad Night Media. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. But like I said, they obviously don't really know. Because they haven't, they're kind of new to this case too, I think. So,
Shit, Queen, what happens if they did more? What they did, they were able to find their digging found another connection. I mean, that's the other flip side. When people come out with different information, it always makes me wonder, were we always fed wrong information? But I don't ever remember hearing that Dog owned At Night Media. So,
yeah. I don't ever heard that, but then again, like I said, you don't know too where the rumor mill goes. But I mean, like I said, they do. They pretty well seems to me try to cover both sides without being so much biased into the. I mean, they have their opinions on both. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like they are
right
one way or another. And their song at the end is actually pretty good. They did a really good job on it. They even included JLR and SF Investigates and all that stuff. So seems to be like they got some of the stuff right. I mean, hey B Tim, what's up?
What's up? It seems you're early.
Honey, how are you, baby?
It seems you're early today. What the hell's going on? I heard a little something.
9 o'clock. Usually I'm on. Well, usually I wait till about 10, but it's 9 o'clock here.
Shit. You're early. It's like, yeah.
I don't know. I don't feel it doesn't feel early to me. I guess I don't know. It's 9 here, so
Well,
and I
you're late.
ended up not going live last night. We were gonna come back on here, but I had to take care of stuff and I wasn't able to. So then I joined Megan's panel for a little bit.
Yeah, I noticed. That's why I was kind of surprised you're on because I was
Yeah.
late.
Yeah.
That was
Oh
very
yeah.
interesting.
What
So we have
happened?
a video we're going over, and it's by YouTube Streets, and so they did like a quick rundown, but it says the clown show that ruined the hunt for Sebastion Rogers. So I wanted to go over it because there's some stuff in here. I mean, I think they did a really good job on it, but I think there's some stuff in here that needs corrected, in my opinion.
Cool. All right. I'll keep quiet.
What's up, Heartland honey? How are you, baby? Heartland honey, how are you, baby?
My mic was muted. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, I was thinking that you were about to show us a penis or something. Just
No. Oh, I don't have one
I
of
knew
those.
it was her, otherwise I wouldn't have let her up here.
I was going to be like, well,
Yeah,
that
I
was
knew
a
it was
quick
I
stream.
double checked it just to be sure.
I went to shut my cam off and I shut my mic off too. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did want to say one thing. You know, I check in. Queen Bee, I love you to death. I check in with you all the time. And when I'm at work, I check in and I catch your live streams. One thing that I am really not, that kind of makes me sick, and I think it makes us all sick as a community, is so much is being talked about Sebastion. I mean, this has become sick. This has become a vengeance. This has become tit for tat bullshit. I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I can't follow this case anymore. I can't. Like, this is making me physically
Well, that's
sick.
okay, baby. You know, I mean, there's some people that can handle it and some people that just can't, and that's okay. You don't have to, you know what I'm saying? You don't owe me an explanation.
No, but my heart hurts
You
for
really
Katie.
don't.
I mean, I don't know if Katie did anything. I don't know if Seth did anything. I don't know if Chris did anything. I don't know if somebody on the internet did something.
Really, I
But-
mean,
But we are, it's become a missing child teenage case, and it's become an internet tit for tat war, and it's gross. This is gross.
well, honestly, I think Seth said it best. It's a messy custody battle that he has used, in my opinion, used the internet to fight his battle, which is what brought me to YouTube, because when that happened with Michael Long, and he used the internet to go after his ex-wife and you know, play mind games with their kids and stole his kids and left the United States. It was really fucking bad. But I mean, it's in my opinion, it's the parents' messy, you know, with the messy, messy bullshit. That's got a lot to do with it.
I'll give you an example.
Saying all these personal things. I'm sorry, B. Tim, can I finish real quick?
Sure.
Seth's coming out here and saying all these nasty ass things and making these accusations and saying things about Katie. I feel like that's where that's when lines were drawn.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example. Like, for instance, Seth was in the lab with in the lab, and he asked us, the lab, "Where is my wraith?" Referring to the poem. About, yes.
Yeah. And, you know, I never want to judge anybody that is missing a child, but the things that he does is just so off base, like so wrong. He does a live chat and gets tons of memberships and gets tons of money, over $900 and something, and then he leaves town. Which, that's fine. Leave town. Go do you.
He was already gone, baby.
Away.
When he got those super chats, he was already sitting in Oklahoma.
Yeah, but that's fine. I don't care. I don't give a shit what he does. Go do you.
Point. We don't really give a fuck
but
what he does
don't
either.
you come at Katie for anything ever again.
That was the problem. He said she was a shit parent. And what kind of parent? Shame the fuck out of her. Because what kind of parent leaves their house when they have a missing child? No matter the death threats, don't worry about people driving by, stalking your fucking house, taking pictures every day they can, putting it on YouTube, showing the inside of your house, showing pictures of the inside of your house, ways to get in and out, all the fucking windows, no matter what. Don't
Yep.
you move that motherfucker. You're gonna sit and duck. You are
Yep.
not allowed to leave your house. That's,
Yeah.
And
that's fucking disgusting.
this is why I wanted to come up on panel. I'm not the type of person that the only panel I've ever come up on is yours, Queen Bee, because you keep it open and I want to say what I want to say. I feel for Katie so bad, especially during the holidays. I cannot imagine. My mother lost a son, I lost my brother, and the pain in my mother's eyes on the first Christmas and hearing her wail and scream the first Christmas after my brother passed away, I will never forget that as long as I live. And we don't know what Katie is going through as a mother. This is, and then on top of that, to have the internet on top of you and just ripping you apart. It's like, I don't, like, there has to be a special place in heaven for her if she didn't do anything wrong and she's being ripped apart by the internet, because this is sick. It's sick. My heart hurts for her so bad. My heart hurts for Seth too. Like, where is your child? Where is he? And I'm not saying that anybody did anything wrong. I honestly, with my whole heart, believe that he was lured out. I think that he was at his dad's house. I think that he met somebody online and conversed with somebody online and then met up, and that was it. I don't know. That's my own personal feeling. I do not feel that Chris or Katie did anything. I feel that Katie gave him an extremely good life, a life that Seth could not give him. You know what I mean? Was Seth taking him to Texas Roadhouse? Was Seth spending time with him when he had him? Katie did. You know? Sorry, I'm going to get off my soapbox, but that's how I feel about
Well,
that.
I mean, I think Seth unfortunately plays into the internet drama a lot. Like for instance, he's in a chat with Josh, and he's like, "Where's my wraith?" referring to the disgusting poem that Mr. Josh made about me. And it's like, okay, sir, that is number one weird that you actually brought that up. Two, it's like kind of inappropriate for the discussion. I mean, heavens forbid Chris did that, he would be lampooned across this entire internet. If Katie did that, she'd be called some sort of gross. They would refer to her as some ugly names. And it's like, he plays into the games, unfortunately. He plays into the internet drama. He says very weird things online. And yeah, I mean, he's part of the problem. Unfortunately, he plays into it.
Right.
I mean, like, let's be real.
Well, he's the root of the problem, and then he's used all of these YouTubers out here to plant, in my opinion, he's used them to plant seeds in their gardens, so then the same noxious hate vine takes over, and that causes the divide, and therefore causes the drama, therefore keeping the attention off of Sebastion's disappearance and back onto the bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Miss Amy, how are you?
Hi.
Amy, how are you? Good morning, baby.
You should listen to Blue and Buddies talking about SF.
I did, baby. I know she's on a fucking roll. We're going to talk about her after we're done.
Okay.
All right, baby.
Hey, here.
Hi, Miss Amy. I am so happy to be on panel with you today. How are you?
Fine.
Good. But
Okay.
yeah, I don't
How
think.
about this?
Sorry, I didn't want to cut anybody off. I was gonna say I don't feel like Seth anticipated all the acknowledgement from the internet that he got. I don't think he knows what to do with all this. I think he's going the wrong way with what he's doing, but you can't tell him that. I mean, he's going to ride it out. even if it means off the back of his son.
He doesn't see that he's wrong, Heartland. He thinks that this is his right.
Yeah.
In my opinion, he feels like the more he does out here is that's what he's showing is what he's fighting for his son.
Right.
That's and I kind of understand it, because when you're powerless in a situation and then suddenly you get a little bit of power, i.e. people on the internet are paying attention to you, you're going to go and do the same thing, right?
Right, but at what point do you see a total stranger that you never met before, like Bullhorn Betty, that is going to go to jail on the name of the back of your son, and you're going to support that? If I called somebody, as Tony would say, a sister, the jerk that he is, call Bullhorn Betty a sister and say, she's my sister, we love her, because she is falling on the sword for Sebastion. She's going to jail and ruining her life for this case. Like, what is going on? Like, this is a total
Just saying that, Heartland, do you see the lunacy of all of that? A complete
Yes,
stranger on the internet. I mean, that should show right there her decompensating mental state, that she's willing to martyr herself for a missing boy, and she's martyring herself for all the wrong ways. Because that's not martyrdom. That's actually being a criminal.
Right.
In my opinion.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, a total stranger. And then on top of that, TikTok Tony is sitting there calling strangers on the internet brothers and sisters like he's a cult leader. Is he trying to lead a cult? Is he trying to gain a cult on the internet?
Well, that's religiosity, right?
Gross.
That's the religiosity. That's using religious purposes or religious reasons for manipulative purposes. My brain hasn't fully turned on quite yet, so I may have that backwards, but you're using religion to manipulate. And you know, when somebody calls you brother or sister, you should be like, if they're not somebody that you've been around majority of your life and they're a brand new friend and they start calling you that, like, that's a good sign that they're not going to keep healthy boundaries and maybe run.
Yep. And he's also manipulating everybody. He's manipulating Seth. Oh, I love you, Seth. I don't say I love Sebastion, but I love Sebastion. He's going to be with you, Seth. Bullshit. Bullshit. You don't even know Sebastion. And then on top of that, call bullfuck Betty. That idiot. She's a sister. She leads us. Fuck that. This is a part of the internet I want no part of. This is gross.
Well, welcome to True Crime and Chroma.
But I'm locked in, you know. I have a community. I like you guys. I like being with Queen Bee. I like nonsense. I like burnt toast. And I'm going to follow it through. But this is... And what sucks so bad is there are no laws stopping any of this. There is no law protecting Katie and Chris. But hopefully...
Well, actually there is, because Tennessee has victims' rights, and obviously there is a law that's protecting them because they're going to court, and the wheels of justice spin extremely slow.
Right. It's always slow, and I get that too. I want the best for Katie. My heart really lies with Katie today. I really don't feel like she did anything. I really feel like she's just as lost. I feel like everybody is coming down on her. Even if she did do anything wrong, there's no proof out there that she did anything. And the internet is like ripping her apart. It just makes me sick. I don't understand how people get off on ripping other people apart and
This is the
dogging
way
them.
it's been for as long. They do this in every case. There's half the people out here that need to have a bad guy to hunt. And because the last person was the mother, i.e., there's your bad guy.
Right.
And they've done this in every case.
Yep.
Every case the internet gets involved in. But we should listen to this video.
I'll be quiet. I'm off my soapbox now. I got out what I wanted to say. That's how I feel about that.
Well, it's fine. We'll get it started. I think Queen just we'll get started. I think your feelings are just basically how a lot of people feel, you know. But you know,
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing, Heartland. I wasn't trying to dismiss your feelings by any means because
Oh,
your
no.
feelings are valid.
I
Your
agree. Thank you, voices.
absolutely valid. I was
That's-
not trying to diminish, dismiss any of that. I was hoping to help validate your feelings that they are valid, and for you to understand that this is what has happened out here for as long as I've been out here too.
Right.
yeah, I mean, you got a lot of people that, unfortunately, this is not really what the intended purpose of a true crime channel like True Crime was supposed to be. It was supposed to be where you go into deep dives into cold cases, or you talked about the facts of a case, and now it's became, and then it spanned to speculation, and then it spanned to rumors and drama. And that's what we're at right now. And unfortunately, that is the level that you're seeing from this type of thing. Yeah, and it gets views, unfortunately, and that's what it does. I mean, and then when you try to combat the rumors and drama, they call you a hate channel.
Right.
Oh God, that is so true. That is so freaking true.
You know, and that's just an unfortunate situation. And
Right.
you know, and we'll see what happens in the future. Personally, I like to hope for the best, but most likely, you know, mainstream media is latching onto it, and they like the views that they're getting from it, like Court TV and all these other channels, and they're feeding into it. I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. I see most likely there's going to be an acceleration until, you know, someone either passes a law or someone gets hurt and forces a law to be passed, and that's how it goes.
Right.
So it is what it is.
Yeah. And that's another thing. Court TV, I thought Court TV was pretty reputable. I don't believe that anymore.
No, I mean, they're going for the quick views, man, because
Mhm.
it gets you a lot of money. It's just how
Right.
it is. I mean, that's how it goes.
Yeah. I'm not going to follow Court TV anymore. If I find a case that I'm really into and they stream it, I might follow that. But other than anything coming from Court TV's mouth, I'm not touching it. Nope.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think it's a sad situation.
When Vinnie Politan is friends with Marissa, I don't really want to follow you anymore after that.
Yeah, well, he's kind of just jumping into conspiracy angle with his channel and stuff like that, and that's just my opinion on it.
Right.
And unfortunately, he's just I don't see he's just seeing what's in easy views. That's all.
Right.
That's pretty much it. You know, so we'll see. Honestly,
Right. But Court TV always gets like the good cases. Like they are the only ones that get access, you know?
I mean, like you could, but I think they mostly they mostly just get cases that are trending, you know, and they've done that. But they've also kind of heard things.
One crime does the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, I said what I wanted to say, so I'm going to drop off. I will be in chat. I will be listening. But that's basically what I wanted to say. My heart hurts for Katie and Seth too. It hurts for everybody. It hurts for the Proudfoots. It hurts for the Bower Sox. I hope we find Sebastion. And that's what matters.
Absolutely.
And all this other crap, I can't stand it. All this going back and forth on the internet bullshit over a missing child. Knock it the fuck off. Stop it.
Yeah, it's pretty shitty. I appreciate you coming up here too. I'm gonna keep it moving, baby. Mystic Butterfly, thank you for the $3 super sticker. Little Shoe did $50 super sticker. Traveling for work, but always listening. Thank you so much, love. Tribal Gal, $5 super sticker. We all wouldn't want to be here right now if it wasn't for Sean causing all this bullshit. Absolutely, absolutely. We ready to get back to the video?
Yeah, yes.
We're like 50 seconds in before Heartland came up, and I wanted to show her respect and let her finish what she was wanting to get out. So I was just giving her time. My birds are loud, as you hear now. So
They're happy this morning.
they're annoying as fuck this morning. But anyhow, that's why I stayed muted, because they are on their fucking soapbox as well in that motherfucker. So anyhow, we're going to keep it going. All right, I'm restarting from the beginning here. Here we go.
At 11:17 a.m. on February 26, 2024, Sebastion Rogers was reported missing from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Sebastion was last seen in his bed at the age of 15 years old and recently just turned 16 while still missing from his parents. Sebastion had been diagnosed with autism and 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome, a rare condition that impacts his development and behavior, meaning he needed extra care. Sebastion's father, Seth Rogers, and at the time his mother, Katie Rogers, split a long time ago, but the relationship between them has remained strained ever since. Custody battles, accusations of abuse, and an overall tense family environment makes the situation even more complex. Sebastion was last seen at his mother's house and was expected to return to his father's house right before this event happened. The mother, Katie Rogers, remarried to a man by the name of Chris.
So some little misinformation real fast. Actually, Katie, Seth, and Chris had a half-assed decent parenting relationship. From what I heard, actually, Chris and Seth got along better than, Sean and Katie did. So for them to say that it was strained, I really don't believe that. I believe it became strained when Sebastion went missing and Sean ran his fucking mouth and immediately started accusing Katie, in my opinion.
Proudfoot. Chris Proudfoot became the stepfather of Sebastion. There are also concerns over the disciplinary methods used by Chris Sebastion's stepfather, who allegedly used a belt for punishment. This has sparked questions about what life was really like for Sebastion.
See, and I feel like that's important to put in there, but it's also important to put in there the life that he lived with, with Katie and Sean before the split, because Sean also states that he had CPS called on him. He also states that he was going to take Sebastion swimming and he didn't get ready, which I have the clip pulled up and ready to go. And he pulled back ripped the blankets off of him, and he was laying there naked playing his game. Instead of encouraging him to get up and get dressed and get ready, he proceeded to put his swimming trunks on and walk back and forth in front of the room and taunt him about getting his room cleaned and how he was going to go swimming and have fun without him because he wouldn't clean his room. To which, then Sebastion got upset, allegedly stepped on a Lego and was leaving the room to go out to talk to Katie. And according to Sean, he just happened to fall right into Sean's hand and smacked his face off Sean's hand. But the report states differently. Sebastion went and told his mom that he was smacked across the face by Sean, allegedly. To to which then an OP was filed, and then they went to court after that. So I believe Tiffany Marie has the whole report on her channel. I'll go pull it.
At home. Seth Rogers, Sebastian's real dad, has been highly active in the search for his son, though he's been vocal about the lack of communication between him and the rest of the family. The day before Sebastion Rogers' disappearance, Sebastion and his mother went to Texas Roadhouse for a meal, and in the surveillance camera footage shows his mother acting very strange, even looking up at the cameras multiple times.
At a Texas Roadhouse in Hendersonville, Tennessee, the day before he vanished. His mother was seen taking photos of him and then sending them to somebody. Now, looking at this video,
she's looking suspect right now.
Yeah, she's
suspect.
looking. Yeah, what is going on?
Bro? What is this?
And see, I wish we was here to have a discussion. I wish they was here to have a discussion with this, because what is suspicious about this? I mean, what is suspicious? If Sean had his last dinner with Sebastion, I'm sure we could have said the same thing, you know, but I mean, he only had him, you know, every other weekend, maybe 2 weekends out of the month. So, I mean, there wasn't very many of these kind of things that went on, in my opinion. So we don't have anything like this to judge Sean on his last meal. So I'm kind of curious, what's so strange about this YouTube streets? I'm kind of curious.
Bro, she looks like she is on, like she's on. Yo, bro, let me calm down. Whew. This shit is crazy. Yo, bro. And he looks high functioning, bro. He looks like he's aware of shit. He looks like he knows something's up, but he don't know.
Well, actually, he's looking down at his food, and he is high functioning. He's very smart. He is extremely smart, and I'm sure he probably doesn't see anything going on because he's eating his food while his mom is looking for the waitress. I mean, I guess I don't know what else. I don't know how people see other things in this. I mean, I guess if you want to see other things, you're going to. But in my opinion, this is a mom eating dinner with her son in a restaurant, and it was put out to further spin a narrative. And this is just my opinion only.
Just stop that. Stop with the logic and reason. That's not. There's no place for that on YouTube True Crime. There's no place.
I don't understand. I mean, it just looks so suspicious. I mean, he's looking down at his food, eating. She's looking for a waitress. Yes, it looks like a totally suspicious scene, doesn't it?
What we need here is this video with creepy music from a horror movie, and then just slow it down, her looking around, and then we just speculate that she's looking for the green hoodie man to give the hand signals to meet up and kidnap Sebastion in part of a grand conspiracy. You know, we need that. We need that a little bit.
I don't even know about if they even go into all that. But what I'm saying is I'm kind of curious as to what they see is so suspicious about this. Like I said, I wish they were here to have a conversation with us about why it's so suspicious, because he does sound like he's pretty intrigued by this. So
yeah, but I was just using that as like, you know, how the usual like some true crime channels act.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. Like that's how they draw them in, is use something very innocent as suspicious. So and I really would. I would love to pick their brain to see maybe we're missing something because we've looked at this so many times. So I would love to find out what they're seeing that we're not seeing.
Question. Where's which is her cup and which is Sebastion's cup where he's drinking from? Maybe she's looking for the waiter to refill her drink.
Listen, they're at Texas Roadhouse. Do you know how good the buns are, the rolls that come with the honey butter? Oh my goodness. Like that is like dessert in and of itself.
We solved the mystery. The mystery of the honey buns. Speaks my language of sarcasm. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like that's what I think. Like people look into shit too much, man. They look for anything, and it's like, in the end of the day, it's like it could be just the simplest reason, like Occam's razor. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing that, but it's like, so usually the most simplest explanation is the truth. She could be just looking for a refill for a drink or on the bill, not like some sort of mysterious handoff to someone. I know it's not exciting and it's not going to get the views, you know, but sorry. I guess I've failed you. Sorry about that. I don't see anything in this where I'd be like, yep, she's going to hand off to the kidnapper. You know? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe, you know, YouTube Streets see something I don't. I don't see it. We can continue. I'm sorry. I'll stop talking. Or not. I mean, you could just hit the play button. When you know, I'll just shut up immediately. When you hit the play button, I'll just fill up the dead air. Let me see.
You're the best, B-Tim. I was not wanting to add to the...
Who got this video to begin with? Well, I know it was put on Dog's channel, Dog Bounty Hunter's channel. Then, you know, Coffindoffer comes out and looks at it. I don't know. I think most likely, I don't know who really got it first. I don't know if Dog got it. I don't know if Nick got it. I don't know. I really don't. To be honest with you, I don't know if Coffindoffer got it. I just don't know. To be honest with you. You know?
Yeah.
I just don't know. We'll figure it out eventually, but till that day comes, we don't know.
Well, and people have to realize this video is very grainy. It's not a clear, so we're not going to notice like the fine details. So if his head is down and his lips are moving, he can have his head down, focused on his meal, and still be speaking.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think people look at this video a little bit too much. But we're ready to play, Queen, if you want to play more.
I said that too, True Crime Squirrel Girl. I said that too. I mean, she's being very aware of her surroundings. Have you ever been in the Texas? I mean, think about the last time you were in a Texas Roadhouse. It's loud. There's movement. There's people all around. Hell,
yeah.
No, if there was a birthday party, do you know that they come out and they do a line dance and sing happy birthday? How do we know that that's not going on over there and that's what she's looking at?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of times these people just try to look for anything. It's just like when the human mind tries to make sense of a senseless situation. And that's usually what happens with a lot of true crime channels, where they try to make sense. Like, it's frustrating to sit here and be like, what the hell happened? We all would like answers. I would like answers. And you get frustrated and you start looking for signs and patterns and everything. Oh, Queen, you got a super chat from Little Shoe for $50, by the way, Queen.
Oh, Little Shoe, that's super nice.
When she gets back, I'll tell her. Yeah, I mean, people are looking for patterns because they are desperate for answers. And unfortunately, there are no answers that we have. It's it's a frustrating situation for a lot of people. And we will see. But, you know, I think that though a lot of channels, you know, do it disingenuously, where they're not thinking logically, because it's easy views, man. It's very easy views to play the conspiracy card, you know?
Well, absolutely it is.
Oh, Little Shoe donated.
We have two people that want to come up real quick.
Oh, by the way, Little Shoe donated. Hey, how you doing? Little Shoe donated $50, Queen.
Yeah, I said thank you.
Oh,
I've seen it and said thank you already. What's up, William?
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm just sitting here, chilling there with my dog and relaxing. I was here earlier, but you were busy. Yeah, you had other people. You said in a queue or something. I'm not.
What?
I'm not
sorry?
flashing porn. Yeah.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Yeah, I'm not here to flash porn. Okay, I'm just here to have fun. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas to you. What you got to add to this?
I don't know. I'm just here
Oh,
to
you
watch
don't
and
know?
listen.
You don't know what we're talking about right now?
I do, yeah. I'm just
Oh.
watching, yeah.
Okay, so what you got to add then? What's up?
Just sitting here having a chat.
Okay, honey. You know what? You have a good day. I'm not messing around today. Hey, what's up? Smart time. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, baby? What you got to add?
Not much. I've never done this before, so I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. You're up here with us.
If I
Your
do
mic's
something
on.
wrong.
I'm sorry.
This is just this whole situation. It's crazy.
Yeah. You mean the whole case in general, like the
Yeah, the whole
overall? Yeah.
situation is crazy. I don't understand how people don't see how ugly that they're being to his mom. It's his mom.
Yeah, it's his mother. I mean, most people, love their mothers. You know what I'm saying? If for people to treat her the way they do, I'm sure he would be disgusted.
And some of the things that they say about Chris, they don't know either. There's been so many rumors out and about. No one knows for sure.
Well, hell, even when Chris and Katie come out and answer questions, they still don't believe them.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. So, yeah, whatever. I mean, it's counterproductive.
I know they nitpick everything.
Yep, and if they
why
search,
didn't he say this? And why did he say that? And why didn't he say this?
Yep, same thing. That's exactly what they do. Nitpick the fuck out of them. Well, I appreciate you coming up. We're going to get back to the video, baby. You're muted again. I'm not sure if you knew that or...
I think I might be a little behind you, so I'm not sure if my stuff's working right. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think you might have a lag, or did you pause YouTube before you came up here? If not, you're probably still listening to YouTube, which is behind. Yeah, you got a lag. Well, I appreciate you coming up, love. Thank
no,
you
I
so
did
much.
not pause YouTube, so that's probably what it is. Well, thank you for having me up, and maybe next time I will pause YouTube and do it right.
Absolutely. Make sure you pause YouTube before you hit the link, baby doll. Okay, here we go.
What's going on? He looks like he's going through something.
Yeah, why is she so paranoid? Is she looking for the waitress to bring her some lemon for her sweet tea? I don't get it. Like
she's probably on a time schedule. She's probably on the time schedule to drop off or make sure it works out this way. I don't know, but she definitely is on alert for something where.
Wait, homie, what you mean? Hold on. Wait. What you mean, Willis? A drop off, a drop off time. Wait, where did you get that from?
He's fucking military. Do you understand that they are trained to know their surroundings, especially when in a fucking crowd? This pisses me off.
Yeah, I didn't even hear the. I mean, shit. I must, like I said, I'm glad I watched this. I quickly watched this morning. Like, middle of the night, kind of, it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I was like, we're going to go over this because there's a couple things that ain't, beat-in side.
Yeah, like the drop off. I'm like, oh my God. Way to dog whistle, bro. Way to dog whistle, the drop off.
You silly gooses. You've really got
definitely
this
not
wrong.
The waiter, bro. I'm definitely not sitting that erection, and I'm not going to be that stern the whole time waiting for the waiter. I'm going to go back into my composure, talking to my family, and going back to my regular scheduled program. And then when I see or hear the waiter, I'm going to perk up. Hey, boo-boo, come, let me give you my request respectfully. And then, you know, this right here is like, yo, bro, she's up to no good. Super
His
sus.
father
Okay, she
says
got
he
evil
still
eyes,
has
bro.
hope
Look
he'll
at them
be
eyes.
found.
She's up to no good. She's got evil eyes. Damn, y'all just say fuck it. We just gonna dog her the fuck out.
Evil eyes. Okay.
Damn. Damn, bro. I mean, would you like it if somebody just dogged the fuck out of your mom and said she's got evil eyes if this is the last meal y'all had together before you disappeared? Shit, I'd be mad than a motherfucker if I came back and found out people was dogging the fuck out of my motherfucking mom. Shit. Oh, fuck.
You couldn't even see her eyes. This video quality is so grainy and crap-like. You can't even see her eyes.
Yeah. I mean, like, I agree with that. I don't know what they're thinking of.
Yeah, it's wild. This is kind of wild. Shit.
Look at everywhere, bro. She glances at the camera a little bit. You saw that cut? If you really pay attention, she caught the camera.
Week. I'm not saying he hadn't been fed in a week. I'm just saying the way he eats was very, you know.
Yeah, he was definitely taking big bites. I don't know.
Was definitely the way teenage boys eat, especially when they're hungry. That's normal. I mean, coffin doffer, coffin douche. We know you don't realize that, but let us correct you.
That was a part of the autistic, maybe diagnosis. But he definitely seems hunched over, like he's almost like in a protection mode. I kind of eat like that. I don't eat, those big bites, but definitely.
Okay, mom.
See what she did?
Son.
Did you see that little push she gave him? I wish I could. Hold on. Look right here. This is them. She kind of gave him a little push.
Really?
Yeah. It's like a little push towards the direction of the car. It looked like he was veering towards where she was, or he was gonna walk in the direction where she was going, and she kind of gave him a little push. Or was it a?
Wait, now this is the first time I'm hearing of a push. Did we see a push? Does anybody else see a fucking push? Because maybe I'm not seeing it.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
seeing
don't
a
see
push.
I don't see a push, man. It just seems like, bro, like, what the fuck you doing? It's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's
kind of.
Yeah, it's not good, man.
Seems like it's kind of off for these guys because I mean they normally don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't know this.
Well,
I need more coffee for this shit.
I mean, like, in the end of the day, like, I don't understand this thought process that they pull these shenanigans from.
Yeah, they should probably definitely stick to the jail content and the Wade Wilson content. They do a good job with that. This
Is
right
that
here
true?
has too many. They're missing too much and they're accusing way too quick.
Is that another way of saying don't quit your day job?
Yeah.
What's up, just Samantha? You're up here with us. How are you, baby?
Good morning, guys. I'm just
Good
waking
morning.
up, so I'm coming in hot.
Well,
But
good
every time I see this video, it pisses me off because as somebody who my hubs loves a steak, the Roadhouse is right near our Home Depot. We go there constantly. And if this was me in this video, I would be suspect number one because I have like social anxiety. I'm always looking around. And when you're sitting there, you're constantly waiting because Roadhouse has the best butter biscuits. So before your food comes, you're always watching them coming down the aisle. Are they coming to your table? Oh, they're going to the next table. Maybe I'm next. Or when you get your food and the waitress is coming down and she's carrying other food, maybe I'm looking at it like, does that look good? Do I want to try that next? And if I'm feeling talkative or in a good mood and I see a stranger, I'm always going to hold the door. Maybe I'm going to see an old couple and I'm going to say, oh, look at them. They're so cute. Or if I see a kid who's smiley, I might wave to them. I might tell a lady, I love your boots, because a good comment can change a whole person's day. You don't know what they're going through. So when I watch this, it's just a normal mom and son out eating. And the way that it has been torn apart, slowed down, depicted is so crazy to me. And I also have a question as whether or not the Roadhouse has ever released a statement about this video being on YouTube and all of their patrons in the video. Because when I go to my local Roadhouse, I'm for sure going to ask.
Yeah. So you're not planning on dropping off in a kidnapping or anything while you're at your local Roadhouse? Is that what you're saying?
No.
You sure?
I'm pretty
'Cause
positive.
You said you look
Something in
around.
it.
You look around a lot.
Ridiculous. I mean,
Samantha,
come on.
I would be the same way because I am hyper vigilant when I am out in a crowd. I don't like if I go to a concert or something, my hypervigilance is extremely awkward, almost to a point where I will stick out like a sore thumb because I'm too busy watching what everybody else is doing and not watching the show. So I am the same way. They would have me guilty in a heartbeat just if they watched me.
So the buns are good enough to commit a crime for.
Oh, they totally are, B-Tim. And yeah, I mean, I get you're vegan and shit, but like if you were willing to let go of being vegan, I guarantee these buns would be the reason that you let go of being vegan.
Yeah, okay. That will be the next Roadhouse advertisement.
And our restaurant is always jam-packed, so you can't just walk in. If you do, you're probably going to end up sitting and waiting 45 minutes, saying it's a nice day, and you choose to do that. You're going to be outside, you're going to be smoking a cigarette, doing whatever you're doing, just waiting. Or what we do is we make a reservation and then we get there in about 30 minutes. And still, what do we have to do? We have to sit in the parking lot. I usually, like I said, I'll have a cigarette. I'll walk around. Maybe I will talk to a stranger, and then you'll get a text message to your phone saying, "Oh, your table's ready. Come in." And even when we go in, there's still people outside the door hanging around because now you have Uber Eats. So they're in and out. There's people sitting in the little reservation area. And then you have people who just got the text to come in who are in line. Like, it's a very, very busy restaurant. I'm assuming just looking at this video, it's very similar to, like I said, we go all the time. That's why it just like, I see nothing wrong with this video. What about what I asked? Have you guys heard if they ever released a statement? Like, how does this restaurant feel that this video and all of their patrons are just being observed and blasted all over the internet?
No idea. Definitely, it'd be interesting to find out what corporate's take is on that.
Yeah, for sure. Because especially like Green Hoodie or this man in the yellow jacket. Is he going to be our new suspect or the person who's parked next to them? Like, it's crazy to me.
He's not the Green Hoodie guy was cleared by the police because they had to waste their time.
If Green Hoodie was cleared, I'm sure Orange Jacket has been cleared also.
Okay. How about Purple Jacket? Is Purple Jacket cleared? Or gray jacket?
I don't see purple and gray, but I bet that person over here in the left-hand corner, look down by that white truck in the back. There's a person in that parking lot. I bet that person's been cleared too. Law enforcement seems to have been doing a bang-up job in this. You know, they don't have to tell us all of their findings, but people are out here forcing law enforcement's hand to force them to come out and make statements. You do know that law enforcement doesn't like it when the public does that.
Interesting.
This channel I followed when they first started covering the Wade shit. I do believe they are a newer channel. And I said before, because I know they came up, we were talking about them before, when they had a little strike war with Duty Ron and we're calling him out. And then they ended up apologizing. And they also had to apologize for putting out misinformation. Now, I'm not clear on what that misinformation was, but they did like on their community page and they apologized. So this is going to be another shit show. And I saw that they said, "Oh, we're going to release the Sebastion Rogers video." And I wrote right in the comments, like, why? Is it for the drama, the clicks, and the views? Because this case is already circus and you're not going to do anything good, you know?
Well, to be fair, I mean, like, anyone can cover any case. I mean, even if it's like chock full of drama. I mean, like, even if it's like, even if they're doing it for the views, like they want to do it for the views, as long as they do it correctly, like they stick to the facts and they try to, like, you know, be fair. That's what I say. Like, you know, at the end of the day, like, you know, if you say, well, you know, you're covering this case because of views. It's like, yeah, that's YouTube. A lot of channels do that. Are we going to condemn like 95% of channels that do that? My only problem is when you do like salacious coverage of something to increase those views, to get that conspiracy angle people coming in. That's my problem. It's how you cover it, not because of what the reason why you cover it. You know what I mean? Like if you come into this case and you say, well, there's like 20, 30,000 people who will watch this video. That's fine. But if you come into the case because you come into the case and you're like, okay, I want to increase the views by just making it look like the mother did something because she's looking for honey buns or whatever the hell buns you're all talking about, then that's the problem I have. You know what I mean? I know some people would disagree with me. They say, well, you should, why would you ever cover a case for just views? It's like, well, I'm sorry. I wish we lived in a purist world. But
I'll give you an example, Tim, though. Like they already were in trouble and had to apologize for the misinformation, the situation with Duty Ron, who a lot of creators respect. And then they were just like pumping out Zav Girls channel, and they had no idea about the situation with the little boy. So in my opinion, I don't believe that they do their research well. And as Queen continues to play this video, it's probably going to prove to us,
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, to your point, I would say I wouldn't go after a channel just because they go after a case because of views. Because then, we would be guilty of that sometimes too in some situations. But you should go after how they cover it. And right now, what they're doing is pure conspiracy and speculation and not fact driven. They're trying to do understanding the body language of someone where they don't have any clue. They're not experts in reading body language. They did not serve in any sort of capacity in body language reading, and they're trying to, detect if someone's hungry or not, or how much they're stuffing in their mouth. Like you don't know if like they've had a long day where they were just traveling around. They just wanted to save up to have a large meal. Like sometimes if I'm going to a restaurant, if we're traveling throughout the day, sometimes I will skip lunch so I can eat that extra, for calorie wise, and be like, oh wow, I can indulge myself a little bit more by skipping this little tiny lunch, or have like a light lunch. I do that in other times. It's like, like you don't know. There's things you just don't know about the pattern behavior of someone by just watching a 15-minute video. And that's the problem. That's the thing where a lot of these people fall into. Coffindoffer falls into that area. These people fall into it. It's speculation where you don't have all the facts of the case or all the facts surrounding these people. And it will end mostly 99% of the times you being wrong because you don't have all their facts. And I also think these people are newer content creators, and a lot of times when you start out new, you make a lot of amateurish mistakes. I did that too. I guarantee you, if you went to earlier times I was on this channel or earlier times I was doing live streams, you would see that I would have made multiple mistakes where I would just like hit my head like this, like, oh my God, I must have been a fucking idiot saying that back then. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just, that's my 2 cents on that.
No, I understand completely what you're saying. Well, I'm gonna step down. I feel like I'm calling these little bumblebee rants. So thank you, Queen. But good morning, everybody, and I will go back to chat. But as I stated, this video drives me crazy because I explained why. I feel I would be number one suspect. Thank God I don't live in Tennessee or go to this roadhouse.
As we know, you could be. You could be. We'll have to check.
Sam, I look the same way, except for I drive 350 miles to get to the Texas Roadhouse. So, I look like a really creepy stalker when I arrive.
Yeah, and you never finish your dinner. Why? Because you're filled up on those damn buns that they give you before your meal comes.
Yep. And that's how they get you out faster. They get all the buns and all the soda, so all that just expands in your stomach, and then they just bring your food and a to-go box.
You got it. All right. Thank you, Queen. Thank you, B. Tim. Thank you, Voices. I'll be in chat. Bye, guys.
Well, thank you, just Samantha. I appreciate that. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. Here we go.
It might not have been a push, or maybe tripped or something.
Instead of trying to find a 15-year-old boy and return him safely to home, This has turned into some kind of spectacle for the amusement of different content creators. Seth Rogers, the father of Sebastion, calls out Chris Proudfoot, the stepdad.
And Chris Proudfoot, if you're listening to this, you can't hold that over my head. I told you. And I don't give a fuck who knows. It's your fault. It's your and your wife's fault. You guys don't deserve to be around kids.
Multiple reports online say that Chris has had CPS reports against Sebastion. Seth Rogers said that SF Investigates was going to release these reports, and SF Investigates respond and said Seth is a liar, and even says he blocked him months ago. The stepdad, Chris Proudfoot, has even addressed these allegations.
Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastion got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was. Sebastion went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastion getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastion didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastion, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastion, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble.
A YouTube content creator who calls herself an investigative journalist has been ordered to stop reporting on the family of Sebastion.
Here we go with the Bullhorn Betty. We got 3B Tims up here. Is this one you?
Oh, sorry. I hit it twice because like I had a brown out and I basically just, it automatically restores the previous one that was up. So sorry about that.
Yeah, because I would say your one was up here and then you popped up and then you popped up again.
Yeah.
Then we also have Irish back here. He's wanting to help with something. I'm not sure. Here, we'll pull him up here. What's up, Irish? How are you?
Yeah. I'm not B Tim.
I know you're not. How are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fine, thanks. How are you, Kim B?
Weren't you just up here under the name William?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, what you got to add, bud? What's going on?
Yeah, I want to say B Tim is a bitch.
Oh, you're so sweet. You came up to show us love, didn't you?
Does he hang out? Does he hang out?
You too.
Does he hang out?
Little bitch that was just up here. Here we go.
Yeah. Is he the same? Is he the same? Wait.
Chris, along with Chris's parents, have accused YouTube content creator Andra Griffin, aka Bullhorn Betty, of stalking and harassing them. Betty eventually gets arrested for violating these requests. This is just one of many moments of this clown show that dilutes the real intentions of finding Sebastion Rogers. Now Christmas just passed and Sebastion is somewhere out there. Will Sebastion be found in 2025? The search continues.
Well, hopefully he will be. But if you think we have any time for trolls or respect anybody that's going to come up during a video of a missing autistic boy and scream out something about a little bitch, the only little bitch would be you.
Yeah, I was about to say, does he hang out with Josh? Anyway, that was my only response to that.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't really give a fuck.
But I would, you know what's interesting about this case?
You don't have shit for you. You got shit for brains to do some shit, but okay.
Yeah, I would like to say, like with this video is that it seems like Sebastion kind of reported things that even like Seth and Chris kind of agree on, that he would over-report things, like, you know what I mean? Like kind of, you know what I mean? Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Yes, it definitely sounds like he knew how to weaponize CPS.
Yeah, so to me, it's an interesting link that these two kind of agree on. Seth and Chris agree that he would like kind of go to CPS and like, you know, report to the teacher.
Well, I was going to say he wouldn't go to CPS. He would report to the teacher, and the teachers are mandated reporters, which I think he got to like the point where he knew if he told the teachers, they would make a visit to home.
Yeah, thank you for the correction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what I think, and that's a very interesting thought process. It's you know, that's
Well,
pretty interesting.
I got to thinking last night, teenagers can be very manipulative as well if they learn from their parents. If they learn to lie and they learn to be manipulative, they will use things like that when they get in trouble. Or if he gets in trouble at his mom and dad or mom and stepdad's, and he knows for a fact that his dad will not punish him, he's gonna want to go over there.
You know, and also it kind of could.
It's the same thing. Kids that.
Yeah, and it could also
smart. I don't know why people think that just because he had autism, he's not smart. That pisses me the fuck off so goddamn bad. I can't stand it. He is very fucking smart.
It also could explain why there might be, like, they always say like 5 CPS reports, 5. This could be, you know, if there haven't been confirmed, by the way. There's been no confirmation really. But if there was multiple CPS reports, this could be one of the reasons where he kind of like tells the teacher and then it you know, embellishes to the teacher, and then it comes back and they have to investigate. You know what I mean? That could be the situation. You know what I mean? I'm just spitballing here as a theory, and this is pure speculation.
Right.
Well, that's just a theory or a hypothesis, actually, not a theory, because it's not much.
Eddie, you're up here with us.
Hi, it's just a quick 2-second thing. Am I right in thinking Nick or Dog come out and said that they had the full video?
Full video what?
Of the Texas Roadhouse meal.
Coffin did.
Coffin did.
She has other video footage from that night from the Texas Roadhouse that she has not released.
I'd like to know if they can release the full one, because I think that would be more telling that Katie's done absolutely nothing
I'd like
wrong.
to know why they didn't in the first place.
Well, this is it. I can remember. I think it was Texas Roadhouse who released the video, but I could be wrong on that. It was either Texas Roadhouse or the police. I'm sure it was, but I could be wrong.
Well, the Texas Roadhouse released it to the police and obviously to Coffindoffer because, in my opinion, she probably said, I'm a retired FBI agent and we're looking into this case. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know for a fact. I can't state that for a fact, which again, here, let me go ahead and just run my disclaimer real fast. Please do not show hate to anyone mentioned in this live stream. Anything stated in this live stream is stated as opinion unless we say for a fact. Please do your own research and form your own opinions. Do not show anybody hate. Do not reach out to anyone and do not stalk anyone mentioned in this live stream. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but that was it. I was just wondering if they could just release the full video, because I think that put more context in it and stop these.
I think you're right.
Being authenticated, but
yeah, I'm kind of wondering why they didn't in the first place. You know.
Yeah.
But
all right, that was it.
I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
No worries.
I have a theory. The theory would be that they pick the worst. They pick the one where they can manipulate the audience the best. Part of it. You know,
that makes sense.
You know.
Or it could be like what just Samantha was saying with corporate. They're trying to mitigate how many of their customers' faces are put out there. So this is the best that they have, where it's focused in on Katie and Sebastion, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. I shall I'll be in chat.
All righty, love. Thank you for coming up. All right.
Bye.
We'll see you later, baby.
Continues.
All right, YouTube Streets Podcast, man. New Age Plug, you did it again. You already know what it is. We got DVS in the building. So we're going to be touching on something we haven't really touched on yet. Sebastion Rogers, man. And he's a missing child. We're going to have Dave break it down in the beginning. But to me, after reviewing like the mom and the dad, the stepdad, all of this stuff that's going on, I feel like it's lost. Like, where is Sebastion? Like, they're not really out trying to find this kid.
Well, I think they've done a lot. I just think that there's a lot of holes in the story.
I agree. I think they've definitely done a lot, but there's a lot of holes in the story, and there's a lot of the story that you guys obviously are missing. And I just think that's due to them not being around, not being around to see and know the shit that's went on in this case.
I think also I would say that Chris and Katie do a lot of things without being on a video camera, and
Right.
you know, and
They
I
don't
think
need ass pats or super chats. They don't
yeah,
care about that shit. They don't give a fuck to make a channel and, you know, run through the super chats and give ass pats to every creator that runs your fucking narrative, in my opinion.
yeah.
I mean, let's keep it moving. Here we go.
Sure, there's a lot of things that don't add up for me. The mother, the biological father, the stepfather, the whole way that this is actually, you know, been presented. Anybody looking at this can tell that there is something that is not right. I've heard different allegations and allegedly this and allegedly that, and it seems to show in past history and behavior patterns from the mother and the stepfather that they're willing to bite off the nose despite the face. It's almost like if we can't have them, you can't either kind of situation.
EVS, you can actually put yourself in the point of the shoes of somebody that had a missing child. I mean, last year, you know, Clancy was missing. She ended up getting found. Everything, she came home safe, but you had that feeling of like, oh crap, I don't know where my girl is.
Well, yeah, you know, it's not a good feeling, and it's not something that you want to, you know, let keep on going. The longer it goes on, the more things that could possibly happen, right? So I knew, you know, not from watching 48 hours or nothing like that, but I knew that there was, you know, there's a window period of really getting things done the way, you know, you need to in order to find the person that you're looking for. And the police, the missing persons unit, detectives, everybody that was on the case, they pushed it to the side. You know, they treated it like a, you know, just an average runaway. I actually had to go and do the footwork myself and start, you know, really going into Instagrams and hounding people and really putting up that poster. You know, a lot of help from everybody else, and
Actually, the posters came from Chris and his parents. Listen. BJ's over here taking a nap, okay?
I hear it. Her breathing's getting better though. The dog sounds actually the dog actually sounds has better breathing than Brittany actually while sleeping. That's kind of scary actually. The dog is literally like, you know, has like no existing outer mouth or anything like that. Like, and yet it sleeps better than Brittany. That's not good for Brittany. I will say this about this interview, that how do you know the behavior of someone where you only maybe watched an hour and a half of YouTube, or maybe 2 hours of YouTube interviews? Like, how do you know someone's entire life with just that?
Well, we don't, and that's a great point, because we don't know anything. We have nothing to base who Chris and Katie and Seth are prior to Sebastion going missing, because prior to him going missing, they were private people.
Right. Very private.
Right. Like they were not in the public eye like this. So you take somebody at the worst, darkest moment of their fucking life, and then you shine the public spotlight on them, and you expect them to act the way you want them to act. And they're just doing the best they can to breathe and make it minute to minute. Like, I can't get on board with judging these families. I get Seth presents, and what we see of him, it presents really shitty. That's what we see.
Yeah, I mean, like what I see from Seth is an individual that, you know, wants to blame other people for mistakes in his life, and he blames Katie for Sebastion's disappearance. And I think that a lot of that is, you know, that's kind of normal in a missing person's case. You blame the last person. This person was lost in your watch. But I think it's really, really amped up by social media and the people around him. And, you know, I think that's what you see with Mr. Seth Rogers. Now, I think there's also, he's also seeing that he can make monetary money from this, like make a lot of monetary gain, I should say. And that's what you see also. And he also sees that when he goes online, he gets a lot of people that say, oh, he's doing this all for Sebastion. So like the more he goes online, the more encouragement he gets, and thus more money. And you know what I mean? And it's kind of like, I don't know if that's really good for a missing persons case, especially in the future, because a lot of people don't want to go on social media because they feel as though social media is a net negative for their case. And this is, there's been many many people in missing persons cases that decided not to go to social media, and somehow the public thinks that makes you guilty. Like you should just jump on every single channel and cry and do interviews and stuff like that. And to me, that seems more performative than actually helpful to a case. That's more performative to an audience. And to me, sometimes that actually kind of points to you being a little suspect, in my opinion, when you do things like that. Thou protestest most is the thoughts I usually have with that. And usually that's my opinion on that. For instance, Gavin Stouch. What was the woman's name who murdered Gavin Stouch? I'm trying to remember her name. Voices you remember.
Yeah.
Letitia. Didn't she jump on YouTube a bunch of times with a bunch of interviews and stuff like that?
I don't think she did YouTube, but I know she did a shit ton of interviews with the news, like with her back turned towards the camera, and she was just acting very sketch.
Yeah, and also but she also was on YouTube. I think she did like interviews on YouTube or Facebook or something. And she did live streams where she jumped on as well, and people review that, I think. And like that's
crazy. That is crazy.
Well, look at Stacey Wandra.
Without that, I don't think it would have been able to be done. But it's something that you got to do, and it's how much you want it. So, you're gonna get out of it what you put into it. But it's not an easy task, and gotta have a lot of willpower to make sure you do what you got to do. Because the what ifs and the sorrows and all that, like what he's doing right now, I think he's doing the best he can. He's making it known. I don't believe he has anything to do with it. I think he's genuinely looking for his son, and he's trying his best. He's doing the best he can with what he has. I'm gonna be real with you, Blog. I'm gonna ask some nitty gritty questions, man. I'm gonna get in there and I'm gonna ask the question that nobody's fucking asking. I want to know about what this character of this lady really is. What is she really like? How vindictive? How spiteful? What do you really think is going on? Let's be real, because I think people need to fucking hear it. You know what I mean? It's tiptoeing and pussyfooting around and what's up? We got a platform. Let's go see what it really is happening, because it seems like he has some shit to say. It's just he just doesn't know how to fucking say it. It's not being pulled out of him. Because, bro, shit is super suspect, bro. This whole case is super wild. It's got a stench on it.
Sebastion comes home, and you can have him Christmas morning.
That would be wonderful. That would have been wonderful. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and he also missed his birthday as well. Why he's been missing. So, what are we doing now? I seen a lot of work was done the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months. What's going down right now, though? Is there still search parties?
From the last time I heard that there was something with the dogs lost the scent. There's a lot of things that are like, how does this even take place? Because for one, when you have a child that's autistic or on the spectrum, you have to take the precautions to make sure that they're safe at every moment, even when you're not around, whether that's the bathroom or their room or whatever. Right? It's almost like baby proof in the house all over again, but you know the limitations of your child, right? So for her to have this window period of not knowing what the capabilities of what it is that he did or where he went or how he got to how he went missing, this has to be either something that was set up or something that has been taking place before, and she just didn't, or she used it to her advantage. Because I don't see this being like an accident. It just seems like
Now, see, I feel like there's a lot of accusations going on here, and things that obviously they're not.
They don't know.
Either listening or watching, they don't know. Yeah. So
Yeah, I mean, that statement right there is a problem because Seth left his kid home for 12 hours when he went to work. So it's like you're making statements like that, then you can easily say Seth had something to do with it. And also when you say that there's an issue of vindictiveness and that he doesn't want to say, well, they obviously didn't hear the pizza story about how Seth basically remembered this guy from years ago and threw his pizza on the floor and gave it to him and did some other things to the pizza and gave it to him just out of vindictiveness. And another issue that they don't quite understand is that Mr. Seth Rogers might not want to get into too much details because it might be self-incriminating to him, since he's made a lot of self-incriminating details about his relationship with Katie. Let's just say that much. And
how about the man speaking is the one who had the child that went missing last year? And it sounds like a lot of projection from his own situation and his own circumstances, because he has zero to base Katie off of. And there are other interviews out here. These guys are late to the game. Do you see the interviews they're referencing? They're not even referencing the original interviews that were done with Chris and Katie that are out here.
And I bringing those points up because I didn't want to bring them up just to throw shit at Mr. Seth Rogers. I want to bring that up as that doesn't mean you're guilty, because I don't think Seth Rogers has anything to do with the disappearance. But based upon their logic, that would make Seth Rogers guilty. Because their logic would be, well, you must have planned something if you left your kid alone by himself. Well, Seth Rogers would have to go to work, and I don't shit on him for that. He needs to work. So he has to leave his kid home, for hours. He had some days he had 12-hour shifts or something, like, I don't know. So he left his kid alone for 12 hours, and he would be alone for 12 hours by himself in the house.
How are we supposed to critique Chris like this when Chris wasn't even there and it was confirmed?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the problem when you think like that. You don't know all the facts of the case, so you naturally assume some sort of negativity to it. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
All right, here we go.
you should have known better, lady. Respectfully.
It's just not fair.
You know that old saying, life isn't fair, but you have to live with it. You have to make out of the way. You know, when I call you up and ask you what you're doing, it brings a little bit of normalcy.
No, that echo is bad. Seth,
If you're not doing it.
I feel bad, man. I feel real bad.
Dog the Bounty Hunter has now joined the search for Sebastion. Dog has raised the reward for information on Sebastion's whereabouts to $250,000. Dog has worked with Sebastion's biological father to bring the case back into the public eye. Now, at the same time this happened, Dog the Bounty Hunter joined Seth Rogers and Bullhorn Betty to file a preliminary injunction against several people who have joined the search for the teenager. Fisher states in the opposition that he is the only licensed investigator involved in the search, and at Night Media, Dog the Bounty Hunter's company, has yet to set foot in Tennessee and use
right there. They say Dog's company at Night Media. Do they know something? What is that background noise? It's like flapping or clipping or like clapping.
It happens when B-Tim unmutes. It's like he's got a loose wire or something that's close to it.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what the
maybe is it? It's still going on, or is it good now? Is it better?
Well, it happens when you unmute. It goes tick, 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 tick. It's because you've got either a loose wire or some wires, or you've got something running on.
Okay, let me Let me unplug and replug. Let me just rejoin and see if I can fix
All
it.
right, so you do your thing. We'll wait for you.
Give me a second.
All right.
I thought it was only me that could hear it. That's why I didn't say anything.
No, I could hear it, but it was real low, and I thought it was coming from you. And then I was like, "Fuck, is that coming from me? What is that?" Because StreamYard's been fucking up since they fixed it, and it's what I mean.
Oh God, fixed it my ass.
Terrible.
Nope,
God,
it was me, Tim. I've been sitting over here muted, coloring, listening.
While we're waiting on B Tim, though, somebody came up in the back, and I'm not going to mention her name, but I will say this: Heartland Honey, if you're still in here. She came up to leave a message, and she said this was to you as well. So if you're still in here and you're listening by chance, or even if you're in the bushes listening, this is what she had to say. Oh, B Tim, you're back.
Is it better now, or are you still having issues?
I mean, I only hear it once in a while when you mute and unmute, so I can let you know as soon as I hear it again.
Okay, well, I'll fix it.
Sounds fine now. I mean, I don't hear it at all now. So
okay,
I don't hear it now.
Okay, good.
Was it like a nonstop? It was like running nonstop, or just when he got ready to?
No, it just was every time he'd mute or unmute, and as soon as he
Like
talked, it'd go away.
As I said, that's the only time I heard it, so I didn't know if it was like going off and I didn't hear it. I'm sorry, but here's this message. So I want to read this before we start this again. It says, "As a mother of a child who was abducted, as well as a mother whose son has been diagnosed with stage 4 terminal cancer, I too have cried for KP. When it gets to be too much for me, I shut down. I'll go watch something else. I don't talk on here like I used to, but I really do love and enjoy Queen Bee as well. Stand strong. I pray Sebastion will be home soon or be found soon. My child was after being gone for 14 months. It took time, but she has almost completely forgotten what trauma she's endured." So that was a message to Heartland Honey. All right, here we go.
Unlicensed personnel and illegal tactics to gain information in cases. Seth Rogers and Dog the Bounty Hunter claim the two and anyone else launching their own search efforts was an obstruction and were actually interfering in the search. When in reality, if you want Sebastion home, the more the merrier looking for him. Some people don't have nobody looking for them at this moment. Their illegal activities as unlicensed investigators should not be protected, and granting an injunction would harm the public interest by silencing critical reporting on a matter of public concern. One person stopped looking for Sebastion altogether, and her name is Robin, the grandmother of Sebastion.
Now, see, I thought it was interesting that they added this into here, because we just talked about this yesterday. It's very odd. Seth's own mother and his family don't support him. Robin's completely disappeared.
Rogers. Before she disappeared, she put this post out saying that the Proudfoots passed all of the polygraph tests. JLR Investigates has also reported that Seth is fleeing Tennessee and moving to Oklahoma. Seth Rogers did a live stream, had a malfunction, and they are speculating that he is in Tony Mathis's house instead of being in Tennessee, which Tony Mathis lives in Oklahoma. JRL's reasoning Seth fled the state is because he's getting sued by a woman named Texana for misusing the funds to find his son Sebastion Rogers. Also, the mom, Katie Proudfoot, just lawyered up today and plead the fifth on the disappearance of her own son.
Where's her lawyer? When did she get a lawyer? Where did that come into play? And can I see some proof of that? Can we check the docket? When did she get a lawyer?
Yeah. No, he's basing it off the text message where like, I'm not going to talk to anyone, when Dog or whatever, whoever contacted her, Nick or someone contacted her in the text message we went through. That's what he's basing that statement on. There's no confirmation there's a lawyer. Even if she had a lawyer, it doesn't mean you're guilty. And Seth has 3 lawyers in the past. Just because you get a lawyer doesn't make you guilty. Just saying. That's why it's not used against you in the court of law. I'll give you an example. They couldn't bring in, I'm going to bring Karen Reed again. They couldn't bring in the Karen Reed phone calls when she called to her lawyer as incriminating against her. They couldn't be like, well, she's trying to contact the lawyer on the day of, the day of they found John O'Keefe's body. Well, they can't bring that into court to be incriminating because it's not supposed to be the case. Having a lawyer doesn't make you guilty. Just saying.
I'm just curious when she got one. When did she get one, and when did she plead the fifth? That's in the packet. Remember, I told you.
Yeah, that's true.
Smiley had it as her thumbnail. She started talking about it. Then boom, Bullhorn Betty had it as her thumbnail. She started talking about it. Now we got videos being made where people are stating it as fact that she has a lawyer and pled the fifth. No, she didn't. That is a fucking blatant lie.
We are going to leave this video here, and we are now in the hunt for Sebastion Rogers. We are only on Team Sebastion, and we want the truth. Where is Sebastion Rogers?
Definitely weird.
Will Sebastion ever make it home, man? Do you think he's alive?
In a perfect world, I would like to think so. But realistically, I don't think so, bro.
I guess we need to put all these eggs in one basket. I believe in these miracles and I believe in magic. Look up to God one more time and this is what I'm asking. Please bring this boy home, help us find Sebastion. He's somewhere out there alone. These parents won't get out their bone. You know he's really cold. I can feel it in my bones. He's not just fucking bones. Can we just get along and bring this precious boy home? Bring this precious boy home. I know that Chris was gonna hit him with that switch. It's kinda weird he disappeared. He didn't have his Nintendo Switch. He had no shoes on. How many times CPS got called to that damn home? People giving up, yeah, they believe that he's long gone. I see they hired a dog, and now the dog is trying to sue anybody involved. I know that Bullhorn Betty was giving blowjobs behind the chili, stupid bitch. Why don't you do your job? Y'all some tragedy pimps. Tragedy pimps. Y'all some tragedy pimps.
Did you hear him say Bullhorn Betty behind the Chili's?
This you need to do a disclaimer on that one just in case with Betty. You know how Betty
Yeah,
is.
this is well, I don't know I don't know if they made this or where this song. I don't know how they got this, where this song came from, but I heard him say that and I was like, oh my god, they've been watching her show or they listened to her when she was talking about it.
Disclaim: we do not agree with the accusations of what Bullhorn Betty was doing behind the Chili's. This is
She made those accusations on her own channel out of her own mouth, so you guys can go watch it over there.
Yeah, I'm not saying nothing about that, but very interesting. Who the hell wrote this song? It's just, oh my god.
I have no idea. I don't know if it was them or if it was like the AI bot or what, but they did pretty good with it.
I mean, I just have one words for them. Welcome to the Rico, because you're probably going to be next in the Rico. I welcome White Boy Lockdown. White Boy Lockdown also to the
He's
Rico.
probably gonna be on there too, yeah.
Yes.
But you know what though? Clue's not on there. I haven't seen her. There's a lot of people that claim they were gonna be having on there that's not on there.
Yeah. Wow.
You know.
That was
Calling
quite
people
interesting.
tragedy pimps when they can't even get the fucking information right, and they come in 10 months after the start out here calling people tragedy pimps when you're putting out mis and disinformation. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that the thing is like there's a lot of information to digest about this case, and you can't really cover this entire all these Seth interviews and everything in one one live stream or two. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of it's got to be like a multi-part thing because you got like what 20 like what say like 8 to 10 interviews with Seth that are at least a few hours long. You have multiple interviews with Katie. You have multiple live streams here and there. I mean, like, I can't imagine you getting all that information in one live stream. Just, I can't. Even if it was like an 8-hour live stream, you know? Play it again. I'm kind of scared if she plays it again, to be honest with you. I don't know what else they're going to say. That might not be good to say on this live stream. Just saying. Kind of scares me a little. At first, I was like, wait a minute. Why are they talking about Chris and talking about the parents not searching? And then they start going in with the bullhorn betting. And I was like, oh my God, this is not good. This is not good.
Well, I left a comment on there. I said Seth hasn't searched in a very, very long time, and the only ones that seem to be out there searching are Cletus, Stephen Crabtree, and Chris himself. So
Yeah.
Seth is welcome to join the search at any time, and they've made that very clear. I know SF made it very clear.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. It's pretty wild.
Alexis
Damn.
is a beautiful song.
Is your dog like? Damn, that dog is loud. Holy fuckaroos!
Yeah, I was gonna say she snores louder than Brittany does. Fuck.
Holy fuck.
She's
I
over here.
can't
She's
hear
telling us
it.
she's sleeping good. Both of them are. Both my girls. They're both knocked out, sleeping good, dreaming of bones and chasing, animals in their dreams. They're having a good old time. Leave them be. Uncle B. Tim, don't you start your shit with them.
Lazy dogs, I swear. Lazy.
Come on
Stop
now.
saying that. You're gonna wake Mason up. No, don't say that.
Lazy dogs that should get jobs or something. I don't know what their jobs would be, but they should get jobs.
Mason's job is being my companion animal. Hush, don't give him any ideas. He'll start charging me. Fuck.
He should charge you.
He does. Have you ever seen the way he looks on a live stream? Your face, if you had to live with me, your face would look like that too.
Jesus Christ. I don't know. I think, like, just getting back to this video, I think that just a lot of things are just missing because they didn't see all the information. And a lot of the stuff they're kind of going with is just a rumor mill stuff, So, it's my opinion. It's my opinion on this matter. What you think? What you think, voices?
I said what I thought. Get the fuck out of here. You want to come in here calling people tragedy pimps. Coming off of the heels of giving nothing but mis and disinformation and outright accusing Katie because you followed some narrative that's 10 months old.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people, that's what's good about, like, that's successful propaganda. That's what happened.
Yep. Like, congratulations. We know that mis and disinformation and smear campaign that the group's been attempting to run for 10 months or 8 months or however many months it's been. Congratulations. We know that it worked because here's somebody who just all of a sudden popped out of nowhere that had been in a whole nother lane. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. After a while, things start coming up as recommended, and your audience base share audience space with others. So how many times have these people gotten a message about this? And now, I'm sorry, but I heard nothing but projection from the person who told us that his child went missing. You're trying to project onto Katie that you've got to secure a house and do all of this, but you've got another parent who leaves him alone for 12 plus hours a day if he has to work.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not shitting on
it. Was going to take, that was going to, and no, I'm not shitting. I'm just saying there's more facts out there that you haven't seen.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you there's a lot of parents that have jobs and they have to get to work.
Yep,
but
absolutely.
But
using his logic, that makes him bad.
Yeah, and that's not good logic because then almost every parent that has a full-time job would be guilty of something, and that's not good. That is not good at all. Let me see. Thanks for your honest perspective and opinion. Thank you. Listen, we all know that Sebastion came home after the last weekend before he went missing from Sean's very happy, and Katie found it suspicious. And if he heard them talking of a school, he ran. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Trabagal.
Well,
Carla, you up here with us?
Hi.
How are you, baby?
I'm good. I just wanted to say I did hear the message and
Oh,
thank you.
good. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much. That makes my heart feel better. But my heart really does hurt for Katie today. And I just think that Sean needs to do better, be better, do better. Like, this is ridiculous. Everything about this is weird. But I want to put the focus towards Katie today because the day that I heard my mom scream the first Christmas, and after my brother passed away, that she had without my brother, and hearing her cry in the other room, hearing the pain in her cry. We don't know that. We don't know what Katie is going through. She doesn't post it on the internet. We don't know. As a mother myself, I cannot imagine what she is going through. And then on top of that, after you lose somebody, whether they're missing or from death, that first holiday is the worst. That first birthday is the worst. The first year is always the worst. So my heart lies with Katie today. And it lies with Sean too, aka Seth. But Seth needs to do better. I don't understand why he's trying to profit off his son. It's pretty disgusting. But Katie's not doing that. Katie is keeping quiet the way she should. And anybody that comes after Katie from here on out, I'm going to support her because nobody deserves this. When you have a child that is missing, that is your lifeline. That is your heart. She carried Sebastion for 9 months. She shared a body with him for 9 months. That is her son. And there are parents that go off kilter with their kids, but I don't think that Katie is one of them. Look what Katie did. Katie went into the military. She supported her child. She gave her child the life that Seth never could. You know? And it makes me sick that the internet is going so hard at the Proudfoots. And then on top of that, the Bauer Sox. What did the Bauer Sox ever do? Like, for BHB to go confront him in a lane of traffic on a road? Like, ugh. So gross. It's
Yeah.
sad. It's sad. This is what we are coming to. This is sick. I remember back in the day, I was a little girl when John Benet Ramsey died and passed away, and that was a circus in itself with the media. And now, could you imagine how bad that would have been if we would have had the internet back then? Oh my gosh. Those parents would have been crucified on a cross.
Well, they were crucified because first they eventually got a lawyer.
Right.
They got crucified for that whole situation with the when they went to church and they thought that was was a media publicity stunt with the priest. They got crucified the same ways that Chris and Katie were. It's the common playbook that they usually go with. In the end of the day, like, you can think they're guilty or whatnot but a lot of the theories that were said during that time were kind of ridiculous.
Right.
And it was due to basically a little bit of during the Ramsey case, it was due to the police purposely releasing false information because they thought that it would actually help solve the case by releasing and giving a pressure campaign.
Right.
Much like Betty and all these other people are doing. And by the way, that's a statement that was given by deposition by one of the officers that a lot, like, for instance, I think it was the polygraph test or something like that. That was a false statement. I'm not sure if it was I'm trying to remember what it was. No, it was the DNA test, right? And I think that was it. That they kind of lied about. and there's some other things that they released that was just false information because they wanted a pressure campaign. And then they were mostly focused on public opinion than actually following up leads that could have been, potential avenues of finding the right killer. And now I don't think you'll ever find the killer in that case. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think you're pretty much done.
Exactly. And see, this is what's happening, B Tim. This is what's happening. We say somebody did take Sebastion. We're on the internet and we are talking about this case every single day. And we're doing our theories. Say Sebastion was taken. The person that took Sebastion or whatever knows exactly what to do because we're all like saying it on the internet. You know what I mean? Am I making sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think like we're people are just kind of super critical of other people when they're going through the worst time in their lives, and they expect that, and they kind of just listen to YouTubers as well. If it was my kid, I would go out there, search all day, and I would do this and I would do that. And it's like, you don't really know what you would do until you're actually in that situation.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's like it's like the example of like,
But if you want, hold on, because if you want justice for your child, you wouldn't be out there searching, because the potential that you're going to contaminate the crime scene as a grieving parent is even greater. All these people, sorry.
You go. No, you finish. I'm sorry for interrupting your voices.
No, like, I just don't understand, because if you're truly about justice, you're not going to be on any one of these parents to push them to search. You're going to be on law enforcement to continue what they're doing and to support them doing their investigation. Because in the end, we don't know what happened. It might be criminal. It might not be criminal. It might have been the kid ran away and they're going to find him in one of those caverns. Look at how many caverns Clue and Cletus and Crabtree have found out there. That terrain is rough.
Yeah, and I think like what my example is like, all of us say, well, if I see a woman being attacked by a guy or a crazy person, I would jump in and I would help them out immediately. But or you know what I mean? And then they find out when they're in the middle of it, they froze. Or when you don't know what you do during a time of stress, during a time of emergency, until that time of emergency hits you or that time of tragedy hits you. And that's what I see with a lot of people that just don't quite understand that, you don't know what you would do until the time comes,
Right.
And, a lot of people just kind of attack Katie, say that she do this. But at the end of the day, I would probably look at Katie a little critical if she was more focused on the public opinions of others than actually trying to, getting information out about her son or trying to work with the police. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you could jump on a million interviews. Is that going to find your son? No. Do you know who's going to help find your son? The police. That's who's going to help you. And if you do things to obstruct them by releasing information that you're not supposed to, by making it a complete shit show, then what's going to happen is you're going to obstruct their ability to get either find your son or find who did something wrong to your son, and then get a conviction on that.
Right.
That's just my opinion.
I get that too.
Yeah.
I just, it's, my heart hurts for her so bad. I'm not going to continue to dwell on it and keep saying how bad my heart hurts for Katie, but it does. And Katie provided Sebastion a life that Seth never could. And it's kind of gross how people are coming at her and Chris and the Bowersox. Like, can somebody please explain to me how the Bowersox ever even got into this? Like, I don't understand how they were even. I think I missed that.
I missed that too, because I figured, I find it very interesting because Kenny brings up a point where his family is willing to come into the picture and be supportive. But I often sit there, I'm like, where is Seth's family in this whole situation? And that to me is a very odd thing. That's why I always sit there and, I don't think Seth had anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastion, but I do like to highlight points to actually show that, oh, he could be looked into too, just to show that anyone can be looked into because weird scenarios or weird coincidences happen. You know what I mean? That's why I often like to do that. And people kind of take it the wrong way. Like, I think Seth did it, but there are weird situations where I sit there and I'm like, either the police believed early on that he was a prime suspect, and then they changed, or they basically decide, or they,
Right. I kind of have a feeling like the Sumner County Police are listening to us and laughing their asses off. Like, y'all are so stupid. Y'all think that
Well,
we're not doing anything.
yeah, I mean, that's often the case. I mean, that's what they
You
did
know?
with, for instance, the whole Quentin Simon case. Like, a lot of those YouTubers sat there and they were like, "Oh, they got to arrest her. They're gonna just, they're give her a pass." And meanwhile, they had the boyfriend with a wire in a hotel. They were, doing all this investigation and work. They weren't playing any games with people. They were really focused on getting a conviction, while other YouTubers were more focused on views and what other people on the internet thought of them. In the end of the day, the police don't give a fuck what you think of them. The only thing
Right.
they care about is doing their job, and their job is to get a conviction. Their job is to find someone if they're missing. That's their job. They don't care about, how many likes they get in a video or how many views they get or how many super chats. They care about one thing, and that is doing their job.
Right. Exactly. And what's so sad is, unfortunately, there's going to be another case that comes up like this one, and the internet is going to show their shit like it is now with this case. And ooh.
Lauren answered your question, by the way. She says, because of the Alaska work trip they had taken right after the disappearance. Yeah, that's actually true. Actually, you're right. And Seth kind of just pushed that conspiracy when he met Chris on WebSleuth's channel. Now you remind me. Yeah, so that's why the Bauer stocks were brought up. That Lauren answered your question.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I always wondered how the Bauer stocks were ever brought into this.
Yeah, like there was a conspiracy theory that he was brought into Alaska or some stuff like that. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Give me a second.
Yeah, I think the conspiracy was that he was on tribal land or some shit like that. But in order to get to Alaska, you've got to have passport or the what the hell is it, real ID, and all that shit is scanned. Even if you drive, you have to go through. Like, it's very clear the people that thought that have never tried to drive the Trans-Alaskan Highway to get from point A to point B.
Could you ever imagine if your child goes missing and then the internet comes after you as a grandparent? Some stranger
honey.
on the internet? Could you imagine? Oh my gosh.
Listen, in Chance Engelbert's disappearance, he went missing in 2019 from Gearing, Nebraska. The internet went so far as to attempt to get a dirty diaper from Chance's wife's garbage to prove that Banks, the child, wasn't Chance's. I mean, I've seen it go to all levels. That's one of the things I was going to say to you later, earlier. Sorry, not later, earlier. Was that now that you've seen this, if you sit back and watch the next time, you'll see the pattern that these people use to harass and do this in these cases, on how it starts out very early on with, well, let's just drop a little rumor, let's drop a little innuendo here, a little rumor there, a little nugget here, a little nugget there, and then before you know it, they're just like seeds of wildfire, and before you know it, you got the whole fucking hillside now was ablaze.
And see, that's what Nonsense says a lot too on when she does her lives, is this is a pattern. This is constantly happening.
It has been.
And
it has been.
It's
gotten worse with
everybody.
Summer Wells.
Yes.
This is an absolute pattern, and it started, and they were testing out theories, Summer Wells, Quentin Simon, Lake, and now they have taken and they've all culminated, and now they are. It appears that there is a whole sector that is working together to spread mis and disinformation, and it's like whatever the truth is, they're putting the absolute opposite out there, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I feel like, the more I have watched the bullshit with the clip channels with BHB, and this whole entire Sebastion case, and I'm so sorry that I am mentioning Sebastian's name with fuckery, because that's what it's become. But it feels like everything with TikTok Tony, with Seth, with BHB, with BJ, all these channels, at night media, whatever, dog bounty hunter, I feel like all of this has been facilitated. Like this has all been planned because you all are being stupid fucktards, in my opinion, my own opinion. How are you guys so stupid and so like absent-minded where you can't think logically about a missing child? I don't understand.
I think people often don't think logically when it comes to emotional like I think, like, this is my opinion, and I think it's kind of like a gradual thing. I think people felt bad for Seth and they let him get away with things that
Right.
normally, if a normal situation you'd be like, this guy's a weirdo, let's kick him out. And they let him get away with it more and more, and they feel bad for him. And then also you got, outside social pressure that allows, to just continue on. And it's like a gradual thing. Because in the beginning, Seth was actually a lot more, you watch the earlier interviews, it wasn't that bad. And then the more social pressure came in and the more he kind of got inflated with his ego, and the more people just said, yeah, everything you say is right, the more it got worse and worse. And that's what you saw. And unfortunately, what Seth needed was really just like someone on the ground saying, hey, you can't do this. And unfortunately, I mean, he just was like, fuck off to the people that said no. Trevor Lee was like the one that said, no, what you're doing is crazy. And Mr. Tony was the one that said, yes, I'll just do everything that Seth tells me. Everything Seth tells me, I'll do. And that's not what a person needs in a time of crisis. A person needs someone to say, hey, you fucked up. I mean, like, that comes with every situation. I mean, like, I've had situations where, I've come to Queen when Queen's really pissed off, and I'm like, you got to calm down, or say, no, you can't do this. And that's what friends do. Friends will come to you and tell you you're fucking up and you need to wake up.
Right. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. And unfortunately, no one's being a friend to Seth. No one's actually being a friend to him, where they come to him and say, hey, man, joking about in Josh's chat about your wreath, where's my wreath, which referring to someone's ass, and then also talking about doing this on the panel or going at your ex-wife is a bad idea because it's taken away, or doing injunctions or cease and desist or all this stuff is just,
right.
That's not what you're going to, a friend would tell you, you're distracting from the case. You're distracting from what people want to know about the case. And you're actually dividing multiple communities. I mean, let's say Seth was actually more like a very, a lot nicer, and like he actually was like, listen to the criticism, stuff like that. There would be a huge community backing him up. They would be way bigger. Right now, he has got like a smaller, way smaller community than originally in. I remember the Pascal show. There was over almost 10,000 people. Some of them were thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And now it's getting reduced and reduced and reduced because of this kind of fighting that he's doing, because he's doing things people do not agree with. He's doing things that are, they say, this is not about this child. This is about your ego. This is about, your ego and you profiting a little bit. A lot of people say like he's profiting from his son.
Right.
And that's the unfortunate situation.
Yeah, it's sad. In a way, I do feel for Seth. I don't think that I don't want to downgrade him. This is not a Seth bashing session by any means, but everything that he has done, I feel for him for the fact that Sebastion is missing. Everything that he is doing is so wrong.
Hey, Granny.
It's just wrong.
Hey, Queen. Sorry.
Just making sure it's you.
That's all I had to say.
Hey, Heartland.
No, that's all I had to say. Everything that he is doing is just wrong, and the internet is a pretty sick place. It's just gross. And I can understand if you have a missing child, I would move mountains to find my child. I would believe in anybody. I would do anything. I would sell my soul to the devil if I had to. I mean, let's be honest.
Well, Seth
And
did. That's
I
exactly what he did.
exactly. And I hope one day that he wakes up and he stops this vengeance against his ex-wife. Like that's what's taking priority over his son's missing case. Like, you don't like your ex-wife. Okay, we get it. We understand. You don't like your ex-wife. You hold her responsible for your son being missing. We get it. But stop it. This is not internet bullshit that needs to be on the internet. This is none of our business. None of this is any of our business. I would never, ever, ever go to the internet if I have a private matter in my life, which I do. I would never go to the internet and air it out, ever. I'm sorry. I'm off my soapbox. I'm done now.
I agree with you. What did you come up to say, Granny, by the way?
Hey, Vitim. And you had mentioned, it seems like these people are kind of like working together. So it was very interesting when the same, these team members come live, and they actually show that they literally are receiving a docket. They are receiving
ma'am.
a itinerary to go live about.
Yes.
And this time it came directly via text from Nick with At Night's message. So it's
Yes.
ironic that he's trying to distance himself from At Night while actively texting creators from a phone, their phone numbers, with today's itinerary, which was Katie pleaded the fifth.
Yep. Today's itinerary, Katie pleads the fifth.
Mhm.
And that was the thing. Like, I couldn't give the exact, I didn't know if it was email or text. That's why I said, it appears to be everything that we're seeing is they're working together. And because you guys are all in litigation and these guys are so litigious, that's why I was speaking in broad strokes.
Yeah, I figured. Very interesting, though, wasn't it?
It is.
Well,
I'm not looking to lose my crickets. Like I said, I already had liens put on them. Just in case somebody wants to get
Well, it's very much like related to the whole news broadcasters when like they did side by side with all the channels, basically getting a package of what exactly to say, and they exactly say the same thing. You know what I mean? It's very much like that. By the way, I'll be right back.
Well, I go back to. Go ahead, Granny.
No, you go ahead.
All right. Well,
let me start real fast. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you guys real quick. This is like a throwback video of when Pascal did an interview with him, and I think we went over this before, but it actually has it says, I want to clear some things up. Sebastion Rogers' dad dropped some shocking information, and I think this is where the tides had turned. This live right here was what made a lot of the tides turn.
It sure was.
I'm gonna do we're gonna watch it real fast again. You know what I'm saying, or some of it just to do a recap on what Seth said.
A lot of people forget, Queen. Take them to church.
They do, baby. They do.
That's where he was taking Pascal.
Oh yeah, he said a lot. So here we go. You guys want to hear? You guys go ahead and finish saying what you want to say before I cut you off. I didn't mean to be rude. Go ahead and finish your conversation, and I'll play this.
All I was going to bring up was, like, again, I go back to Chance's case. There were 4 different news outlets that sat in the same room and got the same briefing, and 4 different news outlets from the same briefing wrote 4 different stories, and each one picked up on something different that the others didn't. So once it was published, then people were able to look at, okay, so this one says this one says this one says that. And then a whole nother narrative got spun and got started and spun. So I understand how when you're doing a docket, and you've got an itinerary and you're wanting to work together to combat. And it makes me wonder if it's not because of some of these older interviews that now they're going back and trying to clear it up, right? They're trying
absolutely.
So,
Well, you think about it, Ange.
oh,
So
mom.
I was actually going over this interview right here when Nick entered my chat and threatened me with legal action. He claims it was with legal action. I still take it was a threat, a threat. But it was me going over this, and now all of a sudden they're kind of revisiting these things. Like, oh, what did you mean on Dolly's when you said, "Oh, you're not asking the right question"? Well, I was just looking for chat participation. Or like Eeyore. No, you weren't. You were mocking. You were laughing. You had a duper's delight. You meant what you said. You said what you said. You're absolutely right. And as far as like them having a docket or whatever, it's an old school trick. If you have so many people repeating the same fucking thing, especially in one day's time, a bunch of these people that don't realize they are being manipulated with old school tactics are going around repeating it. People are all over the place saying Katie pled the fifth. To who? YouTubers? That's pleading the fifth now? Okay. So that's why they do it. It's
Yeah, not only that,
propaganda.
when did she get a lawyer? When did she get a lawyer, and when did she plead the fifth? Where the fuck did that come from? Because we must have totally missed that.
Yeah, that was over hurt feelings because they tried. Chris Proudfoot is very clear in what he said. He said, "I have never been reached out by from Dog the Bounty Hunter. Dog the Bounty Hunter has never reached out to me. They get all their hurt feelings. They threaten litigation, which is what they're best at doing, and they go and they show messages. In the message, you see Chris Proudfoot respond back, Nick and Dog's high risk, whatever, fugitive task force, whatever. If you have any further questions, blah, blah, blah. Right there proves that Chris Proudfoot did not believe and likely wasn't speaking to Dog, or he would have wrote back Dog and Dog's high force task, blah, blah, blah. Instead, he wrote Nick, which means Nick reached out to him. So you can't sue him on the basis of something. And then to say it questions your credibility.
And then, listen, do you think that YouTube Streets found something we didn't know about? Because they said that At Night Media was Dog's company.
Oh, you know what? That is such a it may be, because here's the thing. If you look it up, it no longer lists who works for them. It doesn't
Right.
say. But what I will say is, does At Night even exist anymore? Because I thought their name is At Night Private Intelligence Agency now. So is At Night even a company, or how does that work?
Listen, they could have rewritten paperwork and changed the company around, and Dog may have. I mean, that's
Taken
why I
ownership?
said that earlier. Yeah, well, and that's why I said it earlier. Do you think they maybe found something that we didn't know about?
That's a good question. You have to wonder if I don't like. Does that company even exist at this point?
Did it
Right.
ever really exist? You know
Did
what
it
I
ever
mean?
really exist? Or it's like the gas station up the street, man. I'll tell you, every time they get called out for like running a scam or having credit card readers on their things, all of a sudden it changes names, but the employees never change. It's the
Oh,
same
dude,
thing.
I know some rentals that they just, somebody sells it to their family member for a penny, and that consistently, so they can consistently be like slumlordish.
Right.
So I mean, dude, stranger things have fucking happened. And let's also go back and look at some of the character of these people, and what do we know that one is notorious for doing? Having LARPing issues. So
Yeah, and like somebody just said, as of January, where'd that go? January 2024, it was called Artificial Media. I mean, so look at
Probably.
the different names of the same company with the same employees.
Probably because there was an artificial rush in like the market. Anyone that had artificial intelligence or something like that kind of like got a lot of money, let's just say.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, this is even worse than we even thought.
Yeah, did you see what SF posted about contacting the board on Monday if he doesn't get a correspondence from Lasniak and Bruce Castor?
Yes, and then did you see where? I was gonna say we got. Well, you got him. I know I got him, so I know you got him.
I love
Where
SF.
Castor already said he's not a part of this.
Oh yeah, I've got 3 separate emails now where Castor stated as much in private, but he hasn't publicly spoken, nor have they. And one of the things he required or requested is that everybody knows that he is not involved in this case, this filing. You know
I
what else
love
I
it.
got? Oh, I'm sorry, Heartland.
Oh no, you're fine. I just wanted to say I love every single one of SF's posts because I'm not on Twitter. I don't do that, but from what's posted on here, he is rounding everybody up. Like I love that guy. He lays it down on the line. That's what I'm about. I love people that shoot it straight. Like,
Yeah.
like everything that is a lie that comes out about him, he refutes it, and then he has receipts on top of it. I love that.
Right, like somebody should have.
Exactly. On
I
the
also
internet.
happened to receive a very nice email pertaining to Julia's latest video. I'll have to forward you that one.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I don't care
Bobby
about her
Simmons is
though.
a stand-up guy, I'll tell you that.
I really do not care about.
Say that again.
Say that again. I missed it.
I said Bobby Simmons is a very stand-up guy, I'll tell you that. He don't have time for the games or
That's the lead investigator, eh?
Yep, that's the TBI's, main guy that Julia keeps saying validated her, that she signed the non-confidential agreement with, non-disclosure or whatever it was. Yeah, he has a lot of interesting things to say about old Julia over there.
I was gonna say that one needs to. I have to be careful on what I say, but that one's problematic in my opinion. I've said it from jump. She came out saying some things, and what she was saying did not line up with what I know to be factually true. And then I was able to call my partner, who is a dog who has canines and drones. So I caution everybody on believing a lot that one says.
In my opinion, she's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and batshit crazy. That's my opinion.
In my
Here's
opinion,
this post. It says, I have sent 3 communications to Bruce Castor Jr. and Joseph Lesniak regarding what appears to be a bogus and fraudulent injunction and lawsuit filed by At Night and the other plaintiffs. It seems no one wants to go on record about this failed attempt to intimidate others. Not just a failure, but potentially criminal conduct. This situation appears to involve forgery, and each of the plaintiffs is liable because they signed verifications while knowing that Bruce Castor Jr. was not their attorney. Damn. Fuck. From what I have been informed, they did not sign a retainer agreement with him. I don't believe any of them fully comprehend the scope of the legal trouble they now face.
Can I explain why? Can I explain why? After you read all, sorry.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, so let me finish real fast. As they have committed fraud and forgery against the court. To ensure everyone is clear, here are the names of the plaintiffs involved. These individuals are being sued separately and will likely face litigation for years to come. At Night Media, Dwayne Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis. My voice changer was messing up. Tony
I was going to
Mathis,
save you there.
Brittany Nicole Jackson, Christina O'Donnell, Julia Valente, Hong, whatever, Nick
Z.
Hong Z. Okay. And then Nick. So that's about that. FAFO, he said. And then here's the email here.
The problem is, reason why you want to sign a retainer agreement is it's like a contract. You can get a lawyer to work for you without a retainer agreement. But the problem is, it's just like entering a contract with a handshake with no contract. It is very bad because it doesn't outline, because usually a retainer agreement outlines the fees, what the work is going to be required by the attorney, what the lawyer has to do, and what you have to pay and stuff like that. So basically, if there is no retainer agreement, Mr. Lysiak can drop you tomorrow, can drop you like literally right now, and you would have no way. And also, if he does fuck up, and let's say he does like some sort of screw up while representing you, you can't sue him. Like there's probably I take back the remark. You probably won't be able to sue him for a malpractice or anything. He probably can just say, well, my services were only for this, and this. And since you don't have a written contract to actually put into the courts to say, hey, he was supposed to provide this service, but didn't provide this service, or he was supposed to do this. Now you're fucked. You basically,
which means that legal advice you gave the other day is null and void.
Yeah,
because
pretty much.
Without that retainer, you don't have that legal fall back on of malpractice because you never had a legal. So, B-Tim wasted his solid advice.
Yeah, I wasted my. Well, I didn't know they didn't sign a. I didn't think someone would be so stupid enough not to enter into a legal agreement without a retainer. Is pretty stupid, actually. I would want a retainer agreement so he could set forth what his work would be, because he said it would be free. So I would want that on a contract. Say, okay, so it's free. What services are you providing for me for free?
Oh my God, I love this for Wienerhead. Oh my God, I love this.
Like, yeah, that's really, really bad. Usually it's not, it's like 99% of cases, you never see someone just not doing a retainer agreement.
Well, and like SF pointed out in his email to them, because people were saying like, well, why would they respond to you? You're not an attorney. They're the ones that started this whole little feed with him. They're the ones that emailed him to let him know, which was contained within this thread, that they were suing him. So when he's responded back like, hey, now, what's going on? It's been a few weeks. There's no movement. He is entitled to a response. And the fact that they're not responding is why he said, fine, I'll report you to the board. Because the fact of the matter is, it is more than likely, in my opinion, based off context and previous emails I have seen, that Castor does not want to go on the record against Lesniak.
Also, I would say that, you could say, well, they're part of the company. You could say, well, retainer agreement was for at night. Well, the problem is they're individually named, a lot of these people, and they're being individually named as plaintiffs. They're not like at night.
Right. That's why they're being sued separately.
Yeah, they're plaintiffs separately.
Yeah, they're not one big entity. They initially signed each of their individual names.
Yeah, and that's a problem, because now it's like, okay, so let's say, you don't have a contract to basically set forth what Lysiak is supposed to do for you. And he could just literally say, yeah, I don't represent you anymore. And he just files the paperwork to say, well, I don't represent this person. And you're fucked. You're absolutely out there up Schitt's Creek fighting a anti-slapper, being sued or anything. And you just don't realize, you just fucked yourself. And you were useful idiots, basically.
Yeah.
And note who's actually covered.
Well, we don't know if they signed with Lesniak. What we do know is they did not sign one with Castor.
Yeah.
And like I put in that email, are they aware that these plaintiffs have ran around, publicly used Mr. Castor's former position as Attorney General and Donald Trump's lawyer to claim that he would be thrown in jail for RICO charges?
Yeah.
So that's one of the biggest issues, is that these people for the first few weeks had boistered that Bruce Castor was going to take us down and we can't stand against him and what a powerful person he is. And here he's not even involved.
Yeah, that's going to be real. That's going to look really good to the left media to find out a former Trump attorney is basically threatening private citizens that he's going to throw them in jail because his former position with Trump being Trump's lawyer. I'm sure the leftist media is going to love that. It's not going to be used as an attack on him. We'll see if that actually comes out, because that's pretty bad messaging, that you are basically using your former position as an attorney for the president of the United States as a way to attack people. That sounds like something where you might get into big trouble, where you might get investigated if you try doing that type of shit.
Yeah. Well, fortunately for Castor, he didn't do it. These bozos did it on his behalf.
Yeah, well, Mr. Castor better make it clear that he cannot throw people in jail based upon his any sort of connections to Trump or anything.
Yeah. But what can get you thrown in jail? Lying about agreements. Especially lying about, being an insider with TBI, and meanwhile, they don't even know who the fuck you are.
It can also cause problems in your military when you implicate your commanding officer is well aware and told you to come down here and help out in a missing child's case. But I really can't say much more than that.
Yeah, I can also confirm that speaking with plenty of people who were honorably, served our country. The military, you are a civilian first and foremost, and the military will never get involved in your civility, whatever affairs. So the fact that she keeps saying things like, civilian affairs, thank you. The fact that she keeps saying things like, oh, the military attorneys and my military, my commander and all that, they're not going to do that. And you don't get to throw that around as a tool for intimidation. I'm tired of their intimidation. Is anybody else fucking tired of it?
I'm fucking tired of it. They've done it to everybody out here.
Everybody.
I think that lady's batshit crazy, but that's just my opinion. I think she's, she's got a few few
Would
screws loose in
anybody in
her.
this chat, honest to God, want to follow her into battle and let her be your commanding officer, or would you want her to have your 6?
I'd rather follow the dog into battle, to be honest with you, than her. Because I feel like the dog would have more sense. The dog would probably have more sense, to be honest with you.
Can I quote an email from Bobby Simmons? Do you mind?
Go for it.
Okay.
Who's he?
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead.
Bobby Simmons is TBI that Julia is saying that she worked hand in hand with that cleared her. And he responds, yes, well, cleared only meant we didn't tell her she couldn't work with the family. That is their business. We have not worked with her at all as law enforcement, other than a few conversations over the phone and text. He also said, yes, I talked with her. She said she was going to go do searches, but we had no say so in where or how she did it. And she never reported back to us. We basically told her we aren't going to tell her what to do, and she wasn't interfering with our case. What is this all about? So this idea that like TBI cleared her and she signed a non-confidentiality agreement with them and all that simply isn't true.
TBI gave her the boot, according to her. When I asked where she got the scent article, she said, well, TBI, of course.
Was that before or after she was deputized?
No, she hadn't gotten ever deputized because Terry Lynn didn't get that done for her.
Okay. Yeah. Very interesting stuff. Yeah.
Cuckoo.
Oh, I knew she wasn't deputized. I'm just being a smartass because she see, the problem was Julia didn't just speak to creators. She also spoke to a lot of regular subscribers and stuff, and the amount of emails I've received is unbelievable of like private communications. And as far as like playing the evidence, Julia is the one that put that into the atmosphere. So if they're going to sue somebody for it, you better sue your own plaintiff.
Oh, yeah, she was the one who wanted access to Chris and Katie's medicine cabinet.
Which, by the way, is pretty batshit crazy.
She said she's going to sue people that keep saying that.
What, that's batshit crazy? No, I am not.
No, not say that she wants access to the medicine cabinet.
I was about to say, I am not a medical professional.
Listen, that bitch, what is she going to take? What is she going to take? My fucking...
That cricket, girl.
No, the crickets already have liens on them. The office chair has a lien on it. Dude, I don't own a fucking thing. I don't have a fucking thing. And what I do have that has any sort of value is fucking leaned up. Like you guys think I'm joking. You're going to laugh the day that I pull out the fucking liens, aren't you? I fucking leaned them to the right goddamn people too. So
like voices, are you like that like Married with Children's episode where like Bundy threatens the children? I'm going to leave you in the will. And they're worried about the debt that you're going to leave them. Like literally you're planning on just like getting all that's most debt you can.
Yeah. I quit paying bills 15 years ago. Fuck that. They can't garnish me. Go ahead. What are they going to take? My $100 I make every other month, or my $150 or $218? They're going to take that? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my
God. Cindy Dalton saying this RICO Act is very serious. It's a Class B felony and punishable up to 20 years in prison and unbelievable fines. So thank God nobody on this panel is facing a RICO charge. Can we get an amen to that?
Exactly. Nobody here is facing RICO. Nobody here on this panel has done anything RICO related. So it doesn't pertain to you, Granny.
Nope.
Good God. I don't even know how people are getting away with this bullshit. You are congesting the court with this bullshit. There are people out there that really need court services, and y'all are fucking it up with this bullshit because your feelings are hurt on the internet.
Or they want to get reactions from people.
Brittany, you better hope that you sign a retainer agreement. I'm telling you now. If you did not sign a retainer agreement, you are absolutely fucked. I'm telling you now.
I love this for her. She's not smart enough to ask for that, Tim. Listen, I mean, Granny and I can both tell you for long dealings with that one, she ain't fucking smart enough to have actually she didn't write that fucking statement that she was so proud of and reading out. I am telling you, there is no way Butterhead wrote that fucking statement.
That's like a script for a Lifetime movie. It was so dramatic.
Exactly. Everything
Oh, I
about
sit in my car and there are days I have to sit in my car and cry because my life is so horrible by granny and voices.
The
And then
wounds will never heal.
on top of it, you have Dick Talk Tony saying, "Oh, my brother. Oh, my sister. Oh, my God." Seriously, shut the fuck up. I cannot handle him. I can't.
Well, Cindy Dalton, I am a defendant in a RICO civil case, which does not come with the stipulations that you are misunderstanding.
I really think that Dick Talk Tony has aspirations of being a cult leader because that's kind of what he's.
She's a new sister of ours, a new brother. Welcome to the group, guys. This is the church of the church of
Brothers and
Rogers.
sisters.
Is that why?
Sisters.
Is that why I have signed an agreement with using his homestead?
That's weird that he did that. Actually, I don't know why he did that. To be honest with you,
I don't either. Makes you wonder.
but
Makes you wonder when a guy posts his dick on the internet. Is
he didn't put. Wait.
reputable.
I want a correction. We believe.
My God.
We
Whoa,
believe.
whoa, whoa.
We believe that is a penis based upon our opinions in our past and our life experience with seeing, penises. We believe that is it.
It was a peen screen slip. He didn't actually post his peen. But the people that he was friendly with at that time have revealed their messages where they directly confront him and say, "No, Tony, that was real and that happens." And he still proceeded to try to gaslight everybody. So never forget that.
It was a mistake, and I get that, but I'm not going to take you seriously when you're a fucktard. Just
Yeah,
saying.
and I'm going to say this: if anyone that comes up to me, only known me for like 5 months, and calls me a brother, and really believes he's my relative, I am Xing you out. I think you're weird.
My brother, my sister.
Well, and they're all now Sebastian's aunties. Like, and uncles and stuff. Let's not forget this is a now 16-year-old, highly functioning. And I don't know about you, but my kids would be creeped out that these people are running around calling themselves like my relatives and they love me. And, it's weird. It's weird to say the least.
It is weird. In any adult, it's like Tony is the creepy uncle that you don't want to associate with at holidays. Like, I think Sebastian would be like, "I don't know you. I don't want to know you."
Unfortunately, I think there's far more creepier people that were in that child's life than Uncle Tony.
Uncle Taco, gross. Ew.
Uncle Pickle Ass.
I mean, I find it.
Who would have thought that they were the smartest ones of the bunch?
Bro, remember the last video? Remember the last video Uncle Taco had? He was like literally in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it was weird. Sebastian's birthday, and he's like in the middle of nowhere. He was on his way to Tennessee, but he stopped and didn't go. And I don't know. They're very bizarre people, to say the least. But people keep saying like at least Seth was searching. When it came out that he was put on an act because disability was watching him. First off, maybe that's who was following them around. It wasn't Proudfoots or people hired by them.
That's what I was saying too.
Right.
Yep.
And then to top it off, at that time, don't forget, he not only had to GoFundMe and his Cash App posted everywhere, but he also was collecting paid time off through his coworkers that donated their time to him. So he wasn't in a struggle where like, okay, if I don't get disability, I'm not going to be able to eat. I mean, we're talking about a missing child, and people are judging that, the Bower Sox continued on with their normal lives. Well, so did Seth's mother. And matter of fact, so did Seth. So he decided that disability was more important at that. I don't know how people are like sliding past that. Like, it's not a huge, big red flag. I think it's weird, to say the least. He wasn't hurting for money. Money was put in the forefront. That's a huge red flag.
Well, what happens usually is it takes a while for propaganda to be deprogrammed from people. So eventually people will start noticing that.
Does anybody know how to find Julia's Twitter? Apparently she posted an hour ago about Castor.
Julia?
I have one. I'll go see. Let me go grab it real quick. Real quick, I'm gonna go or read a couple of these so we're not getting too backed up. Tribal Gal, I think we read hers. Tink, member for 4 months, says prayers for Sebastion. Sherry did a $5 super sticker. Snowflakes Nightmare, member for 4 months. Could the Waffle House girl be Bobby's son's girlfriend? Interesting. Bama G, thank you for being a member for 12 months. And I'm fucking raking says there's half an hour left on the gold timer. Can you help me get Queen to her? Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. It's okay. If we don't make it, we don't make it. It's not a big deal. It's all good, baby. All right, here, we'll go find Julia's. But first, thank you, Miss Sherry, for your $5 super sticker, baby. Here, I'm gonna play this real fast. This is Hartley's video, and it says why we're pulling her Twitter. It says Bullhorn Betty's compilation from clips from October 11th to December 28th. Violation of an order of protection, I believe. Something. Let's see. Violating the order. So it's a pretty good video.
No longer exist. They are no longer, to put it exact, a part of your world. She can't say shit. She can't do shit through third party. I don't know how that's gonna work for the Dream team over there, but I do know he absolutely said you will no longer harass, stalk, and talk about these people on any form of social media. And that includes, well, everyone is saying about Sebastion. So here's the thing, right? That includes any minor children of the parties.
Again, obviously, I'm upset about the ruling, but I'm also confident that it emboldened something a little bit bigger that will be good, the silver lining of all this. And, we live in the world of silver lining. So we're going to take this as, we're very religious here. We believe in God. And we believe that we have to have faith in the process. And we have to have faith in the path that we are meant to walk. They get to see me a little bit longer because they're idiots. I think stupid. Oh, I can't say that. I'm so unprofessional of an investigative journalist, according to this judge that has no idea anything about the freedom of press, which is pretty sad. My suggestion would be maybe civil litigation 101, just possibly, because I'm just an AA and paralegal, not even a BS. And some of the stuff that he asked the attorneys to me showed not being very knowledgeable in certain areas of the law. But you guys know what my first theory was. I had 2 theories related to this man, and both of those theories are back in play. Both of those theories, sneaking in as well as being there. So now we have a total of 3 theories. 1 with Mommy Dearest, and 2 with, we're gonna call him cocksucker. What do you got? Cocksucker. Is that too offensive? Is that too offensive? Might be too offensive. Maybe we should leave that for the sheriff. Maybe that shitty detective. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, you guys know why I'm so controversial. But maybe we'll call him Ted Bundy. Should we call him Bundy? The Bundy guy? Maybe that's maybe we'll call him Bundy. I don't know. I'm interested in seeing those that information revealed as well. We have a high batting average on this channel with our assessments of these cases, whether a judge in Sumner County wants to acknowledge the work that we do or not, or just wants to take 7 months of work. And because I'm passionate and I don't mind telling somebody to get bent, and they were able to take all of the hostility because of the cyberbullying I had dealt with, and the physical stalking that I had to deal with, and the threats of harm to me when I went out there in June. And they were able to capture some of those frustrating moments, and they seamed them all together and out of context for the most impact, even though if the judge actually saw the entire thing, he would realize that everything that was said was not true.
Because this is what they want. This is exactly what they want. You are absolutely right about that. They want to take it off of him because these parents don't want him found. Mommy Dearest doesn't want him found. Did you see that big old smile in court?
What's the lies for me?
Grandma, back at the back, cackling. These people are insane. And you know what? Their politicians are bought and paid for, so they can do whatever the hell they want.
Now, what was supposed to provide a distraction ended up backfiring on both the mom and the stepfather, revealing some serious allegations that we did not know or learn about until the release of this BS email. This one-sided email that had no context related to its origin or why they're even having this conversation. We've learned that the mother and the stepfather have been trying to get rid of Sebastion Waindrake Rogers since 2022, shortly after they purchased their. Could it be because they could not allow Seth to learn of this CPS report, much like the 4 CPS reports previously? For this mom and stepdad or dad not having any excuses for where their son is, and they can't explain how this child did what he did. All they can do is accuse people of harassing them for questioning. The topic of conversation was just Sebastion Waindrake Rogers. He's a 15-year-old autistic boy that disappeared from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and has not been seen or heard from since. There's been a lot of information that has been had by the mom and the stepfather, and they are inconsistent at best. There are a lot of lies that were found out. There's a lot of covering up that they're trying to do by manipulating law enforcement into thinking that they're being stalked and harassed when they're the ones stalking and harassing people. It seems like no matter who is brought in to actually help find Sebastion, they are intimidated and ran off by people affiliated and associated with the mom and the stepfather and their side of the family. This child, in my opinion, didn't walk out of his home. Why? Because there's no evidence he did, including his shoes are still at the home. Everything of his possessions that he loved are still at his home. This child is not a normal child. He's autistic. And if anybody, which a lot of people in my chat knows their children, knows their grandchildren, and knows family that have autistic children, that behavior does not bode with autism. And many of us scratch our head, even though we're not allowed to have an opinion without getting arrested in communist Sumner County. We all can see it ourselves. Now, if they want to stick their head in the sand, that's not my problem. I'm not sticking my head in the sand. And I want people to know that I know that they know I know, right? And that's my right. And I'm entitled to that. I'm an American citizen. I don't live in the UK. I don't live in Australia. I don't have, I don't live in a third world country. I don't live in China where somebody can tell me what I have to do. I follow the law and I'm allowed to live my life in the confines of those laws, which I do. I didn't always once do that, but I do this day in this life, in this chapter of my life. So I know for a fact that what they're doing is wrong. But we are going to continue to have our opinion, commentary, and criticism on this very case, and toward the very people that were responsible for this child and this child's well-being, that seem to be living their best life ever. Just saying. Their own factual information, but based upon everything I've researched, that's my finding. That most everything that bad that has happened to this young boy has happened on his mother's watch, not his father's. The message today is it's the holiday season, and I guess you're finally going to get to see who the real pieces of garbage are out here, because anybody that can hurt another individual during the holiday season, an innocent individual, we're not talking about, the mom and stepdad here that disappeared their child, that has the whole world looking at them and wondering where they put him. We're talking about an innocent father that had nothing to do with his child, except, being railroaded by the mom and the clan to throw shade on him, to take shade off them. A lot of us, because now we know that the mom and stepdad have been working tirelessly to, move him elsewhere because there was things going on in the house. But nobody has really asked, why was he being forced from the home? He asked, why was he being forced from the home? I shouldn't say that. There was asked a few times, and nobody wanted to talk about it. Everybody, oh, thank you, Jenna. Everybody believed it was, we were hearing he's hitting puberty. We were hearing on another thing that, I don't go into his room because he's a 15-year-old boy. All these implications that it has to do with some type of, proclivity as developing boys may get, right? Let's be honest, okay? I don't want to say anything. I don't want to offend anybody, but they implied, can we at least agree, a sexual component? The hickey clip. Yes. That's right. It was the hickey clip. Thank you. It was you. And it was right on the tail end of it. I'm like, did I hear that right? Even though it had nothing to do with what the reason for the clip was, I did a double take. And I'm like, wait a minute. They have been implying that they were concerned for Faith's well-being as to why this stuff, at least these channels were implying on behalf of the mom and stepfather, that there was something we couldn't know about, because if we knew about, we wouldn't want to help find him no more and show the interest. Wouldn't that imply to you, if he didn't show the interest, that component would most likely not be there? So now we know, right then and there, that he has none of these interests, none of these proclivities. We've been told for months by the channels closest to this family that there's this underlying issue, and if we knew what was going on, we would understand why he can't be around her. yet again, constantly implying this undertone that, and even stating that he was abused prior to. Maybe he's showing these things. Maybe it has something to do with, his prior abuse, all these things. And now we're finding out from his stepfather, he didn't show those interests. So what do you guys think about this? I mean, didn't you guys feel like there was this subtle underlying, I don't know, S-tone when it came to him and why he needed to leave the house? That to me, I've thought that was always implied, even though I never knew the reason. It always seemed like that's the reason they were implying.
An S tone. And she also, not even sure if this is going to come up, but she also accuses Sebastion of making a move on his mother.
Because they didn't want him around Faith. She wouldn't go into his room for, to check on him when she heard a thud. I mean, there was this undertone. I'm sorry, there just was. So much so that people even had come at the very beginning of the case and said, well, maybe he made, and as hard as this is to sound, this is a trigger warning, and I'm sorry, but this is what happened. And people know that it's true because they saw it in chats, if you guys are following the case back then. But they were implying that there was a possibility of him making a move on his mom. Now, of course, we've never ran with that story, but it doesn't change the fact that some of those theories were sent to me.
He loves his son unconditionally, whereas...
And she says some of those theories, that's disgusting as hell for her to even say anything like that. It's fucking sick.
Are we shocked? Are we shocked? It's like, are we shocked this woman does that?
I believe in the other home, he was damaged goods because he wasn't, quote, normal. Right. Well, I'm sorry. He was a very special young man. He was so well behaved. And here's where I'm going to get a little dicey.
Well, actually, he wasn't. And his dad says that. We'll go over the clip, okay?
In my opinion, and I have thought this from the very, very beginning, for CP to be so triggered over the child protective reports, I fear, and I'm sick to my stomach because I truly believe CP might have been essaying Sebastion, and that's why he had to make sure he was no longer around. And that's just my...
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
I love how everyone cried about the allegations against Seth. Oh my God, this is terrible that they said this about Seth, about the whole Katie stuff. But here you got people literally accusing a man of, most horrendous things, the most horrendous things. And no one sits there and says, hey, that's kind of fucked up. Maybe we shouldn't say that without any proof. Nope. Quiet. Quiet as the grave, I would say.
What did she say? I just came back to the computer.
She said that she believes CP did some things to Sebastion.
Yeah, I was essaying him.
Oh, gee golly. Okay. Woo.
Oh, yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah. Here, listen to her.
Ew.
And actually, let me correct this. It doesn't come from her mouth. It comes from the caller's mouth.
Yeah, and I would have corrected it. If someone came up here and says, I believe,
right.
I would have corrected it immediately. I don't sit there and just let them talk and say that shit.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to say is for all the residents of Sumner County, Tennessee, please do not break the law in your county because BHB could be your cellmate. And that would be, I don't think any crime other than rape or murder would suffice to you being in a cell with this person. And on top of that being said, please do not show hate to anyone discussed on this panel. Do not go into their chats. Do not say a word. Please do not show hate to anybody here.
Well, my biggest thing is why do these sick people always have to put these type of things on kids? They did it in Summer Wells. In every case they do this. It's like they want these kids to be as traumatized as they fantasize in their sicko minds. Like who does this? Who fantasizes these type of things happening to kids with zero proof to back up why you came to that conclusion?
See, that's what's sick about the internet. The internet, you can be somebody that you're not in real life. And these people are showing who they are. It's gross. People are this sick to go to these. They don't have a life. They don't work. They don't do anything.
Well, I mean, I think the internet allows a lot of people to remove what society, a lot of times, you don't do certain things because society doesn't let you. in the streets. You know what I mean? And I
Right.
think the internet allows you to do things that normally people would be like, whoa, that's some weirdo shit you're doing. And that's what happens. Like when you just allow people to do whatever they want without any sort of stopping them from doing it. And that's what you see a lot.
And see, that's I'm sorry, Granny, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay. I cut you off. I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's probably best I don't say what I'm going to say anyway.
The only thing I wanted to say is, you know, a lot of us, we don't, this is here for our entertainment, basically. I mean, we do get invested in, we do go down a rabbit hole, we get invested in, and we fall into a hole, but we would never act and do the things that we do on the internet that we do in real life. Do you understand? Does that make sense? And I think that's why.
Well, yeah, you get punched in the fucking face in the real world. Come and put some
Right.
shit like that on me or mine, you get punched in the face. I mean, point blank, period. These people
Right.
feel entitled and emboldened to make whatever accusations they want and not have to face any. And what really gets me is the fact that they're trying to hold me accountable for repeating what Seth Rogers said, which is the only person who ever had to come out of their mouth alleging that that boy was a P word, a predator, not the actual P word. And they're trying to hold that accountable in a court of law. But you have your plaintiff right here on this screen right now alleging that Christopher Proudfoot did that to Sebastion.
By the way, why do they keep on saying CP and KP all the time? Like, is that some way to dehumanize these people and not actually say their
Because they're
names?
lazy, B-Times. Because they're lazy. No other reason but laziness.
It's because they're lazy and that's all they have to talk about. Because they
Oh.
talk about them so much, they abbreviate them.
Hey,
I mean, am I the only person that forgets?
Say cheesy. I'm gonna play this real quick so I can correct it. I want to make sure because it does not come from her mouth; it comes from the caller's mouth. But here,
quote, normal. Well, I'm sorry. He was a very special young man. He was so well behaved. And here's where I'm going to get a little.
And actually, according to Sean, he was not so well behaved. But I will play that clip so you guys can hear it straight from his mouth.
Dicey. In my opinion, and I had thought this from the very, very beginning, for CP to be so triggered over the child protective reports, I fear, and I'm sick to my stomach because I truly believe CP might have been essaying Sebastion. That's why he had to make sure he was no longer around. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah,
he might have been essaying Sebastion, and that's why he had to make sure he was no longer around.
Well, it was
that's
the
just my
caller.
opinion.
Yeah, some people have brought that up early on, especially when we found out he was using the bathroom. And you know, a lot of people have that telltale sign. We know that that's a signal of abuse, especially in our
Absolutely,
children.
and the bedwetting and the nervousness. And when I saw him in that video, it just broke me because number one, I saw Sebastion, but I also saw a very, very nervous, scared child that was on edge, and that really was upsetting. She doesn't interact with her child in that video. I'm not saying she doesn't at home, but I don't think she did. And when they said that,
oh my God,
Sebastion would spend all of his time in his room, I believe that because I don't think he wanted to be around either one of them. I think he was petrified. Even though he did love his mother, I 100% believe he was petrified. And I think they controlled him, like they put their hands inside that child's body to make him do what they wanted him to do, like a puppet. You're going to do it this way or else. But I 100% think we're going to find some essay stuff in those reports.
Oh my God.
And I do believe he was abused on every other level, verbally, physically, mentally, emotionally. And, you know, what's very telling to me is in the beginning when both of his parents in that home were doing the interviews and the way they spoke about him and the glee they had in their voice and the things that were coming out of their mouths being all negative. I think that was so common. They didn't even realize what they were doing was wrong until people started saying, what the hell is going on? Yeah. They didn't even understand what they were doing was wrong. They just thought, let's tear him down. That was how I think how they lived in that home with him.
Yeah, well, it just shows you how they truly, I mean, if that's the best that they have for their son, it just shows you how they truly felt about their son because they put the positive spin on it, right?
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is the child that I saw looks like a child that would have been a great child if he had been allowed to just blossom into himself.
Yeah, it absolutely. And not only that, but his father enjoyed teaching him things. He enjoyed teaching him how to cook. He was trying to get him where he was sufficient and able to take care of himself. Those were things his mom wasn't doing with him.
How the fuck do you know that? How the fuck does she know that? What the fuck does she know?
Oh,
no.
These people aren't even supposed to exist to this bitch.
Well,
Greasy ass.
I mean, based upon her cooking, her mom didn't teach her how to cook. Let's just say that much.
I was going to say similar. It baffles me when they make all these allegations. Meanwhile, the gleefulness as they talked horribly about him. Is it just me or does anybody else recall Katie like mentioning the therapy and the the learning of autism they were doing together to try to help him. And, where do they get all this?
Out of their ass.
They make it up.
They're sick fantasies, man. They're sick.
That doesn't fit their narrative. It's got to stay with their narrative. Their narrative is this child, and out of Betty's own words, I do not believe it, and it makes me angry, but Betty said this child is defective.
Right.
Like, they don't even understand that not only what they just did is criminal by accusing parents of those actions, but you also just degraded Sebastion because you put something on him that you have no idea if that is anywhere near the case.
Please, if any of that had any base in reality, Seth Rogers would have been screaming that out here along with everything else he allowed us to hear.
Right.
He would have
Great
never
point.
kept that secret, ever.
No,
Right,
that would
and-
have been the first
Maybe his
things.
mom would have, though, because she likes to keep secrets that are harmful, but,
I don't know, but with Sebastion, I can't imagine like him coming back and being found and then come back and be in a group where his dad's supporters are calling him defective. Are you kidding me?
Well, they're calling him. We're your new aunties and uncles.
Oh yeah, brothers
Well-
and sisters.
And don't
Like a
forget, according to their own
fucking cult.
litigation, according to their own filing, we are accountable for what is said through our platforms. So whether that was a call-in that said it, which we did hear it was, doesn't matter. Betty's still accountable for allowing that to be spoken on her. I mean, that still falls on her.
Right.
Now, don't
Well,
use logic
technically
or
it is
reason.
in terms of service. I mean, that is actually true. You are
Right.
accountable for what's said because the only person that has the ability to stop that person from saying that would be the panel holder. And
Right.
so we are responsible for what's said on our platforms, unfortunately.
Now, don't
And
use
according-
logic. Don't use logic. Can't have that here.
Yep. Right. She didn't just allow it. She added to it. Like
Yes.
yeah.
Expounded upon it.
Mm-hmm. But, they all want to get bent out of shape for repeating what Seth Rogers himself said, so.
I don't know. I just know that if I was Katie, I would have to have somebody that really loved me to calm me down because I would be coming out with guns blazing, and that's what social media wants. They want Katie they want to pick at her and pick and pick and pick.
Well, that's
until
what they
she
want. They want
does
us to be
something.
broken. They
She's
want
a
us to be
backstage.
broken.
Well, they saw that when Truth kind of pushed certain buttons, they saw that it got Chris to react, right? It got Chris on a panel. He hadn't been on a
Right.
panel in
And
months.
he's going to
That's what they're
protect his
aiming.
wife. He's
That's-
going to protect his wife. And I admire Katie. I just want to say I admire her. I don't know if she does actually have someone in the background saying, don't say a word. Just let it go. Let it go. We'll get him later. We'll get him later.
Yeah, she's not
I
Chris.
really,
She's
really
not
hope that's what's happening. Oh. This is so wrong. This is so wrong on every level. And Granny, I'm sorry that you were dragged into a lawsuit too. I feel like a judge is going to look at this and be like, "Are you kidding me?
Well, let's hope so.
Like, this is insane." I will share one thing with y'all. The first time I ever went to jail, I went to jail for throwing spaghetti and meatballs at my ex-husband. I went to jail because I was the instigator. He punched me twice in my face and basically broke my face when I threw spaghetti and meatballs at him. But I was the one that went to jail
That's pretty
because
fucked up.
I started it.
Yeah, that's
So
pretty-
the courtroom has no emotion. When I went to court that day and the judge heard my case, he laughed and said, "This is ridiculous," and threw it out. There is no room for emotion in the courtroom. We can all go on panel and we can talk about this. But bottom line is, when BHB goes to court, there is no emotion. There is no Queen B. We're on side Queen B. We're on side BHB. There is nothing in the courtroom. The judge makes a decision based on the law. So he's
Right,
going to
and
be
speaking
very,
of
very
law,
careful.
what Julia posted, she you silly bitch. What she posted is so ridiculous, to be honest. I almost I pity the fool. Yeah.
You want me to pull it up? Let me pull it up real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and grace the chat with her words of wisdom. Because while the Declaration of Independence was absolutely signed near us, it's clear that you don't pay much attention. Hey, Cheesy.
Hi guys, sorry my Wi-Fi is all screwed up today. One thing I wanted to say before, it's a little late now, but these people have to say what is the worst, absolutely worst thing that can happen to a kid, other than a murder, is a sex thing, So they have to make these people the worst possible person they could be, and what is that? Yeah, somebody that hurts a child that way, Because if they think the scale is leaning at all towards Katie is okay and Chris is okay, they got to come in with something else to make them, the worst possible human they could be. Plus, you have sick minds. It always goes back to sex. It's so sickening. Everything goes back to
Always.
sex.
It always goes back to the essay. Always.
Yeah.
Always. And I feel like that is because of Seth. In my opinion, he is the very first one that came out here and put all his business out here.
He said that too.
And again, we'll go over that too. I'll play that again too, just so we can reiterate where it came from and who it came from and how long ago it came out. But here, let's go over Julia's bullshit.
I mean, I will say,
go ahead
it was
and read
weird
it. My
that
nose are still going nuts.
Okay, it was weird that Chris said a hickey. I'll give them that. That was fun. I was like, ugh, why'd you say that? But so
yeah,
Julia
that caught me off guard too. But all I could think of was he was trying to explain what it looked like.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a description.
Julia post, I'm really tired of this dramatic lawsuit BS. Like your declarations. I really didn't want to post about it, but I wanted it to stop, and some of you are not stopping. No, we won't stop. Can't stop. That was also, that was also made in Philadelphia too. You should listen to that song. Yesterday, I spent about 45 minutes on the phone talking over case details. Yes, you were seeing that right. Van der Leen, Harshorn, Levin, and Leadham is the law firm where Bruce works. Yeah, it's the law firm that turned me away because his name was on this filing. I clarified, 1, attorney-client privilege, and that was guaranteed, So in other words, Mr. Castor will not be disclosing information about this legal filing. He is not legally bound to. 2, according to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 11, only one attorney's signature needs to be on the filing at the time. Mr. Castor and his firm have other cases in addition to this. He's not required to produce a signature on the original filing. 3, there is no existing motion to withdraw, which would have to be filed, regardless of signature on original filing, to get Mr. Castor's name off, which she is absolutely correct about. That's what we've been pointing out, silly. Then she goes ahead and she posts the phone number to the law firm, which I can call them and ask questions too. I spoke to them many times. And then she puts in, the pleadings in motion or whatever. So this is a response from an attorney. One attorney is needed to have filing accepted. So no, both attorneys don't need to sign. Incorrect on the withdrawal. Because 2 attorneys are on filing, if one stays, one could file a precip to withdraw. Facts. The issue is he states he's not involved, so who put his name on the filing? If it was without his knowledge, that's an issue. So I don't know why Julia is doubling down that Bruce Castor is involved, because at this point now you really put him in a pickle. Because he's either, you're either misled as a plaintiff, which is a huge problem because obviously you're misled. He's either lying to our counsel, which is an even bigger problem than everything to begin with. You put him in a hell of a place, Julia. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, you have him on emails stating that he has several emails that he's basically made these statements. He has no idea about this case and what's going on and this whole injunction. And that's pretty big deal because that means he's like lying. If he just goes into court and says, nope, I actually represent these people, then he just lied to counsel multiple times when they asked him, who do you represent? And then the judge is going to be like, okay, why did you lie? Why did you not just say you represent them? That's a very simple thing to say. Yeah, I represent these people. This is my client. You call
Hush,
into
hush,
any.
hush. Let her keep digging. Let her
Right,
keep
exactly. Because we actually had to resubmit something to remove Castor's name off of it after he told counsel he's not involved. So somebody's getting somebody in a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And she's right. The original FAFO, faux show.
And if
Yeah,
you're
but-
sick of the lawsuit, why did you even get involved in the first place? Did you think that this was just going to be nice and easy peasy? I mean, no lawsuit is easy peasy.
Shouldn't she have consulted with an attorney before she tried putting in declarations on her mother's behalf?
Right.
She's a clever one.
Yeah, she's not clever. Actually, very stupid, actually. If you want to use the proper terms.
All I keep thinking about is
I mean,
that
according to
email that was written.
According to somebody else on this YouTube, it's easy to talk to attorneys. They just hang out at the VA.
Yes.
In the lunchroom or whatever.
Hey,
There's a
yeah.
bunch of them just hanging out there waiting for people to ask questions, and they're willing to help you out.
And what Julia put here for number 3, it says there is no existent motion to withdraw, which would have to be filed regardless of signature on original filing to get Mr. Castor's name off the case if he elected to do so, which is obviously what we're arguing. This is Pennsylvania, not California. The original hashtag FAFO was created in Pennsylvania in 1776. It's called the Declaration of Independence. You're so smart, Julia. Thank you for reminding us where that was signed.
She's
Does she know that she's like in a very bad position? Like, did she say like I have a retainer agreement? Because if she had a retainer agreement with Mr. Bruce Castor, which I highly doubt a person that busy just has time to just simply talk to some rando off the internet. Like, she might think she's important, but not really. Unless you have $500 an hour, you're not that important to them. You know what I mean? They don't want to talk to you unless you pay them money, lots of money. And this is a Saturday. So if she's saying that she's talking to an attorney on Saturday, you either have to be like Donald Trump or some really high level client, or you're fucked. You're not going to be able to talk to him. So
the sad thing is I think I'm picturing how these conversations are going, these big meetings with everybody. And I have a feeling it's not with an actual attorney. It's with BHB, in my opinion, trying to teach these guys law. And that's what I'm worried about, because a lot of this stuff that they're saying sounds like a lot of shit she spews out of her mouth. So I'm wondering if they're having their meetings with her thinking she knows all about the law, and,
yeah,
they're listening to her.
Well, I mean, based upon the filings, that is not the case. I think they should probably read the filings and realize that lady has no clue what the fuck she's talking about, or she wouldn't be fucking losing every single time she walks into the courtroom with the lawyer.
Because I don't think any of these people can afford to, every time they have a meeting or whatever, to have it with an attorney.
Yes, lawyers. Yeah, lawyers will charge you every 15 minutes or something like that. And if you're talking about like a high profile lawyer, that's gonna be like 500 to like more. I can't even think about that. I can't
She
fathom.
said yesterday in her post. Yesterday was Friday.
Oh, okay, so still, like, first off, most lawyers are not doing any work. Most lawyers right now are on vacation. Maybe their associates are starting to do, but most of the lawyers are not coming back until January.
Well, I was able to call on a weekend and get a hold of them too, because they are very quick to respond. The Van Deer office doesn't mean she spoke with Castor himself. The same way when I called and they said, "Oh, Castor's on this filing," she simply could have asked them, like, "Well, let me ask you a few questions." But I do question, because the phone number she put up,
getting ready to say.
yeah, the phone number she put up is not their phone number. They don't start with they don't have a 546 as far as I can see. So I don't know what you're doing, Julia, but you're not proving nothing.
Well, she's proving something. It might not be what you think. She's proving something. I don't know. I think she's kind of like she's quite she doesn't understand the position that she is in right now. And the position that she's in right now is not good. If you don't have a retainer agreement, you're pretty fucked. I'm telling you. And you don't even know who your lawyer is. That's how bad it is. You're going into court with an injunction and you're not even sure who your fucking lawyer is.
Well, let me also point out where she says here, because this is obviously in regards to SF and what he put on the filing, or what he put out. So when she says here that attorney-client privilege and it was guaranteed, so in other words, Mr. Kessel will not be disclosed information about this legal filing, he is not legally bound to. He is. When you state that somebody is now a defendant in your case, and you literally approach them first to let them know that they are now involved, as SF has pointed out they did, they do legally have to respond to him at that point because he is pro se. And the same way they can't ignore or shouldn't ignore my attorneys is the same way they shouldn't be ignoring him. So you're wrong, Julia. That's not client privilege at that point. It is, attorney to attorney, although he's pro se. So yeah, you do owe him a response.
Now, don't give him ideas. I'm sure it's going to end perfectly well for these people. It's not going to end in like a complete shit show when they walk into the courtroom and they're like, "Who's my attorney? Oh, it's Slappy from Goosebumps. Oh shit, I owe $100,000 now. Oh fuck." It's not going to be like that. Oh, fuck. I guess we're going to have to fucking go to the back of a butcher for the fucking dog treats now and beg for scraps for my dog for the next 20 fucking years. Okay. Whatever.
I haven't been to Pennsylvania for about 5 years. I'm itching to go. I just love Pennsylvania. One of my favorite states.
They'll take that as a threat. They'll be like, Cheesy's coming to Pennsylvania. That's a threat.
Go for the big cheese.
I'm going to need a reasonable accommodation. I don't like to travel, so can we just do mine by video conferencing, please? It'll make my anxiety a lot better.
No.
Can I also acknowledge that I personally find it to be a little off-putting that somebody who served our country would reference the Declaration of Independence in his strong-arm lawsuit?
Well,
Shame. Shame, shame, shame.
Now. Don't think too hard.
And I'm just kidding, by the way. I have no intentions on going to Pennsylvania for this kind of thing.
No, you should. It'll be fun.
I would love to go to Pennsylvania, though.
Somebody else said they're bringing an entire army with them, so that sounded like a threat.
Right?
Shit, all you need is a marching band and you got the whole gig together.
That is true. That is very true.
Yeah, I think we should play in the band. We should do Philadelphia Freedom by Elton John. Great song, great person, great music, great message.
Anything else great about him?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, yeah, no, I don't know. He has really good songs.
He's a great person. He's Sir Elton John. What can you go wrong with?
And you tell me you don't hear Tiny Dancer and cry.
Tiny Dancer, no.
What?
I don't.
Golly.
Blue Jean Baby. LA lady.
Can we kick voices from the panel because her singing is scaring off the viewers?
Well, you don't sing, so one of us got to.
I came running in here. I thought I heard Siren Jack. I'm like, oh, fuck. Let me get him on panel. I'm just playing with you.
Bitch. That was good, though.
The one that beats him, they caught you talking shit saying, why is he singing I Touch Myself?
Yeah, that's a good question. The guy singing I Touch Myself with white paint all over his face looking like fucking Casper the Friendly Ghost. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
The grossest thing that man ever said is made a joke about ejaculating into medicine as a pharmacist. I know that was a complete panel kill right there, but I still can't get over
serious?
that. No,
Gross.
to top it off, I pretty sure
Why
it
in
wasn't
the
adult
fuck
medicine.
is he saying anything like that? What the fuck, you sick fuck?
Mm-hmm. It was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just totally killed the vibe up there, but every time I can't. Yeah.
Yes. I like to think people are professionals and they take their their profession seriously.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe somebody would even if he didn't do it, I can't even believe somebody would say that they would do it. You know what I mean?
Well,
Just
you know, he can be professional and he can be above board. That was a joke.
Yeah.
Get it? You got the joke.
Also,
got it.
if we could put Julia in her place thinking she knows law by going to a quick Google, it wouldn't be a motion. It'd be a precipi or whatever, a one-page document. If you're not an attorney on case, when there is at least one attorney on case. So no, Julia, he wouldn't need to put a motion in. I don't know how to say that. Praecipe. Percept. I don't know. I'm no legal beagle either, but it ain't a motion, according to an actual attorney.
Well, wait a minute. Somebody sent me a message and said, "Can you please send this to Barbecue and Granny?" The attorney reposted this and then quickly deleted it, but I got a screenshot and I think it's pretty important for you guys to see and for you to send to their attorney. It's extremely uncommon and very unprofessional.
Oh, what, he reposted Julia's?
I'm sorry?
He reposted Julia's?
No.
Okay.
He reposted this. Here, I'll pull it up for you real quick.
That's what I'm saying, Death Chris. That doesn't even go back to Castor's number or
It
anything.
says, "Uh-oh, you must have accidentally deleted your retweet." I thought it was important because it seemed like witness intimidation to me, so I did a solid and took a screenshot. At Night, aka Nick, and Nick Alone on LLC just created, thinking it would protect them. And by the way, not allegedly, you should be ashamed. All of this on the back of missing Sebastion Rogers. Let me pull this up. And so this is what it says. This is a retweet. Law offices of Joseph Wozniak reposted at Night Intelligence. Give me 1 second. Duke's barking.
Get back to sleep, Duke.
By the way, it's precipe. Precipe. That's all he would have to file. Precipe. It's not a motion. It's a precipe. I hope I said that right after being taught how to say it. But who the fuck
I
knows?
say precipe, you say precipe.
I say you have a price to pay.
That was
and
lame.
Joseph Wozniak needs a new toupee.
No. Actually, you know what? Like, he should do what Keemstar did. He's going bald, and he just wears a hat and just shaves off his entire head. At that point, you just should do it.
Did you guys watch that on Locals last night?
I watched a little. You know what I mean? Like, I get a little. The ass kissing from Boogie is a little too much, and I also keep on staring at the side of his face because I don't see the tattoo liar there anymore.
It's still there. It's just under his hair. He's shown it, but it makes me sad because that's where I used to like hide. But last night there was a whole big thing about who's used the N-word on the internet, and Savage was a special guest.
Oh, what? Oh, shit.
Oh, you got to check it out.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Yeah, there was.
Oh, well, you know what? We heard somebody else using the N-word last night.
Well, we did.
Well, actually, there's a
and
clip
they were
of-
okay with it. They were really okay with it. So we will quickly pull that up.
I mean,
and,
there was a clip.
Yeah, trigger warning for this.
There's a clip of Savage saying the N-word. I mean, there's multiple.
But they're looking
actually.
for it.
No, I have the clip actually of her using the N-word.
Oh, they wanted it on my channel. Yeah, it's on my channel.
Not the N-word, but I have the clip of her saying the
before
N-word.
this says, go ahead, B-Tim. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I say I have the clip of her saying the N-word. Like, not the monkey comment. I have the clip of her saying the N-word. I have that. So.
Yeah, I think we all do.
Yeah, that's not a secret.
Yeah. So, Joseph Wozniak reposted at night private intelligence. Merry Christmas, everyone. May your day be filled with joy, laughter, and the warmth of family. And hey, Mr. Proudfoot, how about making this the best Christmas ever by instructing whoever has information about Sebastion's whereabouts to bring him back home. Let's make it a true holiday miracle. Congratulations on the extra cash from not buying gifts for Sebastion this year. Instead of pocketing the savings, maybe we could invest in a heart and actually work to bring him back. But who are we kidding, right? That would require caring. And if you know where he is, perhaps you could guide him to a nearby store Tell him to go inside and call the police. It's a small act that could make a significant difference. So At Night wrote this and Joseph Lesniak reposted it.
Oh, shit. Okay. Merry Christmas, everyone. May your day be filled with joy, laughter, and the warmth of family. Hey, Mr. Prophet. Yeah, that's
Did you not hear me? I just read this whole thing.
I was actually distracted. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah.
I was trying to comprehend it really quick by reading over it quickly. I see what they're saying. And Lesniak reposted that. That's not very professional.
Right, and that's what she's saying. He reposted this. At Night wrote that, and then they reposted it on Christmas Day, mind you, and when Nick made that fucking video. Same day.
Well, how are they talking? Like, congratulations on saving money, not having to buy Christmas presents. So fucking heartless. It's so heartless.
Well,
at least they were not
because,
making money, right? I mean, can we give credit for that, or?
I mean, my guess is I don't think Mr. Joseph Lesniak is the only person using that account. I just have that opinion.
I concur. Same with Dog.
Yeah, I think other people use it, and that's just my opinion on that.
Because why in the world would Dog the Bounty Hunter block me?
Well,
and I've been blocked from like the beginning.
I mean, he did. You did get Crocs, and he might agree with me with the Crocs. He might say, "Man, this person's a fucking weirdo. Let's get."
It was the buying of the book. You bought his book to read it, and that was it. That crossed the line.
Right. I bought his book. He should unblock me. I bought your book, dude.
Exactly.
I read that stupid thing.
Me and Cheesy talked about it on a live stream too.
Right. We advertised it.
We should have at least gotten a special interview with you for that. You know, just saying. Just saying. Be cool. Be cool, bro.
Let us love you, dog. Let us love you.
Oh, wait, it's not bro, it's bra. Come on, bra. Unblock me.
Unblock me, brah. Unblock me, brah. Brah. I always liked your shitty TV show that was heavily scripted and basically it was ridiculous that you were actually chasing down criminals with a fucking pepper spray paintball gun.
My kids love that show. I used to watch it all the time with my kids. They loved it. We didn't have anything else to watch back then.
Yeah, it shows. It shows. Bruh. Like, it's really believable that you're chasing down armed criminals with fucking a paintball gun. Bruh. Yeah, that's what I think. That's why I think, like, a lot of times, like, sounds very unprofessional because I think someone else does it. Because he says shit that I would never imagine him saying, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, I've watched his interviews and, you know, he doesn't sound like that in the interviews, if you catch my drift.
I think the funniest part of this whole conversation is hearing BTM say bra.
Brah. Brah, you gotta listen to me, brah. You gotta listen. We're gonna help out. Help a brother out. Yeah, it's very sad. It's very sad for Mr. Dog Bounty Hunter. We will see. I don't know. Let me see. So they really did a stream on that Savage to see if she said the N-word. Oh my God, these people. She's lucky that I didn't get added. I could have easily sent them the clip. Well, I don't have them. I definitely do not want to be anywhere near their fucking Discord, to be honest with you, because that shit sounds as toxic as fuck. Honestly. That local Discord sounds fucking toxic. I don't want nothing to do with that shit. Like, leave me alone. I'm done. I don't need that shit.
Their Discord sounds like what Hell Chat was back in the day.
Yeah, like when your Discord scares me, I'm out. I'm sorry. I'm fucking out. I'm not dealing with that shit, man. That seems a little too toxic. Too toxic.
Yeah. Yes, it's bra, not bra. I'm sorry.
Bra.
My accent, I suppose, is the problem.
Bro,
Sorry
you
to,
gotta listen.
sorry to the Hawaiian community. I didn't mean any offense.
You did mean offense.
Well, I think it's pretty interesting. This person is somebody that Brittany J supports, and she actually sent her a super chat. This channel is called Fake Advocates. They actually have a clip of it, so we'll play it real quick.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, I know about this one.
I guess we'll listen to it, see what happens.
There's a little triangle on the screen. That means play. I'm just kidding.
Like we're waiting.
Sorry, I'm just screwing with Queen.
Yeah, the Queen has a little button. It says play. Hit the play button. Queen's gonna curse us out.
My daughter said, "Have patience and hold your horses."
Okay.
She's standing right here listening. She said, "You tell him to hold his horses and have patience." Okay.
No, you're the one saying that. That's not her. We
No,
know.
she doesn't. Okay. Oh, you okay?
And that was cheesy first. I like how you singled me out first, but okay.
You
we'll see
got
how-
blamed for me.
You were the only one. I said she just come around the corner. I can't hear you. Come over here. She came over here, and you were like, "Push the play." She's like, "Hey."
Haha, beat him.
Yeah, I get blamed for a lot of things you do, cheesy. You do.
Serves you right for making fun of my Crocs.
Crocs suck. Crocs are terrible.
Well, and to keep it real, this fucking video is so goddamn nasty. I didn't want her anywhere around. So when she said something, I said, "Come in here." I wanted to talk to her and get her out of here before she hears this. I don't.
Are we gonna be? I watched this video. Are we gonna be in trouble playing this video? Because she says the N word quite a bit.
I don't
a
know,
lot.
but I'll tell you right now, this like I said, this motherfucker right here supports. This is who Brittany supports. Sends super chats to her and all kind of shit. Nasty motherfucker. She's nasty, low down, dirty ass motherfucker. Ready?
Unfortunately.
Fuck you, nigga. I'm from I Wish a Nigga Woods. You hear me? So go ahead, because I don't give a fuck what happened 2 years ago. I will say nigga today and not give 10 fuck. I'm not being racist.
Okay, well, you know what? We can. I don't like the shit. I think it's awful hearing some lady, some fucking fat white lady from the Midwest screaming that out. I don't like it. I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's respectful. I don't like it. However, she'll tell you she does say the N-word with the hard R, and she does not give a fuck. Here, let's listen to it.
I'm welcomed in the community to say,
"Well, baby, you ain't welcome the fuck over here because we don't talk like that and we don't like that shit. So you are not fucking welcomed over here." Let me make that very fucking clear. You are not fucking welcomed over here. Matter of fact, old Sin Cell David gave you a shout out. Old Savvy Sav Sewage gave you a fucking shout out. And Brittany's over here sending you super chats talking about "I adore you" with a $10 super sticker. Okay, you adore this kind of shit, Brittany? This is the kind of shit you adore? Okay.
That's the one that
Hey,
came up
nigga.
here that day under Space
I
Glitter.
am. I'm sorry you don't like it, nigga, but it's not my problem. You heard me? Not my issue, nigga. Right? Yeah, I know I'm not black, but this is the culture again that I'm welcomed into because of my children. So I'll say whatever the fuck.
So she basically said last night in Sludge's fucking chat that her kids are black, so she can speak like this. She can say whatever she want to say.
Oh my God.
Avery is also one who said that as well. Let's keep it going.
I want to say. It's not racist unless I'm saying it in a racist way. And have I ever said it in a racist way? Yes, I have.
And there you have it. There you have it.
Now, what are you going to do? What the fuck?
We're going to show everybody who the fuck you really are, you nasty ass, dirty ass bitch. Racist ass bitch.
What the fuck are you going to do about it?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Huh?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Catch you outside? What is
How about that?
That lady is a fucking whack job.
I
One of my
believe that she's doing this so that because she's been buddying up to Savage, and where's Savage been?
Yeah, I'm sure Savage ain't
Over
gonna
there?
take too kindly to that. She fucking went off on heels. So and she wouldn't speak to Clue after her comments. So we'll see where she stands with that. We'll see where she stands with that.
Well, isn't she in controversy because she basically now they're trying to look for a clip of her saying the N-word, the Local Live people, and now she's hanging out on the chat. Yeah. This is
do your thing. Do your thing.
One of my closest friends is a black man, and I've never even said anything like that to him, joking around or anything. Never.
Yeah,
That's
bitch, you
just
don't
not
sit with
what
us.
we
You
do.
cannot sit with us. No, we do not fucking welcome
No.
that. Nope.
No.
Nope. Nope. Keep your funky fucking ass on your side of the fucking tracks over there, you dirty ass bitch.
Well, like JLR
You
says,
stay
they
in
ain't
them
like
there
us.
woods. You don't want that.
Like JLR said, they ain't like us. They ain't like us, that's for sure. I don't know. That woman seems mentally deranged, to be honest with you.
Well,
like who's
Well, yeah, she is, and then she decided she wanted to butt her fucking nose right up in this shit, and she wanted to white knight for Savage and Brittany, and talk all kinds of shit. Even Ernie gave her a fucking shout out because she wanted to talk big shit. Voices reviewed her talking big shit.
Oh, that's the whack job? Oh, okay.
That's the same whack job that I reviewed, yeah.
And they said, hey, we want to be friends with that person. Okay.
Well,
Seems interesting.
I mean, that's who Brittany supports. Sends super chats. She adores her.
I mean, that's good. I mean, we now know.
I want to know what part of that you adore.
Well, I mean, maybe the racist parts that she adores, you know?
Just curious. Asking for a few thousand people.
Well, maybe she adores the racism. Like, she likes that, you know?
That's so Christian of her.
Yeah, very Christian.
Yeah.
I think I read that somewhere in the Bible, you know, to be that racist, you know? Definitely I read that somewhere. It's definitely there somewhere. Oh, it's not? It's not in the Bible? Oh, sorry. Correction.
Well,
Correction.
My God.
Like, who thinks that's a good idea to say at all, let alone a live stream?
I believe she's trying to get on LOLCAL Live.
Wow. People
No,
are
that's
literally...
from October, so I don't know. That's from October of this year. I mean, she said it a couple years ago, but that was before LOLCAL ever even came out. So,
Oh, that's not just from last night or wherever. I didn't realize that wasn't. I didn't realize that wasn't just from
recording
last
was
night.
from October, is what it said.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
And
still not
BJ
long
was
ago.
partner since.
That's not long ago. That's not like years ago. You might
No,
be
I
able
said
to.
October.
Yeah.
Like October, like a couple months ago. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't
So
really make.
she just recently, she said it 2 years ago, but she recently just said it again in October. Yep.
Shoot.
Fucking dirtball.
See, this is what happens when you hate bond with people. And you're like, this person hates all my enemies, so I'm going to fully support them. And it's like, oh, you might want to do some research before you hate bond. Just saying.
Well, shit, Johnson was all up in her chat too. Shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, people just want to hate bond with anyone. Like, oh, you hate Queen
Couldn't
Bee?
stand Clue, talked all kinds of shit about Clue, but was all up in the motherfucking chat. She was all up in her chat last night.
Yeah, man, that's weird. Why?
After this came out?
Yeah.
Wow, this guy. Yes, she was in her chat last night. Yes, girl.
Wow.
We had quite the run in with her. I think not.
Matter of fact,
not
she
this
was live at the same time. She was live at the same fucking time that Megan was.
Interesting. Very
Yeah.
interesting.
I didn't even know like that whole situation until like last night. I was like, what the hell? I saw a clip of you. I saw like a clip of you in Megan's panel. I was like, what the fuck happened? Did you have a live stream with that went private or something? What the fuck happened? And I was just catching up. I was like,
No, I just went up on Megan's panel.
yeah, I was like, what the fuck's going on?
I watched Jones's temper tantrum this morning.
Yeah, I don't watch
And it was
That shit was fucking hilarious, was it not?
It was true snakes in format, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't watch her. She gets me annoyed.
JP triggered the fuck out of her ass. God damn, she triggered her.
What did JP do?
Made one comment. That was it.
Oh, okay. I don't know, man. I just don't watch her because she just aggravates me. Like, really does aggravate me.
Well, she's a fucking puss. But here, hold on. We have Pearl Girl. What's up? You're up here with us. How are you?
Hey, sweetheart, how are you doing?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear me?
You're a little bit low, baby. Just a tad bit. Is there a way to... Oh, she's gone. Hopefully she'll be back. Maybe she got to fix her mic.
Yeah, I think I know that lady. I think she jumps on some panels. She has a very low mic sometimes. So,
can I confess to you guys?
No, you're technically not confessing to us. You're technically confessing to 1,800 people. So it's technically a very big confession that you're about to make.
Okay, well, here we go. Get ready. Yesterday, while we were live hanging out, I made spaghetti. Today, while we were live, I reheated my spaghetti. That's 2 days in a row. You had no idea that I was cooking my butt off over here. And guess what? Not only did I cook, I ate, and now I'm much happier of a camper. So there's my confession.
Yeah, pasta's not hard to cook. It's literally salt, boiled water. And are you making the sauce?
Yes, I made the sauce from scratch yesterday while we were live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's something. Okay.
I chopped the tomatoes. I chopped the basil. I did all the stuff and all the things while we were live yesterday. I made the sauce.
You make this.
Hey, sweetheart, I hate to bother you, but who is this person that's slaying color out
Well,
here?
her name is Moon. She goes by Moon. And she's over in a different community. She's not welcome over here. She won't ever come over here.
Well, I won't never follow her either. I'm Cherokee, and people throw out these colors. To me, everybody, God made everybody. We're all the same, and it burns my ass when I hear somebody throwing out a color. We all bleed the same. We all like and dislike the same. You know, we can't all be the same, and this is simply ignorant. It's pathetic. And I want her to hear this if she wants to.
Oh, she's listening. Go ahead. You tell her, baby. She listening.
Just how fucking pathetic this person is. I'd like to know if something was to happen to her that she needed another heart or a kidney or she needed blood, would she turn around and ask what color it come from? Hell no, she'd take what she needed.
Well, she thinks she's allowed to say the N word with the A at the end. Because she said, well, and with the hard R, because she says that her children are black. So she's entitled to speak that way, according to her.
Well, she can go fuck herself, because
That's
that
right.
pisses me off. You know what? We are all the same people. You take out the heart, you take out whatever you want to be, whatever they need to do, and they're all the same. You don't know if somebody laid out two hearts, you wouldn't know if it was a black one or a white one.
So I am so sick of people throwing out color out there. That makes me so damn mad.
Did you really think, like, because she has maybe African American children, that she gets a pass to say that? Wouldn't that be
She
more?
said last night. She said last night in Johnson's chat that her children are that she said she's entitled to say that because her children are black.
Wouldn't that be more hurtful?
Matter of fact, let me say this. You know, me and Nunya fucking hate each other. We don't get along. We don't like each other. She stood the fuck up and was like, "Look, I'm not finna do this. I'm gonna leave because I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking listen to you rattle off in the fucking chat. We're not doing that."
Well, you know, if you look at the definition in the dictionary, it's a worker. So, you know, she's probably just, in my opinion, speculations and allegedly, she's probably just laying on her damn back. That's her work. So she
Well,
can
see, and
kiss
that's
my
right. And
ass.
even if her children are biracial, that's disrespectful as fuck to them.
To them, her own children.
Yeah,
That makes me, I am livid right now.
And even if you're in a group and you guys, and that's all okay with you in your friend group in real life, you know, sometimes things like that is okay. But when you're on the internet, that's not okay. You don't do stuff like that because people don't know who you are, how your heart is, what is going on. You know what I mean? There's so many people out here that take offense to that. Even if you're their friend, they wouldn't be okay with that.
I mean, like, I would say, like, you don't want to train yourself into saying words even offline because you can, you know what I mean? Like, you know how, like, if you say certain words so much, it will eventually come out eventually. So I don't even believe people should say it privately, to be honest with you, because
I don't either. That word should have never been brought up.
Yeah, because like I think you can if you start saying it comfortably in the background, you will say it publicly eventually because you're comfortable with that word, and that's just my opinion on that. That's why I don't agree with that word being used.
And then she wonders.
You go.
And she wonders why she lost her monetization.
Well, I don't wonder. She is absolutely, and anybody that uses that word against somebody in heart is pathetic. We're grown up now. We're, you know, if it hadn't have been, and I won't throw back the Indian heritage and the things that they went through, but I will throw back that if they remember right, they were brought over here from their home, from their way of life, at not their choice. And it just burns me up. Some of my best friends are transgender, they're gay, they're whatever. Some of my best friends is black, American, and it just I was fortunate enough to be and grew up around all of them. And I just want to throw this out there. If it hadn't been for the blacks, my grandmother, I would have never have had my grandmother. So she can just kiss my ass, and anybody that believes that way can do the same.
I agree.
I can't even say the word. I honestly, I can't even say the word. You know, I just don't understand how people can just freely put it out there. You know,
I can't either. I cannot either. Because we all bleed the same and we all hurt the same. And I tell you, when it comes to that now, that just boils me. It boils me. I was raised on the Cherokee Indian Reservation. I know their culture. I know the black culture, and I also know the white culture. And nobody deserves to be divided. And that's where our country is now.
Well, and the person she was talking to in that clip is a black woman.
What?
New account who this is a black woman.
Oh wow.
Whoa, shit.
And she accepted it.
No, she called her out for it.
Oh, okay. Good for her. Good for her.
And that's why she responded back, "What you gonna do?" And then she restated the word again. She was talking directly to a black woman who shared with her, "I'm a black woman. I don't like your language."
Well, none of us do. You know, I'm proud. I'm Cherokee Indian. I am Eastern Band, North Carolina, Cherokee.
Okay.
And I went to school there. I grew up there. And when I wasn't there, I spent every summer there for months. And I know what it's like. In the wintertime, you work your ass off to be able to sell the stuff in the summer to make it to the next winter. I know their culture. I was there. And if she wants to slang something, I'm not going to slang nothing on no color. I just think it's we're smarter than that these days. I mean, that's pathetic. It's absolutely ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, it's very ignorant, and I don't agree with that. Agree with the language being used. I mean, like, to me, it shows how stupid you are when you use words like that, because you can't think, you're not clever enough to think of actual insults that actually will be funny or entertaining or kind of cut deep. Like me, you'll never see, like, I rarely curse at people. I mean, I curse a lot, like a sailor. Don't get me wrong, but like, I usually like to try to make a clever insult, like, to someone, than
Yeah.
just be like that. You know what I mean? And I think that's the problem. It just shows you how ignorant you are if you can't think of something clever to go at someone to kind of like clown them, because you're on the internet, and the whole idea of the internet is to try to, like, that's how you kind of you go at someone.
Well, you're right, BTM, because you look at the shape that all this is in right now. There's Granny having to go through that. Brittany J would have not shut up until she got to something, and she knew that when she got to Granny's children, that's as far as you can go.
Yeah.
And can I point out Brittany's other mod is a very known racist who has said some horrific things, goes real life, has contact to CPS on people, all types of things. So this isn't like, matter of fact, I have the clip right here if you want proof of this, but this is nothing new. She's okay with these type of things, obviously.
Well, I can fight my own fight. If people wants to, come and slur me down or whatever, I'll take care of myself. But when they come to my kids and my family, they've stepped in a pile of shit. Literally. And anybody that will allow somebody to follow them like this and bring this up on their panel is disgusting. They're a wasted piece of human flesh, in my opinion.
I absolutely agree.
Well, y'all have a good one. I'm still listening. I've been in and out, so I've got it going. I've had it going ever since you come on. But y'all have a good one, and thank you for not a bunch of them jumping on me. But that's just my opinion, because I am a different race. I'm from a different culture. I make my own medicines. I do. I scavenge for everything. I forage for everything. Wow. So I know what it's like to be called. When I was in school, all I was called was half breed, and because there was a little part of me that happened to have some white in it, that I was called a half breed, and it's not funny. I take it very seriously, because those people work hard in the winter time. My pa would come in with tow sacks of forked wood pieces, and we'd sit there and we would.
You know what I want to ask you? What's your opinion on Dog? Do you think he's What's your opinion on him?
I think he's just a retard.
Don't use that word. Whoa, don't use the R word. Please don't use the R word.
Retarded. I didn't say retarded. I said retired,
Oh,
looking for something to do.
It's like it sounded like the bad word you just said. I was like, oh my God, don't say that.
It was the accent, Tim.
I was like, oh my God, please don't say that. Like,
No, he's retired. He ain't got nothing else to do, so he's going to jump on this. That's my opinion. No, I don't use that other word either.
Oh, okay, good.
But I think that's mainly what this is. And I think that all they've done, in my opinion, speculations and allegedly, they have just turned this into a cluster.
Okay. Yeah, I know, but I'm like, he's just I don't know what happened to him, man. I don't know if he's always been like that, or he's like his mask is falling off or something. Maybe his mask is falling off, with that one. So
well, to me, you know, I don't know if Sebastian had left with Seth, we'd all point our finger at Seth. That's just normal.
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of people, if Seth wasn't at work at the time, I think he'd be. I think everyone would. The pitchforks would be out for him.
Oh yeah,
100%. They would be out for him because at the end of the day, then everything kind of like the narrative
hell.
changes.
The pitchforks are out for Chris, and he was up in a fucking crane.
That's true.
Yeah.
Apparently.
But there's a difference. There's a difference in a child wandering off, an adult running away from home, or being, captured by somebody. And my opinion, and this is speculations, and allegedly, I think just walked off. He's a teenager. He's going through all these different things. He's going through the puberty thing. He didn't like the hair growing on his face. We don't know how those people take that stuff overwhelming.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, like, I think he'd been lured out. I think that's probably the one thing I kind of lean on based upon statements from the cops. Because a lot of statements.
Because you remember back, BTM, when they said that they had seen a person in the window.
Who said that?
It came out.
Yeah, the neighbor caught Katie turning off the light in the living room, going into her bedroom, that light turning off, and then Sebastion, what's alleged to be Sebastion, believed to be peeking out his window. Yeah, that was all caught on the neighbor's camera.
All right, when did he say? When was that said? I don't remember that one.
This was months back with the Bobby interview, but it actually allegedly is true. Like, you do see Sebastion opening up the curtains.
Wait,
like,
you mean to tell me they see him looking out a window, but they didn't see him walk the fuck out of the house that day?
Yeah, good point.
Well, I'm wondering.
Oh, what it is though is actually the silhouette. So it's the silhouette of somebody at Sebastian's window right after Katie's bedroom light goes out. So if it was only two of them in the house, it is assumed that the person at Sebastian's window, the silhouette, is Sebastion. But it's not. I mean, it could be somebody was in the house and they didn't know it. There's many things it could be.
Or it could be somebody pecking on his window to lure him out.
Right. We don't know. We don't know.
You mean like the flashlight game?
Right, like throwing a rock at the window.
Yeah, that's why I always think like it would make a lot of sense that he was lured out, and that's why they didn't find him in the woods yet. Is because he's not in the woods; he's been lured out, and the cops are, and it kind of, and the silence from the cops kind of tell me a lot because when you're that quiet, it means you probably don't want to let certain people know what you know.
Right.
And that's what my thoughts are on that one. And a lot of people, and a lot of people want to jump and say, well, if they believed it was the parents, then they wouldn't be so quiet. If they thought it was like, the child was deceased, they wouldn't be so quiet to this point. You know what I mean? I think they would probably be talking and start into investigation or something like that. I think they're working off of an idea of an actual abduction. And that is the theory that they have in their heads right now.
I think so too, because now you look, it could have been somebody else outside pecking and saying, pointing to the door, and he goes to the door, and it could be that somebody he knew could have said, I mean, I know there was, I can't remember the girl's name, but she was going to go out with what she thought was some friends, and they killed her. So, somebody could have lured him out that window, pecked on the window, and he went to the window, and then he went to the door and opened it. They'd say, oh, come on, let's go out and have fun, and something went wrong.
Or it was always the plan to abduct him.
Yeah.
That was the plan. That was the plan at the end of the day. It was to have to adopt the child, whoever did that. And
exactly.
I just think that's probably the scenario in my head, I think. It could be something else. I mean, obviously, I could be 100% wrong, but the whole idea, the question they asked Seth was, could you have, paid someone or gotten someone to abduct your child? That to me is like they're working off an abduction theory, and they're trying to kind of go through and they suspected Seth in the beginning because, certain things just didn't sound right with him. And maybe
Right.
they said, hey, maybe we've checked his work. He's at work. We've checked around, and it seems like, and they cleared, and that's why they were kind of looking at him really hard, because they were working off an abduction theory.
I totally agree.
And I think that's why, because you got to, like, the thing is, like, when I heard that question, that statement being made, two thoughts entered. One, they were looking at Seth as a suspect, a real hard suspect. Two is that they believed it was an abduction theory. And that's the two thoughts I've had. So when I've heard that statement, and you have to look at what the cops don't say. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly.
You know, if the cops are quiet all the time, it means they don't have a confirmation that the child is deceased. They don't believe the child is deceased, and they believe the child is still out there. And that's pretty much it. And they're
And
just
he may be in somebody's home. I mean,
yeah.
some person that's lonely or something. My sister was kidnapped.
Well, I'm sorry
And,
about that. Was she back,
we-
or was she?
Oh
was
yeah,
She,
yeah, we got her back. But it come to find out that this woman eased off into our home and picked up my sister. She was 3 years younger than me, and she had a bad heart.
oh,
And we were really protective over her. I'm gonna turn my camera off.
yeah. Don't put your camera on. You don't need to do that. Up to your.
But so we searched and searched and searched. Finally, we found her in this
Okay.
old woman's house. She had never had no kids.
Oh
She
my
was just
God.
all she wanted to do was just love her. And we went in her house.
Okay.
And my sister was probably about 2. And we went in her house and picked Deborah up and
You
carried
don't.
her back.
You don't have to use first names. You know, I mean, just, you know what I mean, like, because we're online, so, you know, keep your privacy, because you never know with these whack jobs on the online. You know what I mean? Just keep your, because you got to realize there's a lot of whack jobs around here, and you got to keep private. You know, so don't use any
Yeah.
names or identifying things, because you know,
But
you've seen the crazies around here.
Yeah, I have. But you know, we finally got her back, but my God, that could have turned into something really bad.
Oh man, I'm sorry you
Maybe
went through
even,
that.
you know, he's got a PO that's been watching him for a while, or maybe it was just somebody that didn't have no kids, thought it might be a joy to him. We don't know, because this girl
Yeah.
in Nashville, she was abducted, and and the man had a wife, and he put her outside in a storage building, and she
Oh,
had like 5 or
right.
6 kids by him. And
Oh my
finally,
God.
18 years later, they found her. And
Oh
look
my
at the neighbors that was around her. It was a very thick community.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
had like 3 or 4 kids by this man, and him married. So
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm really hoping that the please ask how long it took to find her. Beat him. Yeah, how long did it take to find her? Find her, by the way.
my sister,
Yeah, someone asked in the chat.
she went missing early that morning, and I don't know if it was because Mama had to walk me to the school bus, or I don't know what. But how she got in the house, I still don't know. But she got in the house, and we didn't find her till late that evening.
Jeez.
And my mother was about to lose it. So I can only imagine these parents that's lost these kids. I mean, my mother screamed.
Yeah, I mean that's usually the reaction, because you know, like, your whole world is just collapsing before your eyes. You know what I mean? You know,
She just never had no kids, and she was up probably in her 70s.
and she
And
just did that because of that.
yeah, she wanted a baby.
Oh, you know, that
So
happens a lot. You know, I've heard that, you know, that does happen a lot, actually. More so than
but
most
thank
people
God
think.
she was safe, and she had gave her some water, and you
Yeah.
know, but Mama asked her, said, what have you let her eat, or what have you let her drink? My mother was livid. She was absolutely, we like to never got her calmed down. And
Yeah,
I can only
absolutely.
imagine these parents. Of course, you got some that don't want their kids, which I'll say this. Anybody that don't want their children, give them to somebody. Don't destroy their lives because you're not happy with yours.
Yeah.
Take them somewhere and let them have a life.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I agree, but I don't think that's the case here. With that,
No, I don't either.
yeah, I just want a preference just in case someone misconstrues your statement or something like that. Yeah, that's a wild story. By the way, Queen, are you there?
Well, thank y'all and have a good one. And I'm
No
thankful that I
problem.
didn't get jumped on.
Oh no, you're not going to get jumped on. I mean, you've been very polite, and thank you for sharing that
Right.
story.
And thank you for correcting me.
No problem. No problem. You have a good one. By the
You
way,
take care.
You take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, Queen, YouTube
Have a good
Streets
day,
is-
bro. We'll see you later, love.
See ya. YouTube Streets is in the chat, by the way, just letting you know.
What's up, man? You want to come up here and chit chat with us? We went over your video a little bit.
Fake Advocates also put out another video I just saw on my timeline.
Jeez.
Yeah, YouTube Streets, come up. Let us teach you a little something about this case. You're missing a few things.
Yeah, because I saw him in the chat.
Absolutely. We'd love to have a conversation.
Yeah, because I can see, coming into it at this time frame and knowing what the tones are set, I can see how you can miss crucial things, especially when Seth Rogers hit a lot of his panel appearances and words and stuff. They're now
Well-
hidden. So
Well, there's a lot to this case that is very much hard to catch up. So
I just want to know why Katie was suspicious by looking around Texas Roadhouse.
yeah, well, I don't agree with that. I mean, like a lot of people look into the things like that and they don't know the baseline. Like, have you ever watched? Like a good way to just tell if someone's lying or doing something different is you have to look at them in a relaxed state. So what is their relaxed state? And if you only judge by one situation, then like, how do you know that's not how she normally goes into a restaurant?
She's military. She's retired military.
Yeah. That's my baseline with that one. Let me see. But yeah, I mean, that's my issue with that. Are we gonna eventually we will see that situation.
In my area, I know a lot of people. So when I'm at a restaurant, I'm looking all over the place all the time to see if there's somebody I know.
Dude,
I loved it. Yeah.
They took a 2 seconds of somebody spinning their head, likely looking for the waitress.
Right.
The next clip, there's food on the table. They took that, they slowed it down, they made it nefarious. They wanted people to see it that way. They twisted it so people would see it that way, and so people see it that way.
Yeah.
And it's typical manipulation. It's the same reason they give out dockets for people to all push the same, rhetoric at the same day, because it's overload. You hear it so much, you believe it. It's how people operate.
Right. Plus, I'm a people watcher, so my head is always spinning.
Yeah, and fuck WKRN. That's the last place I take as credible news.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, a lot of news stations they're just doing a lot of stories at once, and they don't get all the facts to it.
Yeah,
that's just how it is, unfortunately. And
I mean, I'm glad that they're keeping Sebastian's name out there on like a news level. I'll give them that. But they definitely falsely misrepresented this injunction and filing for sure.
Yeah,
they showed a clip talking about YouTubers like causing harm. They showed a clip where like the view counter was going up to 1 million. Bro, I wish.
Bro, if you had a million people watching, I don't think you'd have an issue of trying to raise money for an attorney. You'd probably get an attorney like.
That's what I'm saying. And when you do that, you make it look like we have more influence than we do. Like, no. Yes, somebody getting 1 million views on pushing an anti-narrative of theirs, I can see that being a little more harmful. But you're not going to act like little old me, under 12K views is hurting you. No. Stop it.
Are we going to say Queen?
I said, hey, Illuminati, what's up?
Hello.
What's happening? I hear my music in the background.
You hear your music?
Yeah, I can hear it playing a little
You
bit.
didn't pause YouTube.
I'm not on YouTube.
I don't know. We can hear it in the background.
Do you have your phone? Maybe it's like you hit the StreamYard link and it's still in the background program, maybe?
Can you hear it now?
Okay, I think it's gone.
Oh, it's off now.
Yeah, my phone is so sensitive, I swear. Like, you can hear everything. But anyway.
Yeah, I was just saying, it was just like a little, you could hear it like very lightly, but you could hear it playing.
Yeah, it was
That's funny.
What you got going on?
Nothing, man. The last 3 days, I've been in this freaking deep dive with this neighbor lady. Oh, busy Bobby.
Bobby.
And like she's talking about flashlight tag, her son seeing somebody walking in the woods with a flashlight,
Mm-hmm.
calling TBI and not 911.
Arguing with the investigators on what they know versus what she knows.
Yes.
She even had the nerve, the almighty nerve, to say that there's another neighbor that is nosy and all up in everybody's business. I about fell over. Bobby, Bobby, Bobby.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, I mean, we've literally been replaying these interviews for like 3 days. And like during the live, mind you, while we're doing this live, not only does Bobby Binoculars change her profile picture on Facebook, but so does the son's girlfriend. It was crazy.
Well, does anybody else find it very unprofessional and also alarming that a credentialed canine handler would allow a civilian to follow them as they are actively working their dogs?
That is absolutely false.
I agree.
That was the first thing that we asked my dog handler partner. No, because you have a flanker that sets a perimeter. The potential that could negate and the dog would fixate upon something else. It would cause interference in the search. So the fact that she has said all of that, like they may have been following, but they would have had to have been a distance back. And there is no way that handler would have spoken to a civilian, because of the potential that would have blown, that would have negated everything that dog just did by that handler speaking to a civilian who was not actively involved in the search.
Right.
Absolutely. Get the fuck out of here. That is a bunch of bullshit.
So either they purposely hindered the initial search efforts and then took to YouTube to hinder people's perspective on things with an intent to do so, or the canine handler failed. Either which way you look at it, there's a problem.
Yes, there's a problem. Either any which way you spin this or you turn and you look at it, there is an absolute issue. And I'm going to say that I am, because of the handler that was brought in and they work with law enforcement, I'm going to say that error is not on the handler's part. I don't know for certain sure positive, but the potential that the error not be on the handler's part and it be on, like, maybe afterwards they approached and they asked. But I believe that Bobby is like a dirty butt plug and self-inserting.
I concur.
Even though that's gross.
Yes.
No, I took a page out of Rowena's book.
Yeah, that was absolutely gross, and we're going to ban you from the panel forever.
I don't know. It was just crazy watching it all, because I won't lie. I didn't watch her JLR interview the first time because I was like, I think you're just a crazy busybody and I don't have time for that. It was really hard to watch too. And the one thing probably that stuck out the most for me last night watching that interview was when she said they were talking about, did Chris and Katie come to the vigil that they had in the neighborhood? And she was like, no, they didn't. We didn't like go up there and knock on the door and invite them, but they would have known. It was all over Facebook. And she said, we planned the vigil a week in advance, right? But they had the vigil on Tuesday. He went missing on Monday. How are you planning a vigil a week before a child goes missing?
Yeah, either that is pretty big word slip or something else where people might be wanting to be interested in that.
Well, why would you? Are you saying the day after, like Tuesday, they held that?
Yes, ma'am. In the neighborhood.
Why would you even do that, knowing that police are actively searching and asking residents to stay within their homes to not throw off the thermal heating and the scents and all of that? Why would they even host a big gathering like that? Why would Bobby even do that?
Because she even made a post on Facebook that I read out loud last night talking about how the police didn't want anyone on the streets. And something about this happened to her son on Monday because he was picked up, I guess, on the heat signature or something.
And remember, she did also post on Facebook. She was bitching about the traffic in her neighborhood. So when Katie said, I went with Chris to, neighbors were complaining about traffic, everybody was calling her a liar. But Bobby was actively complaining about traffic, the traffic in her neighborhood, and how it's
Yeah.
bothering her and the neighbors. When a child's missing, Bobby.
Oh, that's true, Miss Noah's musings.
I thought it was weird. She was talking about the flashlight tag, and then last night, Jay was playing that. What is that show that that Seth would listen to when they were cooking?
Creepy pasta.
They were talking
Creepypastas.
about flashlight tag on there
What?
when. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a creepy pasta that's all about flashlight tag, and one of the guys is hiding, and he was it, and he had the flashlight, and he saw this girl, like a friend of theirs, and she was in the woods, and she was kind of like twitching or something, but they were trying to get her to come out, and she wouldn't, and all of a sudden it looked like she got taller, but then she disappeared, and they went and got her dad. He came out and looked for a little bit, and he finally was like, go get your parents, see if they'll come help me look. Anyway, they found the girl with her neck broken in a drain pipe.
Yeah, I just found that all kind of weird.
Yeah, that's
because that's what Seth listens to when he goes to
Yeah.
sleep
Oh,
at
dear
night.
God.
Yeah,
It was,
I found that
I'm telling
interesting.
you, we've been in a rabbit hole because Jay, of course, goes down and starts looking at the comments under the video, and there's one, and the screen name of the person is Chris Took Yahoo.
Well, that's weird. Also,
Chris took what?
creepypasta.
Yahoo.
Chris
Oh.
took Yahoo. Like Chris took your nuclear
Yeah.
family.
Whatever.
With creepypasta too, they were done so realistically that they were forced to change their website because it was so realistic. They would make fake news articles that looked real. Like it was too much that kids that were primarily, flooded towards it or whatever, like they couldn't realize that it was fake. That's how well done and realistic some of these creepypastas were done.
Well,
It
that's
was
what I'm
scary.
saying. If Seth didn't have anything to do with it, is this something that Sebastion could have been listening to and was trying himself because he took a flashlight? You know.
Oh yeah, and the name of the guy, in the name of the dad, I think maybe in the story is Mr. Beach, and he went to Beach High School. It was just really weird. Like we were in a
Very
whole
weird.
rabbit hole.
Yeah, like if you type in creepypasta news articles and go to images, they literally made them look like there's real like news reportings on these stories and stuff.
Well, the whole concept of creepypasta came about like for instance Slender Man, where they take realistic photos, like real photos, and add like creepy things to it to make it more look realistic, like it's real.
Right.
And that's
I remember Jeffrey the Clown and Momo.
Jeff the Killer, you mean?
Jeff the Killer. Yeah, Jeff the Killer and Momo really had my son terrified for like a good bit.
Yeah.
And then they started selling like the Momo mask at stores and stuff. Like they're really, they're not good, and they're not good for children's brains. Let me just say that.
Yeah, it's a very odd thing to get into, let's just say that much. And that's the situation that he was listening to go to full. That's what Seth Rogers was listening to fall asleep to. Makes you wonder a little bit, but anywho.
The coincidences in this case are just crazy.
I just don't believe in coincidences when it comes to true crime. Honestly, I don't.
You mean that the person he did the fundraiser for the dog shelters, his ex-girlfriend that he had.
That's what I'm saying.
And then basically the person that's re-renting the residence he has, it's the last name of Crabtree, and that everyone is basically, it's like you're in a fucking movie set, but they ran out of actors,
Right.
so now it's like American Horror where they just use the same goddamn actors for every season.
Right.
Yeah, it's fucking weird, but I think coincidences happen, but it's just kind of
Going a
weird.
little Alex Jones on us there, my friend.
Not Alex Jones. No, I don't want to. I don't want to be sued.
Speaking of, really quick, I appreciate you having me up. I'm going to jump down. I just want to let Julia know that next time she's going to reference motions and stuff, you should realize you're not in a federal filing. You're not looking for Rule 11. You're looking for, because that's federal cases. What you're looking for, I'll help you out since the attorney you spoke to for almost an hour didn't. You would be looking for the case of 1023, which applies to civil cases. So you got that wrong, Julia. Just like the K9 handler got it wrong when she allowed Bobby's son to follow a working dog. I had Julia going nuts in Dolly's chat. I kept repeating that. Man, she kept fucking fighting it. It wasn't Max. It wasn't Max. Like, who the fuck's even saying it was Max, man? Relax. But all I have to say is, does anybody else think the K9 failed? And Julia, like, she just kept going and going. It was so easy to fucking trigger her. So I'm going to trigger you some more by telling you to look up case law 1023.
Yeah, you're
Wasn't the
What?
dog's name Max? That was in the that was doing that went in
I
the
was gonna
pond or
say,
whatever.
hold up, Granny.
It was.
That dog's name was Max. So why was she saying it wasn't Max?
I don't
Because
know.
she kept saying, "I want to go to Max's handler and have Max's handler talk to us about the search results." She's such a
She was
such a
going
bum.
nuts in Dolly's chat. She kept writing it. Every time I make a comment about the K9, and I kept doing it on purpose, she'd come back with a paragraph like, oh, that couldn't have been Max because Max's handler was blah, 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 blah. And then she'd be like, yep, see, it wasn't Max because Max this and that. Like, ma'am, you're the only, like, nobody even said it was Max, but the fact of the matter is it was Max, right? Max is the one that said that jumped into the pond, right? The retainer pond.
Right.
So it was Max. I don't know why Julia is so like personally fighting that. Like,
That
is she
poor- that poor dog. I have to say.
what is her connection to Max that she's like adamantly fighting against what I'm saying? She was so triggered. It was so funny.
That's what I'm saying.
That poor dog is being handled by that whack job lady.
I don't think Julia is Max's handler. She's just oddly trying to like. It's weird the way she's trying to present it. Like she's so close to Max, but then trying to. It's weird. I don't get it. I don't understand what she's doing with Max.
Wasn't there at some point somebody said that was her old dog or something?
Maybe that's what
I don't
it
know
is.
if that's true or not, but I thought I heard that somewhere. I don't know where, and
Yes,
I can't say that that's true, but that she said that was her old dog or something, and then she came back and said, "No, I never said that," but she did say it at one point. I don't have
And then
proof,
she
but I
had
remember hearing about
later
that.
And then she had all those papers with their exes and what this was and how they passed their credentials and all of that. Yes.
Yes, she sure
But
did.
somebody else did hear that. Thank you. I was wondering if I was wrong, but yeah.
Remember the other K9 handler that said we were the chosen
baby.
ones?
You know, if you pull up the Mr. Creepypasta,
Last time I got flagged for it, so that's why I ain't pulled it up yet.
well, you don't even have to go to, if you look at one of the comments, there's a comment from a YouTube account created like, 7 years ago, Clue? What was it called? Chris took you home?
Took your home. She just told us that, yeah.
And then if you listen to the voice at the very first of one of the videos that was uploaded, it sounds like the voice could be, I mean, it was really recognizable to me. Like it could have been like an adult, if you're handing your kid off to a game and you say, "Here you go."
Right.
I don't know. It's just very interesting. Some of the comments that are on that video, and then for that.
What voice?
The voice
So that
on
there's on that channel, there's like 2 videos.
And one of
he's
them
talking about on the Chris took you home.
It's conspiracy theory shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
because we
the
don't know
voice-
whose voice it is. You just say it sounds similar, but you don't really know who it is. We don't know who's
right. Well, it's a video.
Chris
It's a video uploaded of before it. It goes, "Here you go," and then it's a video of being Minecraft being played, which was another game that we know Sebastion play. Like,
Well, a lot
was
of
interested
children,
in.
a lot of
Kids
children
play that fucking game
Yeah,
right now.
Right.
I mean, if a lot of kids didn't play that game, Microsoft wouldn't have bought it for billions of dollars.
Right. But I'm just saying
It's a
It's what?
conspiracy hole, is what it is.
Right. It's pretty much what it is. You guys you heard the voice and it sounds similar. You guys think it might have something to do with it?
I mean, it's very interesting the
I
fact
don't.
that
I don't think it's the voices.
well, it's just
Anything, but
interesting. It's just interesting. I don't know. It
Because
the Mr. Creepypasta part and flashlight tag part isn't. I don't think is.
I honestly don't think any of it's relevant, but I mean that's just me.
Well, and if you listen to Bobby's interviews, she sure does bring up flashlights a lot, and she's sure concerned about lights and knowing where the cameras are and what the cameras are seeing and what the police know from what the cameras are seeing, and that the police aren't taking her phone calls and aren't accepting
I wonder why.
her narratives
Shocker.
of what's going on.
Right. Shocker.
Shocker.
Calls. Fuck. I wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, a whack job lady that's going through the neighborhood with fucking green, like looking like the purge vehicles going through purge night. Yeah, I'm shocked.
And the only problem with like voices is once you want to hear somebody's voice, you will, because there's been so many times that like people have accused people of being people. Even that guy that came up on panel the other day, as soon as one person questions, is this Nick? The whole chat's now going at that person as if they're Nick and they weren't Nick. You know what I mean? So like we gotta be careful with the whole.
Yeah, that fucking crime time buzz when people
That's
thought
what
it
I
was
was just
Betty.
gonna
It's
say.
definitely not Betty, and it grew the fuck out of her channel. Fuck, she's got a free shit. Her channel got grown for free just because.
That's why I don't highlight these
thought it was Betty.
because
Yeah, you got to be careful who you give attention to.
Yeah, I just I don't know.
Especially with something irrelevant, like I don't know, baby. I'll take it. I mean, I if you want to send me a link or some screenshots or something, I'll take a look at it. But I don't really.
Yeah, I just
have a lot of
thought it
interest
was
in
I just thought it was interesting some of the things that came out. But anyways, y'all have a good day.
Absolutely.
Bye, UA.
Bye.
I'm gonna jump downstairs. Thank you for having me.
All right,
Bye,
baby. We'll see
Granny.
you later.
Bye, guys.
All right, talk
And
to you later.
I don't want to put out any
About Bobby's
conspiracy theories.
And paranoid. I don't know. She was paranoid and fucking weird the last time, and I just don't. She irritates me way too fucking much to sit and. No.
I don't want to put out any conspiracy theories, just the things I was saying. That's why I said coincidences. It just seems weird, but
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are trying to make connections with things, and sometimes the story just doesn't make sense. It is what it is. It is what it is. Let's keep it moving.
But I remember Julia saying that it was Max's, that she used to have Max, and Max was the one that. And I'm not saying she was the handler. I'm saying she was lying, because then she came out and said that she never said it.
Yeah, that was a interesting one.
Yeah.
So what's next, Queen? What is next on the itinerary?
This is just an old interview, basically, of it says, I want to clear some things up. Sebastion Rogers' dad, Seth Rogers, drops shocking info. It's basically just a throwback to hear some of the things that Seth said back when he very first came out, and when he wanted to put information out about Sebastion. To me, it's the live that drew the lines. This is where the lines were drawn, in my opinion. And it's from 8 months ago. We've went over some of this already, but we can go over it a little bit.
Sure, sure. I'll be right back. I just got to run to the bathroom. I'll see you. Bye.
All right. Sounds good. I'm going to go ahead and start it.
8 years old was actually true. But there was other things that she threw into that conversation that I was like, oh, man, we have got to have honored to bring back our good friend, our brother on this show. We are praying for him. We are praying for Sebastion's
Such a good brother, you walked the fuck away as soon as you got a bad vibe. Shit, you ass was gone. Beat feet.
Safe return back home, back into Seth's arms. Please welcome Seth Rogers to the show. Seth, my brother, how you doing?
Well, I went to the doctor today. They gave me some stuff for my nerves.
And here we go. He starts in about his fucking shoulder.
Pain in the shoulder. They gave me some muscle relaxers and some steroids. And then proceeded to tell me to take a few days off, or else, quote unquote, you'll be dead within a week if you don't slow down.
Come on, dramatics. Fuck. You'll be dead within a week if you don't slow down. Stop it, brother.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
God, he's so fucking dramatic. Oh, my God.
How did we miss this the
Because
first
I understand
time?
that you've been having some sort of muscle, like you.
That's exactly what I said. Some of these interviews we need to go back over because there's a lot of shit we missed in them. A whole lot of shit. And when he was being followed, we found out it was the disability folks, not just random people following him because he was hanging Sebastion flyers or searching for Sebastion. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with him claiming disability, in my opinion, and, you know, them wanting to see what he was doing because, of course, he was out moving around, walking around, searching and all kind of shit.
Tore a muscle or something like that? Can you explain a little bit more?
I go in Monday for not to violate HIPAA, but I go in Monday.
And how goofy does that sound? Not to violate HIPAA, but I'm going to
Yeah,
share
you're not
my
violating
medical
HIPAA,
record.
stupid.
He doesn't work in a medical facility, dumb fuck.
And he's talking about his own self, so he's not violating HIPAA.
Right, thank you.
God, see what I mean? It just, how the fuck did we miss this bullshit?
To get a image done to see if there's any tears. They gave me muscle relaxers to relax the muscle because they have a feeling that it's pushing up against the nerve, which is causing the nerve pain all the way down my arm.
Which is why I believe when people say he was on, like when T-Rev said he was taking a bunch of pain pills and stuff, I believe that that's true. In my opinion, I believe that T-Rev is telling the truth when he says that because he said right there, the doctor gave him muscle relaxers and other medications for his arm or shoulder.
Well, we said that back then because there was sometimes he sounded like he was high or slurring his words and stuff. So we knew he was on something. And he talked about gabapentin. Well, I know I've taken gabapentin before and I was slurring my words.
So
that
yeah,
shit hit me
I believe
hard.
that he was on several medications, actually, in my opinion. Pain meds, muscle relaxers. I mean, that's nerve meds, neuropathy for neuropathy, whatever he says he's got going on. All right, here we go.
My fingers.
Oh, wow. Wow. Some serious nerve damage going on there. Can I ask you something though? How did that happen actually? What happened to you? Go ahead.
No idea.
Oh, you have no idea. So you didn't fall during a search or anything of that sort. This just happened.
Probably muscle strain from doing what I was doing, and then, tightens up muscle. And I didn't go get it looked at like I should have. But taking care of it now. Give me a couple of days rest, and then hit the ground running.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Wasn't
is this
this a
gonna
previous injury though?
Is this gonna slow you down at all in your search? Are you gonna like take a little bit of a break, hang up the hat for a little bit during this search? What's the story here? Talk to me.
I'm just going to take a little break. They're still going to do flyers. We're going to have a vigil held on Sunday. I still plan on being there. I'm just going to take it a little bit easier. Give it some time to rest, for me to rest, and for it to heal, because it's been interrupting. It hurts, so pain's enough that it keeps me awake.
No doubt. No doubt. Well, I mean, first off, I mean, I can.
So 8 months ago, he stopped searching. Okay, right there. He just said he stopped searching. He's going to give it a rest, and he has not searched since.
And normally
Guess
I would
what?
think that
Katie and Chris have. Chris and Cletus and Crabtree have. SF Investigates has. Chloe still is. Where's Sean at? At Tony's house in Oklahoma. Sure as fuck not in Tennessee searching.
And normally I would think that he is full of shit that people were watching him. But because he put everything out here on Front Street and made sure everybody saw him on camera, I'm sure Disability was checking up on him because, you know, he had everything out here on Front Street so everybody could see.
Yep. When he said he was being followed, well, why the fuck would anybody follow you when you're putting up Sebastion flyers for Sebastion? Come to find out, they said, oh, you know, somebody that he's friends with allegedly said that he finally admitted to them it was the disability people that were following him around to see if he was, you know, committing fraud, claiming disability and, you know, not needing it or whatever. Which I didn't know they even did that. I honestly didn't know they followed people around like that. But
yeah, I always thought that that was kind of a farce. But if you're putting everything out on Front Street and people are, I'm sure people who don't like him was probably turning them in or something. I'm sure they would come out and watch, you know.
Right. Mm-hmm. And we know where the flyers were getting taken down. The city was taking those down because they were being put up illegally on different spots they weren't supposed to be. Just like they took Betty's down. She kept trying to say there was people that they kept trying to run with this narrative that people didn't want them searching for Sebastion. They were taking all their flyers down. They were following them around. And no, you were being followed allegedly by the disability people, seeing if you were committing fraud. Just like when you said, JLR, you're going to want to get this on camera. And then the city or the police were taking your fucking flyers down when you guys were putting them in the wrong spots. It wasn't that you didn't have them up. It was that you were putting them in the wrong spots.
What date was this live, by the way?
8 months ago.
So he stopped searching
8 months ago. When's the last time he did a search? If you guys remember?
I don't
No, the
know.
only thing I've ever heard was they were going out driving around to check places to search.
Yep.
8
But
months
no
ago
actual
was the
searches have
last
been
I
done.
know
They did a vigil, but that was it. No searches have been done by Seth Rogers since he allegedly was supposed to take a small break. And he has not been back out searching since.
Small break turned into a long break.
It sure did.
Which I'm not dogging him for that because we've always said that parents shouldn't be searching. But again, keep the same energy when you're talking about Chris and Katie, right?
Yep.
Well, yeah, because they were out there. They were searching,
Yeah.
and they got called. They got said they were doing photo ops. That's why we joke around about the photo op bullshit.
Right.
They can't win for losing. I mean, no matter what the fuck they do, they get talk shit about. No matter if they fucking go out and search and help and do what they can do, they get talk shit about. If they don't search, they get talk shit about. If they don't come to YouTube and blow up YouTube and get ass pats and super chats for going on a search, that means they didn't do it because they didn't do it like Sean did.
Right. Face, they get called out if they go out and eat, for God's sakes. Yeah. Right? Remember after Sebastion went missing, they went out for Easter.
You might look around for the waitress and then be accused of trying to drop your son off to some weirdo.
Right?
Fuck, man. I've never heard so much fucking bullshit out of people on the internet.
Oh, I know.
Katie's kicking herself for asking for extra bread at the Roadhouse.
Right.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous. But the sad thing is people follow these people.
Dinner with my son, so let everybody on the internet pick it the fuck apart.
Yeah.
I'm sure that made her feel really nice.
Yeah, her last memory with her son. That video
And
breaks my heart.
part about how shitty of a fucking mother she is because he was eating his food too fast. And oh my God, teenage boys don't eat their food that fast.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. If you go around teenage boys, you know for a goddamn fact they eat their food like that.
I was gonna say the people that are saying that didn't ever have teenage boys in their life because
Yeah. Okay. Ridiculous shit.
Commend you for not slowing down, you know, still going after it, taking care of things, getting things taken care of as far as finding Sebastion. But you just said that there's going to be a vigil on Sunday. Is that correct?
From my understanding, we're setting one up at the Rudder for Sunday.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Do we know the time? And do we know the time for Sunday?
Currently, right now, it's 6 o'clock, but that really kind of depends on the weather.
Gotcha. Are we supposed to have some bad weather on Sunday?
60% chance of rain.
Oh, yeah. That can definitely do that. That can definitely do that for sure. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So the Rudder, 6 p.m. Okay. Sunday. And
Yeah.
that's all depending on weather. If weather is permitting, there will be a vigil.
Yeah, I don't want people out in nasty weather.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I don't want anybody to get sick.
No, I don't blame you, bro. I don't blame you at all. I really, really don't blame you at all. And so thank you so much for that update. I really do appreciate that. Can we talk about any updates on the search before we dive into all this stuff, all this murky water? Are there any updates with the search right now?
No. None that I've been told of.
Okay. Have you had any?
Been told of because he hasn't been on any.
Any conversations with law enforcement as of late? Have they reached out to you with anything at all?
Nope.
Good to know. Good to know. Okay. All right. Aside from your shoulder back situation, how you feeling?
Same as yesterday. Got one goal in mind. That's fine, Sebastion.
Gotcha. Okay. Fair enough. Now, we of course we got to get straight into the meat and potatoes of this, right? So are you ready to have some conversations?
I know you got questions. I haven't let you all down with answers yet.
Yeah. All right. So you had a conversation just the other day. You dropped some serious bombshells. I know
will
that
forewarn you that I really don't. I was so tired and exhausted. I really don't even remember the podcast, man.
Wow. Whoa. Really?
He said, yeah, whoa, really? Okay. Yeah, okay.
Really? I mean, I get it. Being sleep deprived, running on just nothing but adrenaline all day long. You were also on many shows that day as well, correct?
Yeah. I mean, everybody wanted a piece of me, and I felt like the pie was empty.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. But still, no matter what, nonetheless, there was a conversation that was had. You did drop some very big pieces of information, and whether you had said those things beforehand or after, it still doesn't matter. This was live. This was out. This obviously made the rounds and shocked a lot of people. It shocked me too, my brother. I'm going to be real. I was shocked. Very, very shocked. But of course, I have some questions revolving around all that, okay, or revolving around the information that you gave. So let's talk about it. Because
what it had to do with Sebastion?
Yes. That information that had to do with Sebastion. Go ahead. What are you going to say?
Mr. Proudfoot, Chris, people were asking why he didn't want my son
All right, here
around
it
his
goes.
daughter. And he kept telling me that if people keep asking the question, he's going to answer it. And turned around and stated that if he tells them, people will stop looking for Sebastion.
Really? Okay. Can I ask you something before you continue on? I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm curious. When was this conversation that was had? And was that something on a podcast, or was that something between you guys behind, on your own time behind closed doors?
Yes.
So him sitting there saying, I don't want. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
It was over the phone.
Okay. So him saying, if people start asking why I don't want Sebastion around Faith, they won't go and look for Sebastion.
If they
found out the truth.
Why? Yeah. That people wouldn't go look for my son.
Okay.
I had told him you don't want to go down that route.
Gotcha. And he said this between you and him.
Katie was on the phone too.
So Katie was on the phone as well. Okay. So what was the conversation like? I mean, was this just a regular conversation, or was this a full-on blown out argument?
I think he tried to make it one. It wasn't going to be one.
Okay.
I did get heated because I didn't appreciate him saying that, when it's like, dude, it's just another time that you and his mom have failed him. And I'm sitting here trying to put pieces back together.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
My whole issue about that is, if you cared that much for my son as you do your daughter, that you don't want my son around because there's a possibility.
Yeah, here he goes with this bullshit. None of this needed brought up. I don't think any of this needed to be put on the internet. None of it. But here we go. Let's listen to his bullshit.
Why weren't you thinking about that when he's under your roof?
No doubt. That's one thing I'm very curious about as well. And we're going to get to that in just a minute. But what was the reason? What was the origin of this actual fight or argument or discussion on this phone that would spawn him saying that in the first place? What started this?
People were asking during podcasts why he didn't want my son around his daughter.
So this happened because, okay.
People were asking questions.
People were asking questions like the smart, intelligent people that they are. Go ahead.
Why don't you bash around your daughter? People were asking, Chris, why don't you want Sebastion around your daughter? I see people in chat that were asking me all the time, why doesn't Chris want Sebastion around his daughter? There's your answer.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So you're telling me that he looks at Sebastion like some sort of predator?
Yeah.
Wow. But why? Because
none of this is necessary. None of this was necessary for him to put it out. He should have never put this out on the platform. It just irritates the piss right out of me that like I said, this is right here where lines were drawn.
I agree.
People were fucking pissed that he put all this information out, and it was personal, and it's trauma, and it's Sebastion's. It's not for him to be putting out here, for everybody to hear, for everybody to know about.
Because of what happened to him in California under his supervision, or under him and Katie Proudfoot's supervision?
That, and the fact that he hasn't got the correct help. In California, he was seeing a doctor by the name of Dr. Franny at Balboa, and she didn't appreciate the fact that I stood up and used a stern voice with her and told her she wasn't doing anything for my son by letting him play with toys and choose what movie or he gets to watch when he gets out of the thing. That's not helping him. That's not the proper therapy. I'm already researching this. She wasn't. What's the word I'm looking for? She wasn't qualified for that type of therapy because that's a different type of therapy for traumatic sexual abuse, and that's a different type of class.
All right.
That's how they do it with
And you're
little
sure of that?
kids.
Are you sure of that? That she didn't have the credentials
They bring
to
out the dolls and
handle
stuff.
that type of therapy?
Yes.
Go ahead, Cheesy.
But isn't that how they do that with little kids when they're too little to explain things? They bring out the dolls and have them show them what happened, and that's how they do it with little kids. You can't just talk to a little, because wasn't he like 5 or something, or very little when that happened in California? So you can't just talk to a little like that about that kind of stuff. You have to use toys and stuff to get through to them. They're not just going to come out and they don't know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? Those are all tools that they use to get through to little kids.
No, Cheesy, don't use, logic and reason.
I know, right?
You can't do that here. This is not the time and place for it. Let's put the spooky music on to make this more interesting so we can, make it more mysterious. So we got to do that.
Right.
Use reason. No.
And he's like, that ain't the right treatment, blah, blah, blah. Well, where's your shingle? You know?
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, did you wash your hands?
Yes, I did. I love how you asked me that.
Hey, listen, you announced that you were going, so.
Yeah, I mean, I needed to step away, so, you gotta go.
And we didn't want another TikTok Tony situation.
Yes, that's definitely not a TikTok Tony situation. Make sure to leave the phone, the mic, everything in the other room,
We want you to stay professional and above board.
Yeah, I'm definitely professional and above board. We are professional and above board. I can be a professional and I
You
can
mean
be
I'm not
above
supposed
board.
to bring my computer to the bathroom with me?
No, you're not. No, that's not a good idea. It never ends well.
Shit. All right.
Well, yeah. I can be a professional and I can be above board. TikTok Tony.
I'm an above board professional. And now you all know what my Johnson looks like.
I'm still pissed at Voices for making me look closely at the screen that day.
Bro, you were studying it. You were literally studying it. You were
She's like, look closely at the screen. So I was right up at my screen looking. All of a sudden, bloop, there it comes.
About poked your eye out, didn't it, Cheesy?
Right. If it would have been big enough.
Oof.
All right.
That would have been just like a finger in the eyeball.
Okay.
Like, boop.
I know that we're doing a little bit backwards, okay? But I do have a lot of questions that we got to go all the way back a little bit, okay? So I understand that this happened in California. And we got to dive into it a little bit more so we understand a little bit more of this information. Because you did drop this on Justin. Shout out to Justin on TikTok. And it was shocking, okay? But you did say that in California, while Sebastion was under Katie Proudfoot's supervision.
Can I interrupt you for?
Go ahead, by all means. Go ahead.
All right. A lot of people are, this is the information that I'm giving is facts. It's not me trying to throw punches or whatnot. But this is the third time that something major has happened to my child underneath their watch. and they need to own it.
Hmm.
They need to own the fact that they have fucked up yet again. And I'm sitting here being Sebastian's voice. Because right now he doesn't have one until we find him and find out what happened. All right. I've told everybody you're innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
That's just the way the system works. There's nothing I can do about that. That's the way the system works. And that's the way it should work. You're innocent until proven guilty.
Mm-hmm. Now, I understand that I believe that you are telling the truth. I don't think you have. Why would you sit here, go out of your way, not spitting facts, right? So it wouldn't make any sense for you to just go out of your way to just talk wild, suddenly out of nowhere, and aimlessly in some sort of way. And I don't think what you're saying right now and what you've given to us is aimless or doesn't have any clout, isn't backed up with proof, which of course I am very curious about some of these things as well. But what I need to understand though is that this happened under her supervision in California. Is that right or wrong?
That's right.
Was Chris involved in that at all? Because I think that's one thing that a lot of people are very curious about as well.
Chris was living with her then.
Okay. So who is this kid? Who is this 13-year-old kid, if he was 13, 15, whatever age he was, who did this unthinkable thing to Sebastion? Who is the kid?
I don't know his last name. Sheriffs wouldn't give me his last name.
But why not?
California CPS children under the age of 13 and under are actually protected. So they wouldn't give me any information. They weren't letting me do anything. The only thing they let me do was I asked them if I could contact the school psychologist, if he could sit there and tell the school psychologist the person's name so that the other children that was around him would not become victims as well.
Mm.
And I went as far as finding out, the parents, from my understanding, the parents told Katie and Chris that their kid picked it up off of watching YouTube. Me personally, I've never seen like that stuff on YouTube. So
neither have I. So what is he watching on the tubes that would give him the disturbing education like that? That's what I'd like to know as well. Huh? So you learned this
with his age, I would have to say that somebody was abusing the child.
Huh.
It had been probably going on for a while for him to think that it was normal, so he did it to my son. That's why I'm asking about my son having the correct therapy to get him back on track. I mean, he's autistic. He's not mentally as old as he is physically. I mean, he's smart, but, delayed in learning. He's physically 15. Mentally, he's probably 10 or 11, and he's going through.
Do you guys recall this conversation?
I am recalling it, yes.
Yeah, I remember.
She says, I don't really believe that either. Usually if the child does something like that to another child, it's because it's happening to them. And all too often, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happens. It's usually done to them, and then they repeat that behavior. Unfortunately, that's just what it is. They don't see anything wrong with it. They've never been told that's wrong, or they've never had that happen, and they don't know, or sometimes they do.
Mm-hmm.
It just, like I said, this stream right here is where lines were drawn, because none of this needed to be out here.
Adolescent. His body's producing hormones that he has no idea what's about. And I don't think I don't think things are lining up in his brain like they're supposed to, because obviously he's got a 6q chromosomal deletion syndrome, and he's got diagnosed with autism.
Understandable. And I get it that what he went through is a lot to process, no matter if he had autism or not. Being a kid, 7 or 8 years old, that's a lot to process as a kid. I can't even imagine any child going through any of that. But question though, did you know of this said kid? We're going to use 13 years old. I know Katie Proudfoot said he wasn't 13 years old, and I get that semantics or technicalities, but I'm just going to call him the 13-year-old kid from this point on, okay? So did you know anything about this 13-year-old kid before you heard about this tragedy and this trauma that was inflicted upon Sebastion?
I did not.
You had no idea about this child. Okay. So then how did you find out? Because in the interview with Justin on TikTok, okay, you said you made it sound like you expressed some concerns about Sebastion hanging out with this 13-year-old kid while he was about 7 or 8 years old, and you were uncomfortable with it. And then, of course, this tragedy and this trauma was inflicted. So I want to get some clarity on that. Did you not know about, did you have a strange inkling about this 13-year-old, or did you find out after the fact from Katie Proudfoot that this trauma was inflicted upon Sebastion?
Katie Proudfoot, who at that time was Katie Payne. I found out from her. She says she had contacted CPS on the other family. Therefore, I found out from her, and CPS spoke to me, and that's when I started dealing with CPS and the sheriff's department.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Me and Katie used to communicate a lot more than we do now.
We're going to talk about that in a second. But real quick, as soon as you found out about this tragedy that happened to Sebastion at 7 or 8 years old in California, what did you do?
I immediately contacted the sheriff's department. I wanted to find out what was going to happen to the child.
Okay.
I wanted to, what they were going to do to protect my son, protect this child that more than likely has been a victim already, and what they were going to do to prevent it. And I don't think the sheriff's department did anything. Another time that the law has failed our children.
Because I know that you said on the interview.
I mean, the father that's only there, 2 times out of the month wouldn't have anything to do with failing the child, though, would he? I'm just curious. Just asking.
Right. And doesn't he work for the law?
Allegedly.
Yeah. I mean, why would he be trash on the law?
As well, that you couldn't do anything because of the state that you're in, because of the state of California, that you couldn't press charges on this 13-year-old kid. Can you explain to me why you couldn't press charges on this kid? He just committed a crime, allegedly. So why couldn't you press charges on this 13-year-old kid?
Because of his age. 13. They won't press charges against a 13-year-old for that. What was told to me by the sheriff's department. My son got upset because I didn't tell him I knew. That his mom hadn't told me. And he got upset one day, and I was like, son, I do know. And if you ever want to talk to me about it, you can. But at the same point in time, I was trying to take care of things on my end.
I get it. I fully get it. I think it's crazy to me that you couldn't do anything. It doesn't make it. I don't get it. I mean, I don't live in California, and I don't know the law out there.
Yeah.
But I am still very
You're all-
shocked. What were you saying?
I said, but you wear LA gear all the time.
I do. I really do. I really, really do. Maybe I'm trying to manifest something. You feel me? But
Can I
still,
stop this for a moment?
right. But still, I am quite curious as to why that seems so odd to me that you couldn't do anything in the state of California when a crime was committed against your son during that time. It still does blow my mind. But when you found out, going back to it, when you found out from Katie Proudfoot at that time, can you tell me where was your mindset? How did that feel?
I really don't want to state that in public.
Okay. Fair enough.
My big son. He just had his innocence taken from him. It took me a minute to digest, and it took me a minute.
That right fucking there. That did not need to be out here. That did not need to be said. There was no reason for that. None.
Right.
Question. You're talking about the possible abuse of your child, and then you start cracking jokes with the host. Is that not a little weird to
Yeah,
anyone?
your 15-year-old son's fucking trauma that he went through that is no one else's fucking business. Hey, small town girl, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys?
Hanging in there. What's up, baby?
Well, that's one of the things that I wanted to say. So he's coming on to this show,
Yeah.
wanting to be like the hero by exploiting his child with this information and trying to degrade Katie and Chris. But one, how do we know that this actually happened? Two, why wasn't his ass over at Katie and Chris's demanding custody of his child right then? And three, how can you retell a story like this that affected your child and was so bad that it's like now become a joke to him?
It's fucking sickening. All right, here we go.
To figure out the proper way to go about it instead of someone just hurt my baby. So
Of course, I get that. And I know that you were I mean, when you talked about it the other day, we all saw emotion. We all know. And I think we also second that emotion as well. If we were in those shoes as well, we would be just as shocked.
Yeah, but you know what? 1,800 people in here, and I bet you know what? I bet you maybe one or two out of 1,800 people would say something like this. Even the hate watchers, I can tell you right fucking now, would not be coming out here talking about their child's trauma and what happened to them.
there's no apology for my behavior. I got upset. I was mad. I'm exhausted, and it takes a while for me to get to that point. But first of all, I don't like people trying to hold something over my head.
Yeah.
Something that happened under their watch, and he needs help, and we're finally getting him the help he needs. It's late, and now I gotta find him.
Right. You are absolutely right. So then tell me then, because I feel like you suddenly out of nowhere, and understandably, I feel like you hit a wall, you got emotionally exhausted. I mean, of course, if I'm putting words in your mouth or emotions in your head that weren't really there, please stop me while I continue. But I feel like at some point you hit a wall. You were at wit's end. You had enough. You were tired of being diplomatic, tired of being the nice guy, and you said, you know what? F it. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off. Everyone's going to hear this truth because you know what? I don't know where he is, and these other two are not supporting or helping me in the search for Sebastion. Am I anywhere near close to why maybe you started to put this information out for everyone to hear?
My son is a victim. And if victims don't get the...
That's exactly right. Your son is a victim. And you don't get to come out here and do this to him.
proper help, they repeat because all of a sudden they think it's normal. So,
but guess what? Katie said she got him into therapy. She got him help. She did everything she could fucking do. He was in therapy. She took care of things privately. I've never heard her come out here and talk about her son's trauma or being a victim of what happened to him. No. You also went ahead and told everything about Katie and her victim being a victim and what happened to her as well. You don't know how to keep your fucking mouth shut about private things.
son's autistic, and if he doesn't get the proper help, we don't want him to become that. So you do preventive maintenance, and you get him the help he needs. And there's multiple different ways, but if you're not certified in the proper way to get him help, you're just going to make it worse.
Yeah. No, I get that. I fully get that. So then, okay. You had a conversation, a not so pleasant conversation with Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot on the phone. It was a heated argument, heated conversation. Chris Proudfoot said something along the lines of, people are asking about why I don't like having Sebastion anywhere near Faith. And if you keep on pushing me, I'm about to air everything out. I'm about to air all this dirty laundry, whether you like it or not. And guess what? No one's going to want to support or try to find Sebastion. Am I correct?
I'm sorry. What was that?
As if he didn't fucking hear what he said.
Well, and one thing I
That
want
was a
to add
long
to
thing I
this
just
is,
said. That was a lot of...
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
He's talking about how Sebastion is autistic and he needs to get the proper help and all this. Sebastion wasn't diagnosed with autism when this happened. So, again, he's like trying to tell a story with a different narrative that should have never been out there in the first place.
Well, it's all just to make Katie and Chris look bad, because even last night I was listening to an interview and he was talking about the phone that they had it locked down and whatever. I mean, the tone in his voice was acting like they were abusing him because they didn't allow him to have internet on his phone. Oh, he had it locked down. He couldn't even use the calculator. You know, the tone in his voice made it sound like he was accusing them of that it was abuse because they didn't allow that. You know what I mean? They were just so mean.
They were so bad that when he didn't even have a fucking TV to watch.
Yeah.
They said, come over and get Sebastian's and use his for now until he comes home.
Yeah.
That was his PlayStation, I think.
Either way,
Yeah.
what a piece of shit to offer up his son's his son's game to the piece of shit that's out here doing this.
Right.
In my opinion.
work. No, I got you. I got you. But you
I was
have
reading something. My bad.
You're
I
good,
wanted,
homie. You're good, homie.
with
There's a
the-
lot of people here that want to know the truth and understand what's going on. So I'm going to repeat it one last time. Okay. So you
you're
had
made them. This is the
Oh,
last
no,
time.
no. Time out, bro. Hold up. Well, what I'm trying to understand here, so that everyone understands as well, is that you had a not so pleasant conversation on the phone with Chris and Katie Proudfoot. And during this argument or this conversation, Chris said something along the lines of, everyone keeps on asking me why I don't like having Sebastion anywhere near Faith. And I will air that stuff out if you keep pushing me. And guess what's going to happen? Nobody's going to want to look for Sebastion because of his past. Am I correct?
Wow, you cut out there bad.
Okay.
But yeah, just the way you were saying, sorry, because I lost everything on there.
It's okay.
It keeps freezing on my end. Yes, me and Chris and Katie had a conversation, and Chris asked me, people are asking me this question. If they don't stop asking me this question, I'm going to have no choice but to tell them. Well, now he can sit there and tell them. At the same point in time, I know that I know that his daughter, Faith, FaceTimes with my son all the time and considers my son her older brother. And he considers Faith his little sister. And if he's anything like his dad, we're supposed to protect the young ones. We're supposed to protect our sister. We're supposed to protect people. And that's one of the things I've been trying to instill with him to combat what has happened to him.
No, I'm still trying to understand a little bit more about this too, okay? This tragedy happens to Sebastion against his will. It's not like he decided to have this crime committed against him. It happened under Katie Proudfoot's supervision. And yet Chris is still trying to hold that over your head as if Sebastion's some sort of monster. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. This is an innocent kid where this happened to him. So I don't get that part.
Chris doesn't see him as innocent. It would be the only thing I could say. Honestly, you have to.
Yeah. Now tell me that didn't sound really fucked up.
Yeah, that seems pretty fucked up. But it's still weird. It's a lot of weird stuff he said.
Pearl.
I just want to
What's
jump
up, baby?
in.
What you got to add, Bob?
This is my opinion, allegedly, and speculations. They said that Sebastion had showed himself and asked, something about this or something. You grow up the way you're raised, and if his daddy was running around the house naked, that child didn't know nothing but know the difference. I think that, he didn't set that good of an example in front of him by showing himself and running around naked. And Sebastion, he didn't know no different. He didn't know that wasn't right. You think about that. And then they say, well, Chris is going to tell it, so I'm going to jump to the chase. Chris probably wouldn't have told. If you think about it, and to bring out, it's just like he's doing this in anger to get back at them. I guess because he still cares for Katie. We've seen that in all of this interviews and stuff like that. But a kid, if they don't, they do as they're raised. So do you think that Sebastion would have known any different than to not know that that was another body part and he would show it?
Yes, I absolutely do. He was only with Seth 2 weekends, every other weekend, being 2 weekends a month, being 26 weeks a year. I do believe that he knew better than to do anything like that.
Well, didn't they say that he had been showing himself?
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, I think how Seth says it, he probably is not good at communicating. I don't think they were just both walking butt naked and through the house for the whole day and every day. I just don't think that's the case. I think I'm going to try to give Mr. Seth Rogers the benefit of the doubt that he would not be walking around butt naked with, constantly outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt for that one because I don't think that's the case.
And I don't know that it ain't because he didn't want him around Faith.
Well, I don't know about the thing is, like, the relationship occasions in the document. He did on several occasions. It's documented. Oh, so he did walk around naked. Okay. I don't know what the allegations are with Faith. I don't really think it should be brought to the internet because Faith is an underage, is a child. Sebastion is under 18. I just don't think it's right to even really go into it. I don't feel comfortable discussing that, to be honest with you, on an online platform. I think it should just be left. I think it was wrong that Seth brought it up. I don't like it being brought up. I don't think it has anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastion Rogers. And I feel like I don't want to really enter into that arena of thought process. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it was just shown, and I thought, well,
unfortunately, his father has made a lot of terrible mistakes, and one of which was to bring about business that should not have been brought out. I don't agree with that. I'm not cool with it. They're both underage children. I don't want to know it. I don't think it's my business to know, and nor do I think it's the internet's business.
Sebastion Wayne Drake Rogers.
Oh, someone's playing something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was me by accident. I'm sorry. I switched over.
It's fine. Yeah, so that's me. I don't want to speculate on that stuff. So that's just my opinion.
It was shown on the screen, and I thought, well, this is not that child's fault.
I don't think it's any of the. I mean, like, listen, I don't know the details. I don't think it's that fault of that child at all. But I don't think we should really enter into that arena of thought.
Well, I agree with Pro a little bit, though. Little boys do goofy stuff like that, though. Because, like, my nephews, when they were little, we went for, like, I don't know, like a whole month or something, and we were, like, camping all the time. And, well, when little boys are camping, they just go pee in the woods, right?
Right.
Well, they lived in town, and and they were really, really, really little. I'm talking, like, 4, 5 years old, And so it was like all the time they were peeing outside because that was what you do in the woods, right? So anyways, when they were at home, they would go outside and pee in the front yard. And my sister-in-law was like, "Hey guys, you can't be doing this. We're not camping, So, I mean, little boys do stuff like that. They misunderstand, So, I mean, it could have
Exactly right.
happened.
Yeah, it could have happened. Yeah. But it was just brought, it was
Out of
just
innocence,
put on your panel, and I thought, well, he did make remarks that he would run around that way, and
Yeah, I'm not blaming you. I mean, I'm not like saying like I just think Seth is wrong for bringing that up. I do.
Yeah, and Katie's life too.
Yeah.
She's went through bad enough.
Yeah, I you know what I mean? Like, I think subjects, if you're entering an interview about, and that's why I kind of have like an issue with Pascal, because I feel like he was digging into salacious details about the abuse. That's what I really had the problem, especially with that whole CPS report thing he wanted to kind of do a live stream about. And that's my issue.
That subject.
What?
He enticed that subject.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he's really digging for stuff that he should not be digging for, because
what happened between him and Pascal?
I think
we don't know.
We don't know, but there's speculations that maybe he heard something or Seth said something that said, "Fuck this, I'm gone." Based upon, unfortunately, I think Seth is not said some wild things, in my opinion, and he's kind of inappropriate a lot of times. I've noticed that in chats. He gets into a very weird thought process a lot of times. So maybe
he's awkward.
What?
He's awkward.
It's a little bit more than awkward. Because I just think like he says things that I sit there and I'm like, should you really say these types of things? Like, for instance, what he said in Josh's chat what he says in other people's chats, what he did on Brittany J's panel, like
Don't
that.
you think he's bringing this up just to get back to her, though? I mean, that's what I see.
I don't know, man. I
For another,
truly,
for another blame or accusation or accusations and it shouldn't have been to the public. He should have just sat out and waited, because Chris and Katie has done. Everybody says, well, she's not squalling on the internet and she's not doing that. Well, you know what? Well, look what she would have been picked out if she had them.
Well, and look what happens to them every time they do come to the internet. They get crucified a million times over for anything they say or do. I mean, Chris was just out searching. Look how they've turned that story all around.
I agree. Look what, she's just taking Sebastion out for a meal and look how they picked it. Oh, she's probably got a note she slipped under her napkin or something like that. No, you see her picking that roll and then she reached down and wiped her hands on a napkin. I'm pretty sure. They just pick it and pick it and pick it. So I can't blame Katie and Chris for not saying a word. They're the smartest ones of this crowd. But anyway, I just wanted to say, that I think he was just beating the chase. I don't think Chris would have ever come up with it. And I really don't believe he ever threatened it with it. Just my opinion.
I don't know. When I've heard Chris talk about Sebastion, I hear love in his voice.
Yeah.
I hear love for him.
He went out and hunted the other day, and he had just run into Crabtree and they were talking, and he said, well, we're going to go hunt for Sebastion. Well, he got his boots out and he started hunting too. So, why would his boots be in his pickup truck if he wasn't out here looking?
Yeah.
So, I just, I just feel like, they shouldn't be slammed for it, because, they can go out and eat and they're not, what are they supposed to do? Just sit there in the house and just hibernate and not live? That's not going to bring him back either.
Well, yeah, they're supposed to not do anything. They're not supposed to eat. They're not supposed to sleep. They're not supposed to go shopping. They're not supposed to take their dogs for a walk. Nothing.
Can you imagine how that poor mother feels?
Yeah, I can't imagine. It breaks my heart, because I know that she deals with a lot of shit. Not only does she, not only does she beat herself up, but she deals with a whole lot of shit from the internet too.
Yeah.
Giving her death threats, sending shit to her, saying things about her, nonstop, tearing her the fuck down, tearing her apart, everything she does.
Well, if Sebastion does come back alive, and I come back here and he's alive and he's okay, and I pray he is, look at all the shit he's going to have to look at on the internet one day. Now, he's going to be on the internet. He's going to be a grown man.
Yeah.
And look at what he's going to have to hear.
Well, let's hope that he does come back, and and that's going to be something that Seth's going to have to work out with, because at the end of the day, Seth's his father for the rest of his life. That's his father, and that's what he's going to have to explain to his son, his mistakes.
I just hope it don't later on down the road tear them apart.
I hope, what, I do hope so. I hope there is, when he does come back, the relationship does work out, and and this BS.
I know I wouldn't want my parents to put all the stuff out, like that. I just really wouldn't.
Yeah, I agree.
There is a chance for that child to come back, and I pray he does, but I don't know. I hope they can all have a good relationship and Sebastion can go on and live a normal life.
I do too, and I hope it's sooner than later, to be honest with you.
Thank you for letting me jump in.
No problem. You have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye, Pearl.
Bye.
See you later, love.
Okay, so
she sounds like such a sweetheart.
But does she wear Crocs? That's the most important question.
I bet she does, because I like her.
And then she's a horrible person. I think we should kick her and never let her up ever again. She's a terrible person. We don't want you up here anymore. If you wear Crocs, we don't accept that type of behavior around here. Just saying. You can keep up.
I'm one step away from Crocs. I got a pair of Bobs.
What the hell is a bob?
They're a mule slide-in slipper with memory foam and fleece, and they're very warm and cozy, and the best slippers and Christmas present I got.
Tim, the smartest thing Katie and Chris can do is at this point is cut off all contact with you, all YouTubers. I agree, Captain Napkin.
Yeah.
I don't think it actually it helps at all. I think like doing searches and looking around is good. Looking at areas that people are not sure about so that they can, I mean, like, I think there was some criticism with the last search, which was one of the criticism, they said it was a publicity stunt. I saw another YouTuber try to go at Chris because of what Crabtree did, which I disagree with completely with the whole spirit box shit. I think that was not a smart move. Hopefully he learns his lesson and throws that fucking phone spirit box thing in the trash. Deletes that shit. I don't agree with that shit at all. I think it's a very bad idea when you do things like that. And, it really makes you look bad because you're representing yourself, and that makes you look like you're kind of, that's not behavior I accept. You should never do that again. You should probably apologize for that and never do that again. Like, that's my opinion of the spirit boxes, because it's not even, it's pseudoscience, it's BS, it's not good, it's disrespectful. You know what I mean? I just don't think it's a good idea. And a lot of YouTubers were tearing them apart because of that. They was like, rightfully so, actually. I agree that that's not a good representation of yourself that you're doing. Even if I don't like those,
Sorry, go ahead.
Even if I don't like those YouTubers, I will say I agree. I do not agree using a spirit box.
Yeah, if you use a spirit box, your credibility goes right out the window with me.
Yeah, you can't do that. You cannot.
No.
Even as like a joke, you can't do that.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a bad idea. It's bad optics. It doesn't work. It turns the whole situation into a joke, and pretty much that's it. And then it looks bad for Chris and Katie because they gone out there and searched with you. Yeah, not Katie, but Chris went out there and searched for you, and it looks scary. It looks bad on them as well. So it is what it is.
Yeah, like they agree with his doing that. That's
Well,
what
remember when Chris came out and gave that statement asking it was as a step. I clipped it as a stepfather's plea, right? And Crabtree asked if he could continue to cover the case and be respectful. Well, that's not very respectful.
Yeah,
No.
and I think like he's learning. You know what I mean? Like, it's tough when you have a bunch like. I'm hoping he just learns his lesson and just moves on. To be honest with you, you know what I mean. That's pretty much it. So.
Yeah, Stephen Crabtree reminds me of kind of naive. So, yeah, I think his heart is in the right place. But yeah, that's not a good idea, dude.
Yeah, and I'm not. And just because I like you, Mr. Crabtree, doesn't mean I'm not going to criticize you for when you fuck up. I'm sorry. And if you don't like it, then it is what it is. I tell people how it is. I don't care.
It's a friendly tip.
It's a friendly tip for the future, and also change your YouTube name to The Banished and Not Forgotten. That should be your new YouTube name, by the way. Vanished and Not Forgotten. It's a good name.
It should be Vanished Spirit Box.
Well, hopefully he stops with the spirit boxes.
I hope he does too, because I'm going to have to clown him.
Yes, that's why I'm giving you a warning. This is a friendly warning. No spirit boxes. But if I see you doing it again, it's not going to be that friendly.
We're going to talk smack. Here's Betster here. Let's see. She was on the roll today. I don't know if I got my timestamps right, but let's check it out.
And since then, that critical piece of information has now been trying to be distracted from even further, right? So we have all of this damaging stuff for the mom and stepfather. an unscrupulous PI hired to do damage control. And then we call the PI out. And what does he do? He doesn't address it. No, of course not. That would be too responsible. No, instead, he decides to go in trashing and bashing. And I want to just show you how stupid this guy is. I have sent 3 communications to Bruce Castor Jr. and Joseph Lesniak regarding what appears to be a bogus and fraudulent injunction and lawsuit filed by At Night and other plaintiffs. First of all, it's not bogus. It's not fraudulent. It is actually saturated.
It is bogus and it is fraudulent, in my opinion.
In good case
And
law.
frivolous.
It seemed no one wants to go on record.
Frivolous as fuck, in my opinion.
About this failed attempt to, first of all, there is attorney privilege. You ain't getting a hold of our attorneys to discuss stuff that goes on your page, so you can sit there. They ain't going to talk to you, nor are they required to talk to you, except through the court. It seems no one wants to go on the record about this.
Whoa. Does she understand attorney-client privilege? That's not how attorney-client privilege goes. An attorney can talk to another person in an action and say, "Hey, this is my client." Attorney-client privilege is when a situation where you can't reveal the attorney can't reveal conversations with you, and you can't reveal conversations with their attorney. Not the issue of, oh, is this person representing you, and especially if Mr. SF Investigates represents himself in a possible future injunction. Of course, the attorney would talk to them and say, "Hey, what do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about maybe a settlement? Do you want to talk about when we're going to set up a hearing or something like that?" That's normal. Attorneys talk to people, especially if they're pro se. You should know that because you talk to a certain lawyer almost constantly for unscrupulous reasons. Personally, Betty, I just wanted to say that she has no clue what attorney-client privilege is. It's fucking ridiculous.
We're ready for this trash?
Yeah.
And then we call the PI out. And what does he do? He doesn't address it. No, of course not. That would be too responsible. No, instead, he decides to go in trashing and bashing. And I want to just show you how stupid this guy is. I have sent 3 communications to Bruce Castor Jr. and Joseph Lesniak regarding what appears to be a bogus and fraudulent injunction and lawsuit filed by At Night and other plaintiffs. First of all, it's not bogus. It's not fraudulent. It is actually saturated in good case law. It seems no one wants to go on record about this failed attempt to, first of all, there is attorney-client privilege. You ain't getting a hold of our attorneys to discuss stuff that goes on your page, so you can sit there. They ain't going to talk to you.
Yeah, we know that. So why the fuck would anybody call them and expect them to tell y'all's business or your personal conversations?
What he could get is, yes, this is my client. I represent her for this hearing or this injunction. That's what they can say. But when they say, "I have no clue about this, I didn't know I was part of this injunction," that is a little iffy. Basically that means what it means. If that was your client, if you were his client, they would say, "Yes, I represent these people. These are my clients." Especially to SF, who is that's what you're trying to also include in the injunction. So of course you would talk to him. She doesn't quite understand shit.
Well, and isn't he pro se or whatever? So it's like talking to another attorney. Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems like other attorneys have talked to him, and he said, "No, I'm not part of this." So, yeah, I don't know about fraudulent. That's also could be an opinion. I'm not going to say fraudulent, especially when attorneys are involved and shit like that. I don't want to do that.
Right.
But I will say that it is very odd that no one wants to communicate with people who are part of this, who are being put into this injunction. And they seem to be radio silent. And they talked about making this go for years. And they were talking some mad shit going on multiple panels. And suddenly they're all silence.
Yeah.
You know, silence is sometimes an answer, you know?
Yep.
And that tells me that, you know, a lot of these guys were playing bluff, you know, chicken, if you will. And
so is that what they mean by Katie pleads the fifth because she's being silent?
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess they pled the fifth, according to their definition of pleading the fifth. You know, and that's a situation with these guys. These guys are very, you know what I mean? Like, it's a very odd situation, because I would see, why wouldn't Bruce Castor come out and say, yeah, I represent these people, and I am going to go in Pennsylvania to do this injunction.
Well, I'm stupid here should know that. She wears a goddamn shirt that says stupid is an answer to, or whatever it says. So, or not stupid, silence is an answer too. So, stupid should know what it means, right?
Yeah, and in my opinion, Betty didn't get the memo where Bruce Castor knows nothing about this frivolous lawsuit, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's kind of ridiculous at this point where we see this is kind of weird. I mean, like, remember when Betty was being represented by a criminal attorney or something like that? I guess it's a criminal attorney. I'm not sure. He said, yeah, that's my client. That's who I represent. I represent Bullhorn Betty in this case. Why aren't this attorney saying I represent all the plaintiffs in this injunction? That's very weird. And my guess is that I go with the theory that they thought they were going to play bluff, and you know, someone was crazier than they thought. Like they said, who would be crazy enough to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on this, or who would have money to do this? And it turned out people had money to do it, and that was the point. The point was they were hoping that you didn't have the money to respond to get an attorney, or they thought that you were going to go pro se and they were going to fuck around with you for a while and run circles around you, because they're attorneys. You know, Joseph Laziak is an attorney. Even if he just showed up, he would probably wipe the floor with a lot of other people if they were pro se, because that's his job.
Well, in my opinion, the more that she explains here in this live, it's very clear to me none of them have a clue to what's even going on.
Yeah, I don't think, and that's also telling. Like, each one of them are saying a different story. That's a good point you stated, actually. Each one of them is stating a different answer, and if they were unified and they were all being like told what to do, then they would have, you know, an idea what's going on. And it seems like they're more like being told what to say about Sebastion than about their own case of the injunction. And to me, I would be very worried at that point, because I would call them up and I'd be like, hey, what the hell's going on? I'm being told on YouTube that I can be hit with an anti-slap. And I read that an anti-slap is 3 times attorney's fees. And I'm listening to this lady saying she spent 20 grand on an attorney. I'm hearing this lady spending money, thousands on an attorney. Am I liable for this? And then I would say, am I liable as a plaintiff in this? And are you going to cover the bill if I get hit with an anti-slap? That would be the question I would be asking. Will At Night cover the money?
Well, it's because they think we're all stupid and that we're wrong. So,
yeah, I would ask. Is that such a crazy question to ask about a? Because that would be the question I would ask, especially. And then I found out, like, okay, I'm liable, and there's a possibility of losing. Is it possible that? Is it possible that you're going to lose? What's her chances of winning? You know what I mean? I just don't get it, man. I do not get it. Well, let's continue.
All right, here we go.
Nor are they required to talk to you except through the courts. It seemed no one wants to go on the record about this failed attempt to intimidate others, not just a failure, but a potentially criminal conduct. There is no criminal conduct going on here except your criminal conduct, sir. This situation appears to involve forgery. What forgery? So he's going, I produce receipts. He produces his feelings. Not one, there's nothing even attached here to support any of his statements. There's no case law here. There's no information. There's nothing. There's a stupid email sent to Lesniak citing a defective motion. First of all, Pennsylvania, I hate to burst your bubble, dum-dum, doesn't recognize defective motions. There's no such thing as a defective motion in Pennsylvania law, dum-dum. So they're probably laughing their asses off every time they get an email from you because you act like you want to sound professional. But anybody reads your email that has a legal background knows you don't know what the hell you're talking about at all, dum-dum. So that might be part of the problem. But forgery, where's the forgery? I'd love to see the forgery because, you know, to be honest with you, I will tell you on the record, I signed my name. Nobody signed my name for me. I gave my statement. I told them exactly what has happened to me. They put that in an affidavit. They sent it to me for review. I say, yep, that's exactly what I said. Let me sign the dotted line, right? Notarized it. I'm without a doubt, who forged my signature? Who forged my signature? I want to stand on my platform very loud and clear and let you know I signed my own document. I signed my own affidavit. And I can promise you, not one damn thing in that affidavit was a lie or falsified in the least.
This may not age well.
My God, listen, you know what? She tries to say the same shit about our lawsuit. Listen to this. Here it comes.
Oh, no.
And not only that, of all people in this lawsuit, I have overwhelming evidence to support my claims. Overwhelming evidence. So I don't know what this Yahoo is talking about, but again, it's a deflection, right? This was never about his conduct. He's trying to put this criminal conduct, because we just called him out and showed exactly how he violated his own law and his own license in Tennessee. And now all of a sudden we're all criminals and forging documents. Do you see how these distractions work when you deal with an unscrupulous PI? Again, this is another area of that he's incompetent in. He has no competence in the law. And when you look at all of his other legal quagmires he's been in, he's as much of an idiot in those things that he thinks he's smarter than the average person.
I don't think he thinks he's smarter than the average person. I think he thinks he's smarter than you guys and your bullshit, though, in my opinion.
No, you're not. And you're definitely not smarter than these attorneys.
I think she doesn't quite understand that she is fucking up on your lawsuit by basically claiming a lot of the allegations she's claimed about you. Now she's claiming that it was actually Barbecue Lady and Granny's watching.
Well, it says the one who still, as of yesterday, said that a private investigator means you can't talk about the case to the public.
Yeah. I don't think she realizes she's fucking up here, and I will let her continue to dig that hole because this is very stupid of this individual.
No, she doesn't, because she thinks she's the smartest one in the room, and she's the dumbest one in the room. So
yeah, I mean, she doesn't quite understand she's been bamboozled. I love using that word, by the way, bamboozled. She's been bamboozled by At Night and all those other people to be the fall person. Because, you know, best case scenario, you get an injunction for people not to talk about you. Worst case scenario, you owe over $100,000 and you basically go bankrupt. I don't know if I would take that gamble personally because people hurt my feelings online, but that's just me. I would probably just not watch the video and I would move on with my life. That's the difference. Am I wrong?
No.
Well, it says the one
mean-
who the judge said this family doesn't even exist to you anymore, and yet this is what she's talking about.
I mean, you're not wrong if you're looking at it using logic, reason, you know, all the critical thinking skills, right? You're not wrong if you're using it that way. But I mean, I'm sure somebody somewhere could find fault with your thought process just because, and it doesn't mean that the fault that they find is not logical. It just means that people are people
stupid
and will do what they'll do. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Well,
like, I usually look at, like, you know, profit and loss or benefits and losses, and it's like your benefit. Okay, you win the injunction. Yeah, you win the injunction. You get grannies watching and barbecue lady to keep quiet about you. Congratulations, fantastic. That's really great. Now there's about 1 billion other YouTubers that are going to talk about you that are too small, and you can't injunction the internet. Okay, just realize that you can't silence the internet, because there will always be a smaller channel that you're not going to know who they are. They're going to make videos about you. Okay, brilliant idea, by the way, to try to silence the internet. Best case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, you all get hit with fucking 100,000, 70,000, whatever, lots and lots of money being hit on you. You lose the first anti-slap in the state. People will be referring to you for the next 20 years as the losers of the first anti-slap. And you look like complete idiots on YouTube, and you get embarrassed online completely. Like, did anyone think this through? Did anyone say, hey, this is not a really good idea? Like, this could be worse if we lose than winning. I guess not, because that would have been my thought process. I usually think of the worst possibility whenever I enter into a situation. Like, if I buy a stock, I say, does this stock go to zero? If I have long terms, what's the worst? I lose, money. Okay, I lose all my money. That's the worst that happens. Like, does anyone not understand, like, to weigh risks and benefits in life anymore?
Nope, we leap, then we look.
Yeah, Taco did. Well, at least Taco, Uncle Taco and Burrito did.
Taco and Burrito beat fucking feet. They said, shit, we gone.
Yeah. Like,
and like I've said before, whoever thought that they were the smart ones.
And
well,
you go.
They were kind of in the shady type category to me, so I think they knew what was up. I think they knew they were just playing a part, but that's my opinion.
I think they were told, just sign this. It's not going to cost you anything. These are going to be like your statements. We're going to put you on as plaintiff. Don't worry. And then when they saw, like, they started watching live streams, because obviously they do watch these live streams, and they start hearing about anti-slap and all this stuff. He said, holy fuck, I don't want to be involved in this stupidity. I want to get the fuck out of here. And that's it.
Well, didn't they sign their affidavits that said they were actually the aunt and uncle to Sebastion?
I don't know about that. I have to look at them again, to be honest with you. I don't have that off the top of my memory, to be honest with you. But it wouldn't really surprise me. But I mean, I just don't have a memory of it. I just think it's very, very silly that these people have signed their names onto something that could literally destroy their entire lives if they lose badly. Like, this is life ruination. And the person I kind of feel bad for is Seth a little bit, because, like, out of all the people on that injunction, he's probably the one that actually I kind of have sympathy for if he does lose badly with this and he has to owe a bunch of money. Even though his behavior is atrocious, I don't like the whole situation when Chris and Katie's relationship. I still have a moniker of, sympathy for him. And I can't believe these people are led this man down such a terrible road, where he is now being sued by some crazy lady, or, that's what they said. They said she's like some crazy lady, they said. being sued by this lady. He's being sued by. He's going to get anti-slapped. He's going to get a bunch of people going after him, and it's just what the fuck were they thinking? They destroyed this man's life.
Right. All he wants to do is find his kid. Sad.
Yeah, they really destroyed this man's life. He's being sued by Texana because TikTok Tony thought it was a great idea to tell people to do this, like to kick this lady out, and that man like to do all that stuff, right? While everyone else is filming, she can't. She's going to be kicked out. So they pissed off that lady, and then so Seth's getting hit with that, and now he's possibly going to get hit with an anti-slap, where he's possibly going to owe tens of thousands, if not close to like $100,000, if they lose to all the attorneys with the anti-slap. It's just not one attorney; it's multiple attorneys. Let's say Mr. SF jumps in there. He's going to ask for attorney's fees too, whatever fees he's asking for, maybe punitive too. So now you got 3 people that are going to. No, it's too even. There's an attempt to serve, but eventually, if you just dodge service, they will just continue out you. The reason why Alex Jones lost was because he defaulted. Not because he said, hey, they lost him. He gave up on his first case and they were just doing a trial for damages. The reason why Critical K lost was because she defaulted. She didn't show up. She didn't fucking take service. Yeah, it takes you longer to get, to the trial. But, good luck. Continue dodging service and then they're going to default on you and it's not going to be good.
Well, just ask Betty how dodging service works out for you.
Yeah, you don't dodge. That's why you eventually, dodging service helps a little bit, slows down the process, but eventually you're going to have to show up and defend yourself, pro se, or get an attorney. And if At Night really was serious about helping this father, they would get him an attorney. They would say, hey, can we get an attorney here to represent Mr. Seth in this civil litigation? Like this side of the streets would do that. Why is it that this side of the streets are willing to help out a random, like Granny's watching, or help out people on our side of the streets to get attorneys, but this multi-million-dollar corporation, or whatever they say they're worth in their magical fantasy land, can't get a few $5,000 to get an attorney to get him some representation? What the hell is going on here? Why is this father literally getting his life ruined by this group of fucking idiots? Because
you would think that the first thing that they would do would be to tell him to get home and accept the paperwork and then work on getting an attorney.
Yeah. Like, what is going on here? Why are these people ruining this man's life? Before this whole thing, he had a stable job, a place, and now what? His reputation's thrown all over the place on the internet. He might not even have a place to live anymore. I don't even know. I'm not sure about that. He's being sued, and he's got to get hit with an anti-slap probably. If this continues, if this is their main defense. It's horrible what these people have done.
And may not even still have a job.
Yeah. They might have just completely destroyed this man's life because they yes-manned him to death. And we're the bad guys, by the way. Okay. You're the ones destroying this man's life, not me. I didn't destroy this man's life. I didn't tell him to quit his job. I didn't tell him to not accept service. If I was friends with Seth Rogers, I would have told him to shut his fucking mouth. And I would probably have told him that he needs an attorney. And I would probably tell him to go online and try to get an attorney. And get someone to represent you. And I would probably call him, hey, you're out without that night. They're willing to, they're offering $200,000, to award. Can you ask them to help you out? Can you ask them? Instead, he's going to have to get a fucking little cup out and beg some random law firm to represent him for free. Like that's going to happen. It might happen, but I doubt it.
Well, and I thought it was weird that Tony said that they could probably find any attorney in that area to represent Seth pro bono for that civil suit that he's facing, but yet Seth comes on here and says that he has an attorney that, got the CPS reports for him. He's got an attorney that sent out cease and desist for him. Where did all those people go?
Yeah, well, my guess is those people were sympathetic and wanted to help him out for free. That's my guess. I think that, and then they got fucking screwed. But that's my opinion. I think what they're doing to Seth, even though I do not like Seth, don't get it wrong. I do not like him. I have my opinions on him. I've made them very clear. But they are ruining Seth's life. And that is the truth. Because if they don't take this civil suit with this lady Texana seriously, he's going to default. They're going to default on him, and he's going to lose. And you know what? You know what else is going to happen? If they defend this case badly with this anti-slap, he's going to get hit with a giant bill because he's one of the plaintiffs. So congratulations for possibly. So when that all happens, do not come over here and blame us for that shit. You know, when he owes tens of thousands of dollars and he's fucking broke, don't come over here blaming us. Go over there and blame them because they are the morons that told him to sign up for an injunction. They are the morons that, like TikTok Tony, basically push Texana out and try to call the police. I'm saying this right now for the record when that shit happens in the future. So do not come over here and blame us for that. You guys did that to that man. So congratulations, destroying another person's life. That's my rant. That's all. That's it. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to run to the store, so I'm gonna hop off. I may or may not be back before you guys end, but I appreciate you having me, and I appreciate your rant, B. Tim. I think you said something.
Stopping up, baby.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me hang out today. Bye, guys.
Easy Weezy, you're up here with us. How are you, baby?
I fell off. I went boom.
My rant pushed you off? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, do you agree with me, or am I wrong in this thought process?
No, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've totally, I mean, I'm not saying Seth is innocent. I mean, I did say all he wants to do is find his son, and he's far from being innocent and everything, but yeah, he's being led astray. I mean, I don't find, in my opinion, I don't think he's smarter than the average bear, I should say. But so he's, and between that and all the crap that he must be going through mentally by not having his son. And I've heard that you'll make a deal with the devil if you miss your kid. And I imagine you would. I probably would. So yeah, he's believing what all these, and they're taking advantage of him.
Yeah.
In his situation. Yeah, no, like I said, he's not as innocent as I make it sound, but yes, he is being taken advantage of. Yes.
And he's listening to people like Bullhorn Betty, and he's listening to people like Nick the Hat, and he's listening to people like TikTok Tony that are not explaining to him the serious ramifications of what's possibly could happen. Now, I'm not saying that there's 100% chance of an anti-slap win. You know, I would like it to win, but there's always a chance that, you know, anything can happen in the courtroom. Absolutely anything can happen. But the fact of the matter is that is a risk that could happen, that they lose, and that they lose a lot of money. Not only, you know what I mean? And he is on the hook for that because he is a plaintiff. And I hopefully you go.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, well, Betty tells you here in a few minutes how smart she is about the law and why she knows so much about the law. So, I mean, this is coming from a genius, you know.
Yeah, but whatever.
Yeah, a person that went to an uncredited college, just saying.
Yeah, well, I get it, Crimson. I get it, but he might not understand. Like, that's why you have professionals around you to explain to you the situation. You know what I mean? They explain to you, like, hey, there is a good possibility that you could lose this case and that we can owe a lot of money. And no one's explaining this to this man. I mean, if you really thought the best option to deal with the Texana civil lawsuit was that to basically, you know, tell the lawyer, you know, just to dodge service, you're out of your mind. It works for a little bit. Yeah, a little time it does, but eventually you got to answer it.
Look how well it worked for Betty.
Look how it worked for Critical K. Look how it looked for Alex Jones. All those deep people default. Every single one of them. Do you think Alex Jones would have lost almost what? I don't even know. Like, he lost so much money. It's unfathomable. But you think he would have lost that much if he would have fought the case? Probably not. Critical K, do you think she would have lost the case? Maybe, maybe not, but she would have had a better chance. She would have, maybe they wouldn't have awarded it so much. You know what I mean?
She
Like
would have
that.
lost the case, but she probably wouldn't have been on the hook for so much money.
Yeah. You know, it's just silly. It's very silly. So this guy they talk about, supporting, and they don't even want to get him an attorney for a simple civil case. Okay. That's great. That's wonderful. Shows you who they care about more. And while this guy's ruining his life, but no one cares. No one gives a fuck. Unbelievable. Anywho, we'll continue.
Yeah, it's been rough. But hey, we've been on here 6.5 hours. I got to get some stuff done, so I'm gonna get off here for now.
I'll see ya.
We will. Yeah, I was gonna say we'll come back on here later. Anyways, I was going to do a Saturday Night Live, so
okay. You have a good one.
Bye. You guys probably like 5 or 6 ish.
All right.
Bye, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Have a good day.
Thank you for hanging out, small town girl. I appreciate you coming up and hanging out with us, love. I will catch you guys on the flip side. Thank you guys, all 1,700 of you. I appreciate you hanging out. Hopefully, I will see you guys at about 5 or 6. We'll come on and do a live tonight and hang out. Bye, y'all. Catch you on the flip side.